They add up.
Yeah, and then you go home at the end of the day and you think to yourself, like, oh my gosh, like what am I? And I think not comparing your life, yourself, to somebody else.
That's big. The less time you spend trying to be perfect, the less time you spend comparing. And I think kind of embracing what it is makes your life better.
You came to a lot of this wisdom, these conclusions, because you went through things. So I'm thinking, I haven't been through any of your stuff, but I wonder.
But you've been through your own stuff, and I haven't been through your stuff.
Okay, but can I get your lessons by reading them? Like, I always wonder, do I need to actually do the thing to feel
I hope
the
you don't
thing?
have to do some of the things that I've done now. As I say to my kids, don't think stuff's not going to happen to you. It happens to everybody.
Right,
it's just going to happen no matter how freaking perfect you think you are. It's going to happen.
Right.
So, like, build your internal fortitude, get, some faith in yourself, surround yourself with people, and you'll pass through. So I think everybody goes through something. I wonder, could I go through what you went through? Could I deal with what you deal with, right? So I think everybody has different stuff.
All right, so if you were going to give advice, someone's reading this quote, and they want to live this life, like they nod their heads yes, but they feel like they're missing something. Just last thing, trying to
Well, I
live
don't know
this.
what they're missing, because what this quote says is that anything you think you're missing, you're wrong. It's within you. Anything you're attributing to anybody else, it's within you. You don't have to be afraid of failing. You don't have to be afraid of your dreams. You don't have to be afraid of, telling that guy you're going out with who's not respecting you to beat it, because you've got what you need. And to believe in yourself, you can call that faith in yourself, you can call that faith in a higher power, but you've got it. And the sooner you know that in your life, I think the more wild and free and authentic your life will be.
Thank you, Maria.
Hey, Today All Day, we're bringing you a great Today Talks on this Monday, and kicking it off, Carson's here with Pop Star. The Foo Fighters cover a popular 70s hit, and a talented beatboxer is back in the spotlight, this time on America's Got Talent. Take a look.
Boy, it's been a long time since I've been able to say this. Time for the best part of the morning.
Yeah.
Pop Star.
We missed hearing that, Uncle Al. Thank you. We'll start with the Foo Fighters this morning. The soon-to-be Rock and Roll Hall of Famers just released a first look at their upcoming disco project. That's right, disco. The band will temporarily go by the name the DGs for a lineup of Bee Gees covers on their upcoming album titled Hail Satin. On Sunday, the band revealing a look at the DGs' performance of You Should Be Dancing. It's got a good post-pandemic vibe, the disco thing. The album Hail Satin Side A, the DGs, is out this Saturday on July 17th. Next up, America's Got Talent. The show saw a familiar face on the audition stage in an episode that is set to air this week when the one and only Michael Winslow, a.k.a. Police Academy's Larvell Jones, brought back this special talent.
Wow.
What are you in for? I'll show you.
That's right. Winslow, known for his incredible beatboxing and sound effects, shared that he decided to step away from acting in order to raise his children following the passing of his wife. But this time away from the his time away from the spotlight, rather, doesn't seem to have dulled his skill set at all. Take a look at his audition here.
When I was growing up, I lived next to an active runway. My father was in the Air Force. So that meant every few seconds, best part about the radio, you know any part of the song. Doesn't matter where it is, you know that song. Rock and roll.
Wow. And you can catch the full episode of America's Got Talent tomorrow night, right here on NBC.
Coming up next, Jill Martin introduces us to two amazing female-owned businesses. That story and more on Today Talks.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Good evening tonight from Geneva, just hours away from his historic summit. Over 16,000 unaccompanied children tonight in custody. What's victory look like in this, or what does improvement look like? It's going to be a challenge to meet that 70% goal. Why is it so challenging?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Tonight, we're on the scene as the urgent search for survivors is underway after the deadly collapse of a high-rise building.
Buildings don't fall down in America like this.
The Delta variant. What does this mean for people who are fully vaccinated?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Welcome back. Today on the third hour, Jill Martin gets the scoop on two small businesses, one selling jewelry and the other a boozy tea, both started by incredible women. Take a look.
Hope you had a great weekend. We know Dylan Dreyer had a pretty good weekend. She played in that American Century Championship out in Lake Tahoe, you might remember. Or she teamed up with some huge celebs and athletes. And here's the thing, Dylan, she finished strong too. Here's Dylan Dreyer on the 18th hole. More than 50 feet away. Yeah. She dropped it. She dropped that birdie putt. She's going to be back tomorrow, and she'll spill the tea on how well it went. With spoiler alert, you know, last year she struggled a bit, struggled mightily. This year, markedly improved.
And I love that her husband was her caddy and her family was with her the whole way.
No pressure.
And the first pregnant. I mean, it was just awesome to watch.
And Roker, we saw you. You were one proud dad this weekend.
Yeah, proud dad and husband, because first on Saturday, Nick runs with this group called Achilles International. He took part in a relay from North Carolina all the way to New York City. He ran a leg along the West Side Highway, 2.5 miles, and just really, they had told him he had to slow down, actually. And then on Saturday, he and Deborah ran the Achilles International Hope and Possibilities 4-mile race, and he came in like a little more than 4 minutes ahead of his mom. I mean, he was booking.
Awesome.
But they both did a terrific job. There's Deborah finishing, and I was just there for moral support, and I was not running, but they did a great job. So all in all, not too bad. How about your weekend, Jill?
Well, you know, I just have to say about Al and his family, they always show up.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's always like Al's there supporting, Deborah's running, everyone's there. I mean, awesome for Nick. So congratulations. My weekend. So I just started sort of getting out again. You know, I have like a little anxiety. I haven't been going out that much. Yeah. And so this weekend I had my first really guests at the house. My friend from Miami, Lindsay, and Matt visited. And we went to this place on a barge and had lunch. And
there you are.
Yeah, super fun. You took about those.
Nice.
Sandy and Trish.
Hat, by the way.
Girls just want to have rum. Yeah, no hair and makeup necessary. And that's my friend Matt. And my brother and my sister-in-law actually got engaged and married during the pandemic. And now she's like
awesome.
my best friend. So we spent the weekend together, and it felt good to be normal again. It's kind of odd. You know, you guys kept your schedules, but I was home, like getting out again and going to restaurants. I'm easing into it a little bit.
Yeah, I know. Lots of folks are doing that.
What about you?
Birthday party. You know, every Saturday when you have small children, there's a birthday party. So I had there's Sibby. I took Sibby to a birthday party at a beach in our town. And for the first time, she decided to climb all the way to the top of some monkey bars. My wife wasn't there.
Wow.
So there was added pressure because, Al, when the child is with you by yourself, you have to keep the child alive. Well, time for one of our favorite segments here, She Made It. And this morning, Jill shining a light on 2 female-founded businesses.
I'm really excited about these. First up, I want you to meet Trisha Okobo, who was caught between 2 careers and found a way to merge them effortlessly. Take a look.
I've always wanted to be an entrepreneur. In college, I led a double life, studying engineering at Stanford during the day and enrolling in a fashion design program at night. After graduation, I worked in media and e-commerce in Silicon Valley. I loved the structure of engineering, but yearned for more creativity. Eventually, my passions fused with jewelry. In 2013, with no outside funding, Maison Mirror was born. It's a whole system of jewelry that you can mix and match to create your own signature look. Now, my double life is just my life. I get to be a jewelry architect, designing wearable sculptures and building blocks. And I get to make you the artist who puts it all together.
I love her story. And what I really love about it is I found this during the pandemic when I was, online shopping, subscription services. They're so elegant and classic, and you can layer them, and you really could get your ear cuff game going. Savannah's really big into that. And they say things like mama, and you could get a personalized, I'm wearing a J now, which is my name, my brother's name. So this is really great, and most of their pieces are under $50. So great to check it out and great to support small business. So next up, okay, Al, sorry you're not here for this one, but you'll taste these. 2 co-workers whose afternoon tea parties turned into so much more. Take a look.
I'm Jenny.
And I'm Maria, and we're the founders of Owl's Brew.
We were working together at a marketing firm when I became obsessed with the immune-boosting powers of tea. I even got certified as a tea sommelier. We started making the most delicious tea-infused cocktails for office happy hours, and soon realized we were brewing up a business.
So in 2013, we quit our jobs to bring Owl's Brew to market. With our line of cocktail mixers available in over 1,000 stores like Publix and Whole Foods.
Last year, we launched our boozy teas with refreshing flavors like matcha chamomile and jasmine blueberry.
Within 1 year, we've sold over 1 million cans.
Owl's Brew is for those who want to drink wisely. Cheers to that.
Wow.
All right, so hard seltzers are out. Hard teas are in this summer, you guys. And for those who are looking for healthier and better options in our alcoholic beverages, Owl's Brew is such a great choice. They're low calorie, low sugar, super flavorful. Plus, you can drink them straight from the can or use them in cocktails too. Cheers. What do you think?
Here's what I love about it. They're not too sweet. I hate a really sweet drink.
Oh, very nice.
And they're only 4.8% in terms of alcohol. So you can have 2 or 3 and not,
I don't know that that's the point.
Well, we're keeping the kids alive, and you can have 2 or 3 and not wind up on the floor, Al. That's what we're learning today. Cheers.
I'll save you a few, buddy. I'll save you a few.
Hi, I'm Craig Melvin. I'm going to have 12 hard teas. Anyway.
It's okay, because they're low in alcohol and calories.
2 great brands. Super proud to present them today. So, Al, cheers on that.
Yes. Thank you very much, Jill.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, we'll share some fun summer pictures of our families just ahead.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
Meaning to the expression, rise and shine.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back. Today on Hoda and Jenna, Hoda and I share a few sweet family moments. Take a look. We were on vacation. How was it?
Oh my God, it was great. It was great. Yeah,
time?
we spent some time just with the girls doing like whatever you do in the summertime.
Look at that crew.
I have to tell you, that was the 4th of July. That was like
parade?
There was a parade. Everybody in that picture is connected to NBC in some way or another.
I know. Don't you love that?
That's Dylan Dreyer, Katie Ryan, and her mom Kathy. My former assistant Joanne Lamarca is there with her husband Tyler. Joel's there obviously, and Brian and all the kids. But anyway, it's like literally NBC is taking over that parade. But it was such a fun
I like that you just tried to use it. Was it so much fun?
It was so fun, and there was, you know what it was? The parade was 2 fire trucks, some kids throwing candy off of something, and some kids like riding their bike. And just jumped in the parade.
You know, it's because we don't take things for granted, because last year there was no parade.
Right.
You know, we got to watch some fireworks far away.
Yeah, what'd you do for the 4th?
We did really nothing. I mean, we were hanging. There was a bike parade. And Hal, look, there they are dressed up for the bike parade.
I am so shocked.
I know,
at
he's
seeing
a boy.
Hal.
He's a full-on human.
He looks like you.
And it was just so much fun to be together. And I dropped Mila at summer camp yesterday. And Hoda, it was like one of those things that I know anybody that's gone to camp has this moment. And my mom wasn't like the type that was like, get on the bus and, you know. But I had this moment where she was like, don't cry, Mommy. And I said, I'm not going to cry. I had on my sunglasses. And there was something about it because it's the camp I went to as a little girl. So there was this nostalgia. And then also I got out of the car and she said, Mommy, I have sunscreen in my eyes. But I knew she didn't have sunscreen in her eyes. And it was just this feeling of like, she's old. How is she old? Enough to go away from me for 3 weeks. And I'm, you know, I know that so many parents have probably been dropping their kids.
And they're feeling that
and they're feeling it. And I just can't believe that I'm the crybaby that had to wear sunglasses.
Now, is Mila, is this her first year going to?
It's her first year, and I'm just so proud of her because she barely knows anybody. She lives in New York City, so to go, you know, somewhere totally different and to be on a lake and to go swimming, like I just think there will be this feeling of freedom. And
so how does she commute? Does she write letters? Is that what they do?
Yeah, she writes letters. I can write her emails, so of course, the second the email thing opened. And I had to like delete because I found myself saying, I'm just missing you with all my heart. And I'm like, why am I so dramatic? I'm putting my emotions on my 8-year-old child. It's causing years of therapy.
But by the way, we do that because Joel and I went away for a few days, and when I came home,
I know, was it great?
It was so great to be away, and it was so great to come home. And I was just saying, Haley, I thought about you all the time. And she was like, I thought about you more. I'm like, why am I doing? And we just kept doing it, one-upping each other, and it was just the sweetest thing.
One-upping each other with love.
Can I tell you something crazy? Okay, you know the song "The Times of Your Life" by Paul Anka. I don't know if that's the exact words. Good Morning Yesterday.
Wait, can you sing it?
Good morning yesterday.
Yes.
So I play that because I like nostalgia in the house. Hope, who's 2, can sing that song with the words. It's nuts. It's nuts. But you realize when you watch your kid, you wake up and time has slipped away. I'm like, why am I playing that song in the house?
Speaking of Joanne Lamarca, who was in that picture, she always sings the song, You're Gonna Miss This.
You're gonna miss this, yeah.
And there was something about taking Mila to this camp I went to as a little girl with my best friend that I met as a little girl at camp. And I always told Mila the first year I didn't have any friends, but as soon as Farrell came, I had a friend. So to take her, and both of us were weeping. And then it was like, my poor child in the back seat was like, what is happening here? But to go back to a place that you loved as a little girl.
Yeah, by the way, that is magic.
It's magic.
I'm so glad you did. Was that a debate whether to do that, or did you know?
No,
you always knew. You always knew.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Okay. The soccer game.
Oh my gosh.
I was dropping, so I didn't see it, but were you watching?
I was watching. I was watching the second half and then the penalty kicks. It was sick. Okay, so it was England versus Italy. We don't have to tell you. It went to penalty kicks, which you cannot believe that's how the Euro Cup
goes.
Goodbye, not you, Nadal. Okay, or who was that? Who was that? Oh, Djokovic, sorry. It's hard to keep track of all these great tennis stars.
Okay.
But anyway, it
went in overtime?
Oh, my gosh. First it was overtime. Nobody scored. Okay. And then it was penalty kicks.
Right.
Nothing is scarier than penalty kicks. In the end, it came down that Italy ended up winning. But I FaceTimed my mom after.
Was she watching?
Yes, she wouldn't miss it. But it was hard to realize who won because no one stormed the field because Italy won. And it was like, Mom was like, is it over? Because you can't tell how many kicks they need. But anyway, it was a 19-year-old English player who had to take the last kick. He was only 19 years old, and it was really tough.
There were some heartbroken British fans, including 7-year-old Prince George.
I know.
Who was all dressed up in a suit.
Oh, I know.
I mean, if that was my kid, he'd be like, you made me wear a suit for this? But look, they look so sad, and I love how he's comforting him.
I know.
All I could think about was Ted Lasso. I know that's not what you're supposed to think about. Well, Ted Lasso is about soccer. So I was like, if Ted Lasso was there, he'd be giving them a really good speech.
He probably would.
Right? He'd be like, next year.
You know what? That would be good, though. That would be a good thing to hear.
Maybe
what would
Ted
Ted Lasso do?
Ted Lasso, can you go ahead and say something for those British people?
I think that's a great idea. Okay. All right. So Sex and the City, that reboot that everyone's been talking about, it's actually happening.
Yes.
We don't.
And well, we didn't see any. Like you think it'd be a trailer or something. It was just actually this picture right here, and it was captioned, and just like that.
So it's Miranda, Carey, and Charlotte. They're dressed to the nines. It's so New York because it just is. It just, everything about it is. The trash can, the whole thing. It's very New York.
But there is like a feeling, because that's like the, three amigos, and you're sort of like, wait, wasn't there a fourth?
I know, Samantha. What do you think she thinks?
I'm sure she feels a little sad or left out.
Kim Cattrall's not in it. She didn't want to be, so I mean, they, for whatever reason. I don't remember, but I think she said no thanks.
Okay, but obviously because there's somebody missing, it prompted a lot of memes.
Yeah.
For example, the ladies of Barb and Star.
Oh, Barb and Star. Go to Vista Del Mar.
They'd be good with them.
I like that.
Paddington Bear could have been a fourth.
Where's Paddington?
Oh, he's cute. An Old Navy ad.
Let's see. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Okay.
And what about Charlotte wearing Nicole Kidman's famous green coat? These are weird.
From Undoing. People are, you know what I realized online? People are really creative.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the stuff you read, you just end up cracking up, but brilliant. Like, who would think of that coat?
I'm not sure. But then, evidently, Today.com added a couple of big Sex and the City fans.
Oh, Jesus.
I actually liked that. I wanted to send it to people because maybe we could just do a cameo or something, right? We're not cool enough.
No, we are like the opposite of cool. They'll be like, no, you're not in our
But
reboot.
Sarah Jessica, if you need somebody to maybe, what could we do? We could be like the people letting them into a restaurant.
Yeah, or just people sitting at the table quietly eating
we
while
will be
they're...
extras. We don't even have to talk.
No, we won't talk.
No.
We'll just...
We could sip Cosmos.
Behind them.
Behind them.
There's got to be room for
Just
two
us.
people.
Okay.
It is time for Unscripted. Don't forget, we're on TikTok. So there's something, everything is so trendy on TikTok.
Yes.
And Donna always introduces us
Thank
to what
goodness we have Donna.
I know. So we did a TikTok that is apparently, it's been posted on our TikTok page. And it's supposed to be something, it makes good dancers out of anybody.
It's good for us, right? For those of you that aren't good dancers,
yeah, you'll also wonder, what is this thing? But it's TikTok,
we don't really
so just
know.
watch.
Alone.
First of all, when Donna showed it to me, I was like, wait, is that it?
I know.
I liked it.
The creator of that, by the way, is Usim Mango on TikTok.
And I think follow Usam, follow us. I think he had tons of followers for that.
But it's funny to do. I mean, they have different people. There was a girl who we saw who was pregnant who did it, and somebody else
so
who
cute.
did. All right.
Speaking of TikToks, the folks from Ritz Crackers recently explained to TikTok, explaining the ridges of these very famous crackers, what these ridges are for. And it turns out it's not just decorative.
It's not? Yeah.
We'll find out.
What people think the edges on Ritz crackers are for. So pretty. Aesthetic. Beautiful scallops. What they're actually actually for. Cut. Cut.
Someone made that up. That cannot be true.
That's from the people of
Wait,
Ritz.
was that from the people of Ritz, or was that some
Unfortunately,
lady?
I've already eaten some of this
Okay,
cheese.
let's cut. Does it
let's
really
try.
cut? No one's cutting
Yes,
with their
it does.
cracker.
Wait, I have too much
No,
cheese.
it doesn't.
Yes, it does, Hoda. You're not trying it.
Okay, mine cracked. It does not work.
Excuse me, do you see this beautiful cheese cut?
Why don't you just rip it with your
Do
finger?
you see that? Because it's scalloped and lovely.
Okay, well, here.
No, thank you.
But is this, but by the way, I could eat a sleeve of Ritz crackers in 1 second. There's something about, right, when you don't even have to chew a Ritz. You
know
just
what
put it
it
in
is?
and suck it.
It's the, I was about to say it's the butter. The suck it part kind of threw me off though. But it's the butter, right? It's the fact that you can suck it. Ew. Are you okay? What happened? I mean, look at Hoda's Ritz. Please look at this. Please take a look at what happened here. I don't know if that's you.
I was trying to cut it and it cracked.
Oh, it did. Well, anyway, I'm glad to know that this is how I'm going to cut my cheese from now on.
Oh, God.
Today Talks continues after the break with an exclusive chat you can only see here on Today All Day.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Today Talks and our exclusive content you can only see here on Today All Day.
By the way, I think even in the summertime, since we both took a little pause, I think it's good to hit the pause button, don't you? Take like a few days.
Did you have a good time just relaxing or not
I have
really?
to say, I did, and it was one of the first times. And I think having the mommy daddy time is important.
Yes.
And I think it always gets backburnered just because of life and things and needs and all that
Well,
stuff.
it's so funny because somebody said this when I first had a baby.
Yeah.
And it's true that family vacations aren't really a
I know.
vacation for the mom.
Yeah.
And so to go and do something with just the two of you must have felt like a major reset.
It really did. And there's a funny part of you, because I woke up before sunrise every day because I couldn't not. And you immediately think, what are the kids doing? What are the kids doing? What are the kids doing? Because it was just a couple days, but it was enough that made you think that. So it takes work to say, okay, let me
choose this.
Yes, and I want to enjoy this moment. Oh, by the way, I read your book, Malibu Rising.
Oh, did you?
I read it. I read it on vacation.
Did you
I
like
read it in a day and a half.
Did you love it?
3 people at the place where we were like, I read that. I'm like, because I'm friends with Jenna. I know, because I got the book. Okay, it has her sticker on it.
But that was the best beach read.
I read it in a day. I was just like, I couldn't stop. It was so juicy. You were right. Now I have to read all the other ones.
I know, there's more, right? Hell of a Book is the last one. And
what is that one about?
It's so good,
What's that
and it's
one?
kind of hard to explain, but it's about a author on tour.
Yeah.
And he's flashing, it has dual stories. So they're also at the same time, it's a childhood story, and it's flashing back, and you can't tell if the author is this child or not. It's brilliant. I
How do you pick? I was thinking all your books are great picks. So, like, what do you, just give me a
I
little
just
insight in
read
the,
all
so,
the time.
So you just read books. Do you ever get like recommendations? Try this one, do friends say?
Yes, friends, writers give recommendations,
they do.
but I have to tell you, I was on a flight home last night, and I was supposed to be reading, but a friend, well, you had recommended a story called Sex.
No,
a show.
No, it wasn't Sex. It was called Lovesick.
You called it Sex
No, I
Ed
didn't.
to me.
No, I did
yes,
not.
Yes, you did.
No, I called it Lovesick because that's what it's called.
You called it Sex Ed, I swear.
Sex Ed?
Well, I thought she did, and unfortunately, somebody else who will remain nameless recommended a show called Sex Life on Netflix.
What?
And I downloaded it because I wanted just
something to watch on
I
a
wanted
plane?
to not have to
Mindless?
read. Like I wanted a vacation
So,
from my work.
What was it?
Wow.
Was it total porn? Was it porn?
Yes. And the
And
woman
you were
sitting
on
next to me was reading like a beautiful book, and I was like,
But you kept watching. You kept watching.
I couldn't
you
help
had
it.
to. Was it good?
But I felt so embarrassed. I mean, it's like reading 50 Shades of Grey, except for it's on the screen.
And people can see it, and especially the people behind
I
you.
feel like when you recommend a show, and I know I'm not
said
blaming it
Lovesick.
on you.
I would never.
You said Sex Ed.
No, I did
yes,
not.
You
I don't
did.
even know what that is.
Well, it's not a show.
It used to be something we took in
Do
high
you still
school.
like Lovesick?
Yeah. Well, Lovesick starts off yucky,
I know
like when you started.
So I thought it was the same show because of your premise.
Well, the premise is that a guy. I have to say, he goes to the doctor. He's probably in his 30s, and he finds out that he has an STD, and he has to go tell everybody who he's ever slept with that he had that. So each story is a vignette about their love story.
That's why I thought it was the same, because this story is about a woman who has children but keeps thinking about her ex-boyfriend, and it is
okay,
highly inappropriate to watch on an airplane. Okay,
on an air. Wait, I like how you qualified.
Well,
on an
if you're in your privacy of your own home, do what you want.
Yes. All right. Well, that's it. Thank you for this episode of Today Talks. Keep watching for more of Today All Day.
Guys, let's raise a glass.
Yes.
Yes.
To
To
what?
what,
Back to each
SG?
other.
To summer.
To all of us.
To us?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
to us.
To being back.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, Carson, I didn't get a tap.
To 1 foot
Tap
away.
that.
Yeah.
To being together.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cheers.
No mask. No mask. No mask.
I can hear you.
Oh, that's yummy.
Remember
Ow.
last summer? Oh,
choice.
you
What
like
if-
the Aperol Spritz?
This is a brilliant choice. I'm
It's
glad
summer,
I copied you.
Summer in a glass.
Summer in a
I
glass.
remember having too many
Miles,
okay.
How about when they put our chairs so close together at work?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember-
That was it.
I mean, that was a glaring moment.
Yeah.
Because we're all there every morning.
I knew things were better when I could sit on your lap.
Yeah.
By the way,
When they let us sit next to each other.
I've always said that.
we've been inching our chairs closer
We
together. I don't think we realized when we were spread that far apart how weird it was,
Mm-hmm.
right? And all of a sudden, once we started moving closer, we were like, look at us, we're on top of each other.
Right.
But then it's like nothing's
normal.
changed.
Yeah.
But I remember looking at the monitor and going, oh, wow.
So
This
close.
is the way it used to be.
Right.
We're close again.
But Carson, you were kind of nervous.
You were.
It was just fast. It was
Yeah.
like for so long you go giving that ATM space everywhere you go to people out of respect, and then all of a sudden we're just so close, and it took a minute for me to get used to it.
You were still wearing your mask on set.
Well, 'cause
longer than-
on The Voice, there's different rules still in society at various workplaces, and so The Voice has a different set of rules than Today's Show. That's true. So I was wearing a mask. I didn't.
Remember when we were all in the studio together?
Mm-hmm.
When we
Yep.
all
Yep.
finally got in the studio
Yep.
together. I thought
It
that
was-
was one of those
Yes.
moments. I don't care how spread out we were.
It was the
Yeah.
week
It
before
was
Labor
cool.
Day.
Was that the week?
remember,
finally
Well, hold on. Let's back up. When we all first got together in the backyard,
yes.
Yeah.
just seeing each other
Right.
was a win in
Yes.
that moment, right?
Physically.
Forget that we were 6 feet apart.
Right.
So to get to this point
Right.
is
Look
like
at us,
a
cozied
home
up.
run.
I know.
Right?
It was emotional when we all got together again. Sorry, Mom said don't talk.
No, that's okay.
It's okay.
It's all right.
We won't
No,
talk
it was
Came to the wrong place.
I'll tell you, outside the workspace, your daughter's wedding. And folks were sweating and dancing and singing and hugging.
Everybody
like all,
was vaccinated.
Yes.
And having you guys there was meant the world. And it was. We heard from more and more people. Hey, wow, what a great! It was like a coming out party.
It was.
Right.
You know, and it was really terrific. And I was happy to pay for it.
Is it expensive coming up?
Just before that wedding, the New York Islanders were in the playoffs, and they had just opened up their place. So I went to that game, and that was 21,000 people in the barn screaming at a big time sporting event. That felt like, oh my gosh, we are back.
I think it's starting to feel that way. I felt that way at the gymnastics trials. It was weird, man. You sat there, and I actually think a lot of the girls were a little nervous because of that.
Yeah.
They were so used to practicing in a vacuum, and suddenly they're in a stadium full of people. But it did feel like old times, and also just reminded you like what you're missing.
And over this last week, just spontaneously, people have been showing up at the windows.
Yes.
More people. More people.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot
Every
of
day.
people.
With signs,
And
like
going,
the real
going
thing.
out and fist bumping people, and just it's like.
Well, the wedding we
taking
did that
pictures.
Hoda officiated the other day, that time we spent working on the plaza felt like the old days.
Yeah, that was the first time that we were actually interacting, standing outside.
You know, and that was the other thing.
What?
We came here last week with our family, and it was like, it felt like no time had passed. We were here,
Here at
Anthony was
Stratos.
helping us. The place was packed. Everybody was having a good time. It felt so good.
Let me
Just
ask you.
walking into a store and not having to wear a mask, I almost feel guilty. Like I say, should I wear a mask? And they
Right.
say, well, if you're vaccinated, you don't have
You
to.
don't
And
have
I'm
to.
like, I'm vaccinated.
Right.
I'll just wear my mask anyway.
Right.
I just don't. I can't. It's hard to make
hard.
that transition. It's not like turning off the light.
Right. Great.
That's
Takes
what,
some-
yeah. I mean, you had yours on today.
Yeah, I'm just still trained, and I we've all worn our masks for so long out of respect for other people.
Yeah,
So
sure.
I don't want to walk in a place all of a sudden without a mask with this bravado of like, I'm double vaxxed and I'm the man and I'm out of respect for somebody else. It's hard to break that.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world. Love it! Talent and perseverance inspiring America.
I've been preparing for a moment like this for my whole life. I have lots of songs and lots of stuff to share.
I want to show my daughter what it's like to overcome adversity.
So many reasons to cheer for that young lady.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I can track this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
So one of the other big changes, and we were thinking about this. I remember we were talking about a year ago from right now, when there was occasionally a nurse walking by. That's all you saw outside.
Oh, yeah.
That was it.
That was
not
it.
even
Or
not
construction
even
worker.
That was it. There was nobody else.
There was a time when it was just you and our camera operator Mason, and no one else. In the studio.
Nobody was there. And then you fast forward to like that kind of eerie, weird feeling of. And my first words I think I ever uttered every morning were the two of us. That was the first conversation you ever had. Was that one. But fast forward to now, you guys. We look outside.
Yeah.
Coldplay was on the plaza. We had her on the plaza. We're going to have more people on the plaza.
Tourists are walking by.
Tourists are walking
That's
by.
what I all of a sudden looking out while you guys are doing the news and stuff, and looking out and seeing people just strolling on 50th Street.
Without masks
Without
on.
It's funny. It's like I don't think we'll take these things for granted anymore. Seeing people who come to the plaza or having music out there, or even the people that we work with when they started adding back our camera operators. The sound guys, the floor directors,
Makeup and hair.
the
Right.
props folks. Yeah, hair and makeup. Let's just light a candle.
Some of
We
us
raise
don't
a
want
glass.
to-
Hold up.
Some
Hair
of
and
us
makeup.
don't want to-
Hair and makeup.
And everybody said amen.
Amen.
When are they going to bring the teleprompter back to the studio? Most important thing.
Jenny is back.
Yeah, she's back.
Okay,
She's in
okay.
the studio.
That's why
back.
Pop Star was
The
so
other thing that
smooth.
was so amazing to me was how quickly you forgot how quickly it went away. I mean, like you and I were the first ones out, and all of a
right,
sudden-
right,
and
right,
all-
right.
It was like, wait, what?
Right, lights out.
Okay, 2 weeks. Oh, no, wait, not so fast. But it was amazing how quickly it all shut down.
Yeah.
It's taking a little while to come back, but it's worth it.
It was also amazing how quickly everyone adjusted. Like in terms of our workplace, folks like the crews, like setting up those home studios,
technical
and,
staff.
like without
Boom.
really, didn't miss a beat at all.
I remember after 9/11 when I was at MTV in Midtown, we were contemplating, are we going to do another show the next day? And quickly it was decided we couldn't because the bridges and tunnels were closed, and we couldn't get a crew to Times Square. We couldn't get a camera guy. Wow. And during this pandemic, NBC News was incredible how quickly we were up running, because people need information. And in our business, no matter what's happening in the world at any cost, there are those outside of the people that you see on TV that truly make it happen.
I mean, it was pretty shocking. And I think, you could argue that we got a lot more interviews, a lot of people who wouldn't have normally been on this show because we could get them through Zoom. And all of a sudden you realize that you can have good conversations with people all across the country quickly without flying them in, without all those things. But
that was actually one of my most favorite parts of the pandemic. Like Hugh Jackman's like, oh wow, he lives like us.
Yeah.
Behind him.
Oh yeah.
The backgrounds were a big. That
Oh
was
yeah,
a
everybody
fun part
has
of the
Zoom
day.
rooms.
Yes.
You know,
Yeah.
people looking. Oh, look, what's there? Room Raider was that?
Room Raider, or how about the ring light that makes your wrinkles disappear? Like you put
I
that ring
discovered that
light
way
over?
too late in the pandemic.
I just got one last week. I'm so
I
mad.
got one like a month
if you
ago.
wear
It's like, where's this
glasses-
God light
I
been
know,
my whole
where
life?
has it been? Oh.
I love, but that is the one part because I'm an AV nerd and I loved playing, and every day we had stuff coming in from B&H, from different audio visual places. Look at
You
this!
loved that.
I loved it. Okay, I got a 60-inch monitor. I
You
got
were one
this.
of the first
I got that.
ones, Al, who had it going on. I mean, you literally had
He was
all
in-
your
he was in his
gadgets
garage. Remember
in your garage. You had an iPad. You had
Then he got
all
kicked out of the garage.
gadgets.
Then he was in the kitchen. He got
Right.
kicked out of the kitchen.
I was pleased when you stopped wearing the Oswego shirts every day though, because for a while.
I think Deborah.
Yeah, well, Deborah, between Deborah and Craig, it was like,
Yeah.
you got to step this up.
Yeah, and then you went to the zippy hoodie,
Yeah.
the zippy thing, and then you
I went to the
graduated.
half zip.
Half zip.
Went to the half zip.
and then you
Went
graduated.
to the half zip.
Yeah.
You know.
But now we get to see you in seersucker, pocket square,
Glasses.
with the,
You know what I do
pocket
miss?
watch.
Every
You know what I
day
do
is
miss?
What?
I do miss seeing Vale and Charlie.
Oh,
That I have to say, watching them pop up, literally, it was like so calming, and it felt so at home. I still remember just like
Calming
watching
for you.
Yeah.
I'm like, excuse me, Mr. Defense Secretary, out of here.
Right.
I don't know how you pulled that off, but even just at that 6:30 tease, they all were clamoring to get on, and I remember thinking how that's like the coolest, calmest
Little
thing in the
kids
world.
with bedhead.
Yeah.
Don't forget about her live-in tech as well.
Yeah.
Oh,
Feldy.
yeah, Feldy.
Feldy
the
was
Feldy.
amazing.
Oh,
Yeah.
Mike was
Feldy.
he
It was
really-
on
yeah.
headset.
Mike-
Her
like-
operations manager.
You and
Everyone-
Mike, my husband could be like in a relationship
Yeah.
because of the AV. Like
Yes.
he loved that tech stuff so much. It made all his dreams come true. He would dial in every morning, set his alarm, and
I
get us
remember
ready.
listening. You were doing. There was some problem with the mic, and he's troubleshooting.
Oh my
yeah.
God, I'd never
into it.
seen.
Oh, he's so into it.
Yeah.
And by the way, the graphics department.
No,
Jack.
Jack Daly.
Jack
needs-
Daly.
Jack get a little more.
Jack
props.
needs an agent. I mean, we get stopped now, and people
What?
are like, yo, you're the kid that holds the sign. Like
Are you
the
serious?
People just
They
and
recognize the arms.
That started out of a necessity. Yeah, he's like, look, it's me. That's me. It started out of necessity because once Field Ops came and put the studio in the house, I actually needed help.
Yeah.
Because, we have a newborn in the house with 4 children.
Yeah.
So I was, commissioning help from my children, and Jackson did it every single
How
day.
did it feel, Carson, when you came back to the studio?
It felt great.
Yeah.
And I don't know about you guys, but I started to harbor a little bit of guilt. I mean, I love my kids so much. I thought and I felt bad because it came at the cost of a pandemic where people are losing their lives.
Sure.
But I was so selfishly happy to be home with my kids
Yeah.
because I travel so much and I
Yeah.
never get a chance to see them. I thought, God, I
Yeah.
can work from home.
Yeah.
As soon as I'm done at 9:01,
Yeah.
I'm in my
Yeah.
bathing suit already and my
Yeah.
nice upper, and I'm going to
Yeah.
play with the kids. And
Yeah.
I loved that part. But after a while, the professional in me wanted to be in a studio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't move to New York to stay at home and work from home.
Right,
I moved to
right.
be with my colleagues, to be in the environment
Yeah.
that excites me and that we're lucky enough to get to do every day. So going back to see you guys and going back to doing the job was really important.
Yeah.
It was fulfilling again. Being home's great.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
Only for a finite amount of
yeah.
time.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
and important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you. Cheers. We've been watching Chanel bust a move all morning.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
Jenna, nearly 2 miles in the air.
Your Gampy would be so proud.
Oh, thank you, Al. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
How are your kids? How did Dell and Sibby do?
Dell and Sibby, again, from the very beginning, I was so impressed with how quickly they adapted, and they've done the same on the back end. Like they've, you know.
Plus, your wife was a superstar.
Oh,
Yeah.
my
She
wife
she gets props. big
Lindsay was
Those jokes
amazing.
every day online.
Still going.
Still
And
going.
the prayer section.
The prayer section every morning to start school. No, she was. We would not have probably gotten through the pandemic had it not been for my wife.
Well,
That's not, that's not hyperbole.
And she got COVID, right?
She did. She had
Had to
COVID.
go through that too.
And let me tell you, like we took it, we obviously took it very seriously. So we had to sequester her in the room, and it was me and the kids for 2 weeks.
Siri got a false positive during this whole thing, and for 24 hours until it came back and they had reversed it, it went to a lab. It was a whole thing. There was a period where I was like, oh my gosh.
Oh God.
She's sequestered in a room, and I have all 4 kids. Like, how do I do this?
right.
And then you're immediately a close contact.
Yes.
Just by vis-a-vis
Right.
your wife.
Sure. Yes.
So technically, you're not supposed to be. Like, I was on the phone with the doctor. Who's going to raise my children?
Let's come over.
Let's bring some wolves
How you
over.
did that?
Yeah.
Grace of God.
Mr. Mom, Michael Keaton.
Well,
There you go.
Lindsay was parenting by phone too.
Yeah.
Like she was able to FaceTime and tell the kids to not do stuff. So, no, the kids have adapted well. How about yours?
Same. Like, it's just so funny now how they look back at pictures and wonder why we didn't have a mask on before. And we still worry about our kids. They're not vaccinated. They're little and they're running around. But to see them in school with the plexiglass and the doing the tasks, and they did it every day. They were in the park with masks on. I was shocked. Hope was too little to wear a mask, which kind of made me feel good because I didn't want to have her all strapped up. But Haley got so used to it. And now we leave and she's like, Mom, do you have your phone? Do you have a mask?
Right.
That's what they
Mine
say.
too.
Oh, yeah.
It's
So
incredible how they roll
adapt.
with it. They get used to the mask. The day the CDC said, if you're vaccinated, you don't have to wear the mask outdoors, I picked up Vale at the bus stop with no mask. She comes down the bus stops with her mask and she's like, Mom, where's your mask?
Yeah.
Put it on. She was like,
Yeah.
she's got a job at the CDC waiting for
There
her.
you go.
You know, but it's just like they roll with it. They adapt to it.
I felt guilty almost in a way for all of you guys in that I just had Nick at home. And the time was 18, and he was loving it because he'd take his laptop and I said, "Where are you going?" He goes, "I'm changing class." And he was going from room to room.
Oh, that's what he did?
What he did. But it was great. I was like, after I finished the show, I would call Craig. I'm out on the lake. I'm sitting by a pool.
Living his best life.
It was.
Well, did Nick adapt to the mask and the rest of
Well,
it?
what was interesting is, especially for kids who have some special needs, in a way, this was somewhat helpful because a lot of these kids are not overly social. And so they could be social over Zoom, over their computer. And I was, I had to take him with me on a trip, and he was in school in the car, and I'm listening to him, how engaged he was with his teacher, with his classmates, and he really
thrived.
He loved it. He ended up with an A average for the year.
Did he really?
Wow, good for him.
We're moving, and day before yesterday, we were going through some papers, and at the beginning of the pandemic, it was suggested that you have kids write letters to, sort of cope with how they're feeling. And Del wrote a letter. And he said, I forget who it was to, but it said, "Dear blah, 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 please make the pandemic go away. Please have people stop dying. Please have people stop getting sick." And we were moving, and Lindsay and I read the letter, because we hadn't seen it since then. And just, puddles. Because we've started to forget just a year ago, like how scary it was for kids especially.
Well, I think that, NBC did that nightly news for kids.
Yes.
That Lester did. And it was really sort of born out of the idea that the information is so hard for kids to process that they would give a show for them coming from NBC. And Jackson, was a correspondent
My
for,
favorite
for the
correspondent,
year.
by the way.
And that was really, I think, was really cool. And he had a project where he had to write a letter, and he wrote a letter to President Biden, and Biden wrote him back.
That's
What?
right.
Wow.
What was the letter?
The letter was about, and he wrote it, and
Yeah.
then we sent it. He put it in mailbox, and then President Biden wrote him back just after being elected. And Jackson had written about, requesting some help with racial injustice and with mask wearing for the pandemic, and it was really incredible. So in our house, we had this letter that Jackson wrote, and the response from the president.
That's amazing.
Jackson spoke at commencement,
Wait, what?
Yeah, he graduated and
he spoke.
He spoke.
He
Yeah.
was a
What did he
speaker.
say? What did he say?
He just talked about thanking the administrators. I mean, one of the things during school Zoom that stuck out for me was a lot of our teachers, they have kids our kids' age.
Yep.
And as hard as we found it, I kept saying to Sierra, I'm like, look, we have to just put this in check. Think about this teacher.
Yes.
She's got this situation in her home, and she's teaching all. So let's, shout out to the not only first responders, but to the teachers.
Who are first responders?
He basically was thanking the administrators for making a year even possible.
Jackson does. He needs an agent.
Yeah, Jackson's
that's
so
amazing.
mature.
Yeah, no, it's.
Sign him.
Sign him up.
Yeah.
I think we got lucky that the pandemic, by and large, the kids in this country did pretty well, or globally actually did pretty well. If you think about had this COVID-19 strain been really rough on children, this really would have been a lot worse.
Story, yeah.
But emotionally, I think.
Edit that out, Jen. That's too.
Yeah, a lot of them are struggling, but they're hopefully coming back.
Yeah, they're doing good though.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Talent and perseverance, inspiring America.
I've been preparing for a moment like this for my whole life. I have lots of songs and lots of stuff to share.
I want to show my daughter what it's like to overcome adversity.
So many reasons to cheer for that young lady.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Talent and perseverance, inspiring America.
I've been preparing for a moment like this for my whole life. I have lots of songs and lots of stuff to share.
I want to show my daughter what it's like to overcome adversity.
So many reasons to cheer for that young lady.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Oda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you. Cheers. We've been watching Chanel bust a move all morning.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
Jenna, nearly 2 miles in the air. This is amazing! Yes!
Your Gampy would be so proud.
Oh, thank you, Al.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I've got one that just came to mind.
Tell us.
When we went down a few months ago to North Charleston to profile this principal who during the pandemic decided that he was going to pick up a second job at
That was
Walmart.
amazing, that story, by the way.
Oh, I love that guy.
That guy was incredible.
Well, he's Mr. Darby, and was one of these guys, could not have been more unassuming, and was just, he was like, oh shucks, why are you guys here? I took this job because my kids at the school, they just needed school supplies, and the parents, a lot of them had got laid off, and the guy just stepped up, and even when we went to talk to him, like he was just so surprised that we were there. Like it was just so, it's like, this is what I do, this is what we do. We take care of each other. That was probably a highlight. And I think it was probably more of a highlight because we had spent so many months covering death and despair.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Your gym, I mean, the time that I felt like the other day when you were hanging out with the gymnast, I was like, we're back, baby.
I did love that. I mean, that did make me feel like we were back 100% because, I felt it. But probably overall, like if I were thinking back, There was one guy who was a patient, and he decided that he was going to write a letter to every single person who helped him in this.
Oh, that was good too.
And he read it, and we surprised him by having all
those
the people
people there.
pop on. But I think because once you get out, you think, I dodged a bullet, and you go home. Think about any time you've been in the hospital for something.
Yeah.
I mean, how many times do you revisit and you say thank you? But to
Yeah.
be able to do it face to face and to watch, a lot of these doctors and nurses were crying because they needed that attaboy, that attagirl. And I remember thinking a thank you, a little thing like a thank you meant a lot, as you know, because that's what you do. Well,
Look,
that's what Elle does.
I got to go to one of the food banks in Connecticut. And it reminded you that how close people are living to the edge, because there were a lot of nice cars driving up, but people, when it comes down to it, needed help. But if it wasn't for those volunteers who run these food banks, a lot of folks would have gone hungry. And seeing people it was the dead of winter. It was freezing and cold, and
Kids
people
in the
were out
car.
with kids in the
Yeah,
car.
I
And
remember.
these folks who were helping, I mean, they had an assembly line going, getting food into people's cars. And that was kind of like, it restores your faith in humanity.
SG, what do you?
I mean, it's sad, but I can't get out of my mind the doctor who was a frontline worker and an emergency room physician and had the whole world. She had everything in front of her, and she took her own life, because the stress of the pandemic. And it's a sad story, but it's also a story that really inspires, because her sister and her brother-in-law have picked up her story, and they are doing incredible work to focus attention on the mental health of frontline workers. And that needs to be said. That work needs to be done. And so they have taken this painful episode, and it has galvanized them, and they are really making a difference. And I think, we look at it, okay, the pandemic, let's hope, is in our past in this country, mostly. We've got to remember our frontline workers, and some of those pains and some of those memories are going to be with them a long time, so we need to remember them. And that, for me, that story and that cause has stuck with me.
Carson, you spent a lot of time over the past year highlighting,
mental health.
Yeah, I mean, I think mental health took became a prominent part of the discussion of society in the last year during the pandemic, which was a good thing because nobody's talking about it, and I was able to do that through my own situation. But I think going back to what Savannah was saying, also for me back March, we were having a baby. And part of my anxiety, in general, my anxiety disorder, is that I can't control my nervous system. I run hot, like my adrenal system kind of like a Ferrari. And so I spend every day of my life trying to check and balance how I'm going to drive that Ferrari, and sometimes it's easier to control than others. At the height of the pandemic and then expecting to have a baby, my nerves were just exacerbated, as were so many millions of people going through similar situations. So, seeing the nurses in the hospital, dropping my wife off alone, pregnant, with masks on, and we were so scared. We didn't know what was what you could touch. This was new in the pandemic.
Yeah.
And then meeting the nurses when Goldie was born and realizing that these people, I want to go and retreat and hide in my home because I'm so nervous because I have this mental health situation. I want to hide like a little boy, yet there are people in society who, like firefighters, don't run away from the fire, they run into it. And we were, we got a chance to re-meet these incredible heroic folks, in the health sector, who went in and saved people's lives and had to act like their fathers or their brothers or their sisters and hold their hands. They had to do so much work behind closed doors. I think even today, we don't realize what the nurses and doctors really did. Because no one was allowed in the hospital.
Right.
I think by having a baby through that process, I had that window into the healthcare system, and it was just remarkable.
Celebration.
Oh,
Yes.
Celebration.
The roaring 20s, baby.
Yes.
Your mom is back.
Yes.
Tita.
Yes.
Your in-laws and
my parents.
your folks. And by the way, God bless you for shining a light on alcoholism and addiction with your dad with the book.
Yeah.
It's just, I think everybody's coming out and just feeling good. Like, we've come through something, and we're still going through it. But by God, thanks to a whole lot of people, we're able to live like America.
Yeah, talk about appreciating things you never even thought twice about in your life.
Right.
Like walking to the store with your kid without a mask on, or going to the beach, or getting in the car, getting on a plane, like stuff.
Going to the grocery store
like this,
Right.
with your
having a
friends.
meal out.
Meal out.
Yeah.
Being able to close talk.
Yeah.
Hug. And hug.
Needing breath mints again.
Yes.
In fact, I did talking Altoids. It's got to go up.
I did we do these things before the show where we talk to our different stations, and I knew Hodo and I were going to be doing something. I actually used mouthwash.
Oh, thank God.
Hodo went, wow, you smell minty fresh.
Kind of makes you wonder what he'd been doing for the previous year.
Well, you know.
We all let ourselves go.
Yeah.
Just a bit.
But we're back, baby. Woo!
We're back.
Cheers to being back.
Cheers.
I've got nothing left.
And to the
Once
discovery
again,
of the Aperol Spritz.
I drank the most.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day.
All day.
This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played.
The unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts.
Cold cut, cold cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today with simple exercises to strengthen your heart.
Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay.
Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you
Okay.
guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today All Day.
Hey, Today All Day. Up next on hashtag Cooking, Samadada is sharing her favorite ways to use up any oats that you have lying around. First up, she's baking an oatmeal chocolate chip cookie that's healthy enough to eat for breakfast. Then it's homemade granola with a savory twist.
If you like oatmeal raisin cookies, I will not judge you. But an oatmeal raisin cookie is simply not a cookie I want to be a part of. Personally, speaking for myself, I will opt for chocolate every single time. I know you have a little canister of oats sitting at the back of your pantry that maybe you're neglecting a little bit. But instead of teaching you how to make a traditional bowl of oatmeal, which I already know you know how to make, I'm going to show you how to hashtag upgrade your oats. Today we're going to be making my favorite oatmeal chocolate chip cookies with some added fun, coconut, and then a really easy savory granola. How's that for a plot twist? Let's get started. Oats, they are having a moment. They're everywhere these days, and for good reason. Oats are super versatile, they're really nutritious, and there's so much you can do with an oat to make it a star. But there are a lot of different varieties, so I thought I'd walk you through a few of my favorites. Welcome to my kitchen classroom. On today's agenda, Oats 101. These little guys are oat groats. I know, it's not the cutest name, but these are oats in their least processed form. They have a lot of fiber. And these are what they look like before they've been rolled out. They do take a bit longer to cook though, about 30 to 40 minutes, but they have a really nice nutty and chewy texture, which I find is really nice for a salad, similar to a barley or a farro. Next up, we've got my steel cut oats. These are simply oat groats that have been cut into this pinhead shape. Now, steel cut oats take about 20 to 30 minutes to cook. They've got a nice chewy texture, making it perfect for a slow weekend morning when you want to enjoy a bowl of oatmeal. Next up, we have got my Oat MVP, rolled oats or old-fashioned oats. These oats have been steamed and then rolled out into that iconic oat shape. These take only 10 to 20 minutes to cook, not too long, not too short, but they also have this really nice, springy, light texture without being too chewy. I find that old-fashioned oats are perfect for just about anything. An oatmeal chocolate chip cookie, some granola. I use them so much in my kitchen. And finally, we have our instant oatmeal. These are the most processed form of oats from our little lineup here, and what you commonly find in a little brown packet destined for your microwave. These are very mushy in texture, so I don't really cook with them or bake with them, but if you only have about 1 to 3 minutes in the morning to cook them, these are the oats for you. I won't judge you if you use them. When you're always stocked with oats, guess what you'll never run out of? Oat milk. Because that's right, you can make it yourself, and I'm going to show you how to do it. All you need to make your own oat milk at home is some old-fashioned oats, some cold water, and a good quality nut milk bag. When you're making your own oat milk, make sure to use old-fashioned oats. Steel cut is going to be a little bit too coarse, and instant is going to be too mushy, so we don't want to do that. Now, I'm just going to grab a measuring cup for my old-fashioned oats and measure some out. Old-fashioned oats secured. My blender is my BFF, and this oat milk comes together just in your blender. I'm going to add my old-fashioned oats to my blender. We've got some cold water. Make sure it's cold. We don't want any warm water here because the oats will get slimy. Nobody likes a slimy oat milk. Adding this in my blender. And finally, this is optional, but not if you're me, because I like a little touch of sweetness, a little bit of maple syrup. You can totally use a couple medjool dates too if you'd prefer. Just a touch. You can even add a little dash of cinnamon too if you're feeling like you want to live on the edge today with your oat milk. Now, all I'm going to do is blend it. Only 30 to 40 seconds. We don't want to over blend it because the oats will get kind of mushy. Okay, here we go. Oat milk is in our future. We're looking nice and creamy. Now, before I remove this from the blender, just want to show you, you can totally use a cheesecloth to strain, but I'm using a nut milk bag because it's a lot easier. I'm gonna prepare this in my pitcher. Now I'm just gonna pour in my oat milk. We're making oat milk. You just want to squeeze it a little bit so you get all of that oat milk out. This is precious. We worked hard for this. Okay, we didn't really work that hard for this, but we still want to get everything out. Look at how creamy that looks too. Like that's some thick oat milk. I love it. And look at how this nut milk bag is catching all of those little pieces of oats. We don't want that in our oat milk. We want that to stay secure in the bag. That's why it's nice to get a good quality nut milk bag, because then it makes it super easy to make your oat milk at home. All right, we're gonna set this aside. See you later. And now we have homemade, creamy, delicious oat milk. This stores well in the fridge for about 5 days. Make sure you stir it before you drink it because separation is totally normal. I like to use this oat milk in any recipe where I call for a non-dairy milk, whether that be in my chocolate chip cookie pie or even my date crumble bars. It's so delicious, it's so creamy, it's even amazing in your coffee. And you know what pairs really well with oat milk? Cookies. Luckily, I've got myself covered because we're gonna make my chocolate chip oatmeal cookies with a little bit of coconut. I'm gonna let this chill while I go grab the ingredients.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine. What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal?
What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Good evening tonight from Geneva, just hours away from his historic summit. Over 16,000 unaccompanied children tonight in custody. What's victory look like in this, or what does improvement look like? It's going to be a challenge to meet that 70% goal. Why is it so challenging?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
I have been there and done that with traditional stovetop oatmeal and overnight oats. Plus, I would choose a cookie over those two any day. So, to solve my persistent desire for cookies at all hours of the day, I'm going to show you how to make my favorite oatmeal chocolate chip cookie that's wholesome enough to eat for breakfast. So, let's get to it. I've preheated my oven to 350 degrees, and because I love being prepared, I have also lined my pan with some parchment paper. Now, we're gonna get to work on the wet ingredients. I'm gonna crack my egg in my bowl. Whisk that really nicely. We want no separation between the yolks and the whites. Okay. This looks great. Now I'm gonna add a little bit of almond butter. Mixing the egg and the almond butter together really well. All right, this looks smooth and creamy. Now I'm going in with my melted and cooled coconut oil. Straight in there. We are actually going to be adding some shredded coconut into these cookies, so I find that the coconut oil really complements that super well. It's also a nice butter replacement in these cookies too. Mixing everything together. Everyone needs to become friendly. Perfect. Now I'm gonna add some vanilla extract. Can't have my cookies without it. And finally, for my sweeteners, maple going in. Maple adds that really warm and almost breakfasty taste to these cookies. And then we're adding some coconut sugar. Coconut sugar and maple syrup are my favorite sweeteners to use together. I find that they complement each other really well. They create this really golden taste in these cookies. Because coconut sugar is really fragrant, it's gonna go really nicely with that coconut oil and that shredded coconut that we're gonna be adding into the cookies later. My wet mixture looks perfect, honestly. I have to give credit to myself. Now, I'm gonna move on to my dry ingredients. For these cookies, I'm using a combination of almond flour and oat flour. If you don't know what oat flour is, get ready to have your mind blown. All it is just oats ground up into a blender until you get that fine powder, like a flour. Then we get oat flour. How fun and convenient is that? Easy to make at home. You can also buy it from the store. Oat flour going in. We're having an oat moment with these cookies. We love oats. Gonna also add some almond flour. Almond flour is really dense, oat flour is really light, so I find that they create a really nice combination and a really nice texture in these cookies. Okay, we're gonna whisk that up. Whisking our almond flour and our oat flour together really nicely. And now, because I'm fun, I'm gonna add some shredded coconut. Make sure you buy unsweetened shredded coconut because we've got the sugar already, we don't need to add more into our coconut. Now, for our star, these would not be oatmeal chocolate chip cookies without some oats. So, I'm using old-fashioned or rolled oats here. Oats going in. Time for a little baking powder. And a little pinch of salt. The salt is gonna balance out the sweetness, really bring it out. It's gonna heighten all of those flavors. whisking everything together nicely. We want a fully incorporated dry ingredient mixture here. Dry mixture taking a journey. Beautiful. I'm gonna fold my dry and wet ingredients together until everyone is fully incorporated. So we wanna make sure we're not seeing any remnants of that flour mixture, right? We want it to be fully incorporated. You'll see how that color changes. Everyone looks really nicely incorporated, really well mixed. Thorough, we wanna do a thorough job here. I mean, listen, this is like a bowl of oatmeal, right? This counts, a cookie, an oatmeal cookie, same thing. Okay, this is controversial. I'm gonna put my spatula down for this. If you like oatmeal raisin cookies, I will not judge you. But an oatmeal raisin cookie is simply not a cookie I want to be a part of, personally, speaking for myself. I will opt for chocolate every single time. So, I'm gonna fold in some chocolate chips. I measure chocolate chips with my sole, as you can see. I will be saving these to top the cookies with before they go into the oven. I want a few more. I changed my mind. Just a few. Breakfast, anyone? Okay, we're gonna fold the chocolate in really nicely. And this is a beautiful cookie dough situation I've got here. Okay. Time to make our cookies. Perfect. I'm using a cookie scoop here just to get some nice even cookies. Want them all to be about the same size, and then they're gonna cook evenly too. That is a huge chunk of chocolate chips I just got. I'm not mad about it at all. Okay. And I'm just gonna use my fingers just to flatten them down slightly. Not too much, just a little. This one has so many chocolate chips. That's the one I'm going for. I already know this. I've already made up my mind. I like making these cookies at the start of the week because I'm eating them for breakfast. It's kind of nice to have on hand. And even if you have a different breakfast, okay? Even if you're having your eggs or whatever else you eat for breakfast, you can totally have one of these after with a little cup of coffee. How does that sound? Pretty good? I know, because I do it all the time. You know what these remind me of also? Just like a really glam granola bar. Like a granola bar, but like make it a cookie. I've got some extra dough here. I will be baking these off later, but I do want to add a couple extra chocolate chips on top for fun. I went pretty heavy on the chocolate chips and the dough already. And I honestly love that for me. I'm gonna bake these in the oven 10 to 15 minutes until it's nice and golden brown around those edges. I'm so excited to have some oatmeal breakfast cookies after this.
Hey friends, want to try this tasty recipe from Sama? Well, just text food to 34318 and we will send it right to your phone.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it! Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Cookies for breakfast, anyone? I mean, look at how textured they are, right? They've got the oats, they've got the chocolate chips, they've got coconut. There's a lot going on here. Perfect for breakfast, but also for any time of the day. I'm not gonna, say that I can't have this after dinner, because I can. I'm so excited to eat them. And you know what I'm gonna eat them with? Some homemade oat milk, because I'm having an oat moment today. And I'm just gonna have all of the oats. I mean, look at that. So fluffy. You know what this needs? You know what this needs? It needs to be dunked in some oat milk. It just has to happen. Okay, I gotta get my camera out first because this is a perfect photo op. All right, it's taking the plunge. Oh my God, okay. All right, here we go. I'm so good, I'm just losing cookies everywhere. Okay, I need a sip of oat milk. You might, and no disrespect to your bowl of oatmeal, but you might want to abandon it after you try these cookies. I'm just saying, I'm being honest, I'm going in for more. Someone hold me back. No, really, someone hold me back. Oh, you thought I was done helping you upgrade your oats? Well, you are mistaken, because up next, I have my plot twist savory granola. I'm super excited to make it. I'm gonna go grab the ingredients.
Hey, Today food fans, hungry for more? Just text food to 34318 to get all the recipes you see here on Today All Day. Don't delay. We know your tum-tum is grumblum.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Tonight, we're on the scene as the urgent search for survivors is underway after the deadly collapse of a high-rise building.
Buildings don't fall down in America like this.
The Delta variant. What does this mean for people who are fully vaccinated?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine. What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
When you think of granola, you're probably thinking of those sweet clusters of nuts and oats to top your yogurt. But have you ever thought about a savory version? I know it's a plot twist, but savory granola is one of my favorite snacks. I was inspired to make it by traditional Indian snack mixes, and I cannot wait for you to try it. We want the savory granola to have lots of flavor, so to start, we're gonna make a little olive oil spice mixture. In my bowl, I'm gonna add some extra virgin olive oil. Olive oil is gonna help us get that nice, crisp, golden color and texture that we really want. Now, for some more flavor, I'm gonna add some coconut aminos. Coconut aminos going straight in there. Coconut aminos are made from the sap of coconut palms, and it's actually very similar in taste to a soy sauce, but it's gluten-free. So if that's important to you, there you go. We always have to have spice. I always have to have spice. I can't live my life without it. So we're gonna add a couple of my favorites. Cayenne. Cayenne is gonna add some heat, some spice. It's gonna really kick this flavor up a notch. Now I'm gonna add some garam masala. Garam masala is a very common Indian spice blend. It contains pepper, cumin, cloves. It's super warming, super fragrant. I love using it in my savory granola. I'm gonna add a little pinch of salt. Nothing is complete without a little pinch of salt. And now, because we have a lot of spice, a lot of flavor, a lot of savory elements going on here, I wanna add a little bit of honey just to balance out that saltiness. I love honey. Just a touch, not too much. That honey is gonna give that really nice, sweet and salty balance that I love so much. Now let's whisk everything together. Make sure it's really well incorporated. We want all of the spice, all of the flavor to be evenly whisked together. It's pretty potent. All right. This is nice and well mixed. Now I'm gonna move on to my dry ingredients. I like using a variety of nuts and seeds here because it's really fun to play with different texture and flavor. Every single nut and seed has a different flavor profile, so it's fun to add them all together and just have a little crunch, a little texture, something different in every bite. So I'm gonna start with my sliced almonds. I use almonds so much in my kitchen, from almond butter to raw almonds. They're super versatile and I just love the taste. I'm gonna add some raw cashews, super buttery and delicious. Now we're gonna go for some pecans. Pecan? I say pecan. In there. I'm gonna add some pumpkin seeds. You can add sunflower seeds here too if pumpkin's not your jam. Pumpkin seeds add that nice green color too. It's kind of pretty. Okay, now we're gonna add some sesame seeds. These are gonna be so delicious when they're nice and toasty in the oven. I love it. Now, this wouldn't be granola without oats. Cannot have granola without our oats. Adding the oats straight into my mixture. Now we mix them all together. Make sure that you're using raw, unsalted nuts here. We are gonna be roasting them in the oven with some olive oil and spices, so you don't need to buy roasted and salted nuts. Look at how fun and textured this is, so many different colors. And it's about to get a lot of flavor. Time to add my olive oil mixture straight on top of my nuts, seeds, and oats. Leave no spice left behind. Come on, you can do it. Okay. Now we're gonna mix everything together. We want a very well-spiced, savory granola. So every piece has to be coated by some olive oil and spice. It already starts to smell so good, so flavorful. This is such a fun and easy portable snack too. We are looking nice and well mixed. Now it's time for the pan. Make sure you get all of those little resistant oats. They'll have a better life as savory granola. Okay, make sure that you're spreading your granola out really well, really evenly. We want everyone to have personal space, some room to breathe. This way we can ensure a nice and even, crisp bake. We are ready for the oven. I'm gonna bake this 45 to 50 minutes at 325 degrees in the oven. Make sure you toss it every 10 minutes or so to ensure that it gets nice and golden brown. Look at my gorgeous golden savory granola. I've let this cool completely. Make sure you let it cool for at least 15 minutes. First of all, it's a little bit too hot to handle as it comes out of the oven. And when you cool granola, it crisps up as it cools. I'm gonna store this in my cute little container, which I promise I can get the lid off because I'm strong. There we go. I love to store these in little mason jars or little jars like this, just so it's nice to have a snack on hand. So the next time you are craving a potato chip or a cracker, this is just a more unique and fun savory snack to snack on. You've got a lot of different flavors. You can customize it with your favorite nuts and seeds as well. So whatever you have in the pantry, you've got some sunflower seeds, you've got some walnuts, feel free to sub that in. Look at that nice golden color. So good. I've got most of my savory granola into my little jar. And you know what I also like to do with this? I like to put it on a salad. Think of this as the fun cousin to your croutons. Yeah, they're your crouton cousins. Crunchy, savory, really pretty. You've got those nuts and seeds and you've also got a lot of flavor there. Look how nice that looks. This is a super simple salad. I just did a little bit of olive oil, lemon juice, salt and pepper. This granola though, it adds a secret touch. Mmm, it's so good. It's so salty, but it's got heat and flavor. Wait, I need more. Like you've got so many things going on, right? Different nuts and seeds. Gives it a lot more texture, makes it more interesting to eat. You've got something new in every bite. I mean, have you ever seen a salad topped with granola before? I think I have to document it. I mean, look at that, it looks so pretty. Croutons? I don't know you. I mean, come on. I'm obsessed, I'm obsessed. Sweet granola, I'm coming for you. I hope this has inspired you to upgrade your oats. If you're neglecting them in your pantry, let them live. Let them live as savory granola, as some delicious oatmeal cookies. Oats are really an MVP.
All right, we don't like to pick favorites, but if we did, and we will, Ken Jeong would be on our list.
He is the funniest. From the Hangover franchise to Crazy Rich Asians, Ken's roles are always hilarious. And now Ken's entertaining younger fans in the new animated and live-action movie, Tom and Jerry.
Okay, so Ken plays a famous baker. He's designing a cake masterpiece for the wedding of the century, putting him smack dab in the middle of a cat and mouse game. Ken, good morning. Okay, Ken, it's so. First of all, you make us laugh right when you showed up in the teas. We were so happy. But speaking of cake mishaps, Ken, I mean, I know this is something that's in the movies, but you know a little something about this. You've been married to your bride for a while now. Did you guys have some kind of an issue back in the day?
Yeah, we got married about 16 years ago, and no, exactly 16 years ago. Shout out to my wife, love you, ho. And we had a cake.
Why did you say that? Wait, pause for people who don't.
I said ho. My wife's last name is Ho. Look it up. I'm fine. Everyone relax. Early morning. We had a cake, and it was a cream cake, and it got melted. And it was like on like 4 tiers, and it was about to topple over, and the chef, to save the cake from falling down, literally put his hands in the cake, and it was like this. So in front of 200 people with this cake, it was about to topple over. And so needless to say, in that scene you just saw, I can completely relate. And I mean, in real life, we had a sense of humor about it. We laughed for weeks, and to the point that we still talk about it to this day. There she is.
She's
my
beautiful.
lovely bride. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Ken.
Last name is Ho. Relax.
We were wondering. Ken, this movie, we were just talking about how odd it would be to act to, it's like part cartoon, part live action, right? So like you had to pretend that little mouse, Tom, is it Tom or Jerry? I forgot, was on the cake. Jerry is the mouse. I watched the film with my kids and they loved it, by the way. Okay, you're right, but I get them confused. Yeah. But so what is it like to act with like a cartoon,
It's hard. I mean, just because you're working with computer animation, and you're also. But the director of Tom and Jerry, Tim Story, is a dear friend of mine. We did Ride Along 2 together with Kevin Hart, and so we have a shorthand, and we work very well together. And on top of that, the visual effects team, shout out to them, because like you said, to your point, it is harder to react off of your imagination versus a live action scene partner. Acting is really reacting off someone's energy. So it can be a little bit more mentally fatiguing, even though this is, it's a job of a lifetime. But I really give a shout out to the visual effects animation team at Tom and Jerry, as well as Tim Story. Right. They're both amazing.
Well, we have to ask you about something off topic right now. We read that your first attempt at comedy was when you were doing a mock male beauty competition. Congrats.
Yes. Did you win?
Well, thank you. I was second place, which is what my mom said was better than winning. And it was called Mr. Buccaneer. It was my high school mock male beauty pageant at the end of my senior year. And I was a shy kid, but I was like a popular shy kid. And so I was nominated to be one of the contestants. Wow. And it was really I'd never done any comedy or theater in high school. I was not even at all considering a career in performing. And it was my first time like doing any sort of comedy. And in the swimsuit competition, I was posing like Arnold Schwarzenegger or like Mr. Olympia, and in a swimsuit. And I just got like a standing O.
Of course you did.
It's still it was one of my favorite moments, and it really. And then I played a Lionel Richie song as part of the talent competition, and sang 3 Times a Lady, and it literally was like
we want to hear that
Dynamite moment.
All right, we want to try to get to something, Ken, that I think you're gonna like, a little rapid fire.
Shall we do it? Okay, ready? This is called I Do or I Do Not, and this is what we have to do, having to do with weddings, because that's how the film is about this epic wedding. Ready? I do or I don't sing in the shower.
I don't.
You don't sing in the shower?
Okay. All right, let's move on. I do or I don't embarrass my kids in the background while they're on a Zoom call.
I like that you made your own graphic.
I'm very respectful.
Don't? Oh. Wow, we're surprised.
No. I'm well behaved, guys. I'm well behaved.
Okay. I do or I do not know how to bake an edible cake.
This game is getting redundant. So sorry.
You don't. It's okay.
I don't do a lot of things, apparently.
Well, do you manscape? I do or I don't manscape.
Wow.
How? What? How?
Okay, I don't. All right, just checking. Well, you never know, Ken.
No, honestly, I'm blushing, Ken.
Man, why? I didn't know I'd get this hard-hitting, like, hour one journalism right now. So, geez Louise, guys.
All right.
Wow.
But wait, Ken, there's more. No, there's not more on that. But we did learn that you sent us a little something,
this
a surprise.
This is so sweet of you. We can't wait to see what's under the red bag.
I mean, in a pandemic, in a quarantine, it's hard to, be there in person. But I made this myself, and I just love you guys so much, and thank you for all the support. And I'm not much of a cook, but I made that.
Is that us on the cake?
That's us.
Yeah, no, it is you.
You made those?
You asked.
You made those?
Yeah, no, I made them myself. Yeah, it took like 3 cheese graters and a spoon, and I had to
Wait.
It took about a month to
Those
make.
are cheese
Those are
sculptures?
cheese. We're saving them forever.
Oh
we
my
have
gosh,
to.
I love a cheese sculpture.
We do want to thank Sarah Kaufman Sculptures. I mean, apparently you are an imposter.
Sarah helped out.
Yeah, Sarah helped out.
I was going to say, did you make it or Sarah?
Really going hard today. Oh my God! From landscaping to cheese counterfeit cooking. How dare you?
We love you, Ken. Okay, if you could use a laugh, and we bet you can. Who better than this guy to give it to us? Our friend, the hilarious Ken Jeong.
No one can steal a scene quite like Ken, which was on full display in movies like the Hangover franchise and the more recent blockbuster hit Crazy Rich Asians.
I loved his hair in that. Now Ken's back. He's on the judges panel of The Masked Singer with a new crop of costume celebrities facing off on the mic, and the guy is pulling double duty. He's hosting a new fun show. By the way, I can't wait to see this one. It's called I Can See Your Voice. Take a look.
Honestly, everyone here on this stage is pulling for you to win that money. Yes. Waiting in the shadows are 6 secret voices, all claiming to be incredible singers. However, some of them are fakers with voices so bad that your ears will hate you forever. And that is a medical fact.
Medical fact. Hello. How you doing, Ken?
Fine. Thank you for having me. Hi, guys.
Ken, how can you be doing? Okay, first of all, what are we calling this day?
We're calling this day, and we're actually started a petition.
Yeah, it's a big petition.
We're calling it Ken's Day. Should we change it?
Ken's Day, Wednesday. What?
Is that something you've been trying to make sure that the local chambers of commerces are changing around our country?
Yes, I've been busy petitioning city councils everywhere, and they all come collectively united, galvanizing every city councilman to say no.
The answer is no.
So it's really cool that everyone's united against calling it Ken's Day.
Well,
So I'm honored.
Are you a little worried you're spreading yourself too thin? I mean, look at you. You're on both of these shows. I love the idea of this second show idea. This concept is brilliant.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm just so grateful, to even be on the air, even to have a career in television. So first of all, and second of all, I'm greedy and I only have 2 shows. I'd like to have 85, and so I'm only 83 away. I like in my household, I make our kids and even my dog call me Asian Seacrest, and that's very important to me. Really important to get that goal.
Okay, Ken, your new show is all about whether one can sing or not. If we gave you a song, would you be able to sing it for us? How's your voice?
I can carry a tune poorly, so I can sing a little bit. It depends on it depends on song choice, but a trained musician would say I can't sing, and they have.
I love the panel too of people you have on that show. How did you have to call them up and get them to come on, or was it was that an easy sell?
In terms of I was there. I think we all arrived on the show at the same time, and in terms of I Can See Your Voice and getting that panel, I did call in a lot of favors. I got some of my Masked Singer friends, Nicole Scherzinger and Robin Thicke. They're both musical guests as well as panelists. Cheryl Hines is a dear friend of mine, and from Curb Your Enthusiasm. Adrian Houghton was the flamingo on The Masked Singer. Was first runner-up, I believe, the 2nd season. So they're the 2 regular panelists on the show, and they help the contestant find out if the singer is good, quote unquote, good or bad. They're all good people. We just want to see what the voices are.
Can we just have to get to something that's really important? You have started a podcast with your frenemy, Joel McHale.
Yes. He's been trashing you, by the way, left and right.
We have to tell him what he said. He actually called you a terrible doctor.
Yeah, terrible.
What do you say to that? A terrible doctor.
No, he's called me. He said, and what I appreciate about Joel, he says it to my face. It's not behind my back. He says it on the air globally, and he's told me to my face, how you're a disbarred. I said I wasn't. He goes, you're a horrible actor and a doctor. And I was like, that's all relative. That's all subjective. They said my acting was so bad in one particular movie, I was sued for malpractice. I'm like, you can't sue an actor for malpractice. So
you had him on that one.
It is our friction.
Do you have anything to say about him?
That creates content.
Do you have something you want to say about him?
Oh, Joel, he is, and I mean this with all my heart. He's a great father. He's a good man. Otherwise a horrible person on set and on a podcast. And when it comes to me, he brings out the worst in me. He brings out the worst callous instincts, and he's an embarrassment to be around. And I really mean it. And that's just a diagnosis, guys. That's not a personality. That's not
from a qualified doctor, which, by the way, you are.
Horrible.
Ken, hang on. Will you take? We're going to take a little break, and then we want to meet your better half.
Yes.
Tran is going to be joining you, and we want to meet your better half, and we're going to play a little game with the two of you. Okay?
Yes.
Okay. We'll be back right after this.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Tonight, we're on the scene as the urgent search for survivors is underway after the deadly collapse of a high-rise building.
Buildings don't fall down in America like this.
The Delta variant. What does this mean for people who are fully vaccinated?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We are back with Ken Jeong, who has 2 shows.
Stop showing off, Ken.
He has 2 of them. Season 4 of The Masked Singer, and followed by the brand new game show, I Can See Your Voice.
Yeah, Carson's mad that you're using the word voice. But anyway, will the real doctor please stand? Because joining Ken is his lovely wife. We love her too, Tran. And we're about to find out how well he knows her.
Yes.
All right. So here's the thing. We did ask Ken some questions, Tran, okay, about you. And we're going to see how well he knows you. All right.
Wait, we asked Ken some questions.
Yeah.
She's going to tell us how well she knows
him.
Correct?
Wait.
Yes.
No. Okay. Okay. How well he knows her. All right. Ready?
Okay.
Okay. So Ken was asked this question, Tran. What is your favorite meal? So.
Okay. And I say it?
Yes.
This is going well. Wait. Okay. Did you write it down somewhere? Or you just go on 3.
Yes,
why don't you guys both say it?
I wrote it down in my mind grapes.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Crap.
Oh, yes.
Correct.
Boom.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Tran, what is your
I didn't write
favorite?
it down. I'm sorry, we were bad doctors.
Tran, what's
bad
your
doctors.
No, you're not. You're good doctors. What is your favorite thing to do?
Okay. Wait. Pause. Think about it for a second. 1, 2, 3.
Hiking. Or being with the kids. Being with me.
Wait,
Go Bigs.
Tran, what's your favorite thing to do?
That's her last name, guys. Give me something, ho. Come on.
Yes, being outside.
Being outside.
No,
Yeah,
you said hanging out with friends. That's what you said her favorite thing to do was.
What did I say that? I forgot.
Yes, you did. All right, here's a very important one.
Thank God this is not live.
Yeah, this is really great.
All right, ready? Okay, here you go. What?
How dare you, ho?
Does that ever get old, Tran? Okay.
It's so old it could vote right now.
Okay.
All right, here you
Tran,
go.
this is a really important one, right?
Yeah.
What is your biggest pet peeve about Ken?
1, 2, 3.
I'm messy. Yeah,
This office.
Yeah, this office.
I thought you were saying this
office.
person.
I mean, we only show the clutter. I can call it like it
Move
is
around.
so it is so messy around here. I can't even.
You can't even move it.
It's a whole mess behind. It's a whole mess behind
there
it.
are piles and piles of papers
Yeah,
and
it's-
junk and garbage. He's like a hoarder.
Garbage hoarder. We learned so much
Right.
about the two of you, really.
Wait, what else about the hoarding? We need more.
Oh, no. It was just hoarding, not.
Piles and towers
Yes.
of things that are falling onto the ground.
No, Hoda,
Okay.
talking about hoarding. Yeah, it's just a lot of alliteration.
All right, you guys are fun. Ken, Tran, we want to thank you so much. Thanks for hanging out with us. Ken.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing. Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine. What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. Talent and perseverance, inspiring America.
I've been preparing for a moment like this for my whole life. I have lots of songs and lots of stuff to share.
I want to show my daughter what it's like to overcome adversity.
So many reasons to cheer for that young lady.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today we have someone special to
We
help us
do.
celebrate. Should we introduce everybody to our pal, Ken Jeong?
Happy Margarita Day to you. Happy Margarita Day to you. Happy Margarita Day to Day Show. Happy Margarita Day
Yes. Look at Ken.
Look at
Ken.
You know why he's walking all cocky?
Why? Back straight, head held high.
Yes.
Why?
Because he knows he's got a hit Netflix comedy special. And it's filthy, and it's one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
And the title?
I hated myself for
Should we say the
laughing.
title?
You complete me, ho.
We should point out that ho.
Right. It's my wife. It's
What's
my
her
wife.
name?
She's Vietnamese, doctor, last name Ho. I married a Ho. So it's all street legal. I can say whatever I want. Get in the car, Ho. Make me a drink, Ho. You complete me, Ho. So that's the title. My wife's idea. My wife's idea to name it that. She came up with the title. Yep. She really did.
So you got to love her,
Look how
right?
beautiful she is.
She's a saint. She's a comedic saint.
So you guys have been together how long?
I don't know. I just don't know Oh no, we've been together for 16 years, married for 14. Yeah.
Was she funny? I mean, she's a serious doctor. You talk about how you're the terrible doctor. You're like a phony doctor.
Right, very much.
Even though you got a degree or something.
Right.
But she's like a real doctor.
She's a real doctor. She still practices, and no, like my best man at my wedding said this actually. Well, Ken makes people laugh, but Tran makes me laugh, and that's like she's the funniest person I know, and literally we have a very identical taste in comedy, and she just gets me.
Do you still
shout out to the hall, So just what?
Do you still make her laugh, or has she heard your material?
She does. Lately, there's a little bit more eye rolling from the Ho lately. That she's kind of used to my moves. I get it, Ho. I won't take it personally. I'm sorry, you completely hoed up. It's all for you.
It's all for...
Sorry. I
now-
forgot where I was.
I forgot that this was your first special.
Yes, my first.
Really? Yeah.
This is my first headlining Netflix comedy special.
You didn't seem nervous.
I would. Yeah, I'm a good actor, but I was definitely very nervous.
You're not that good.
I'm very.
We've seen your movie.
Who are you, my agent and manager? How dare you? Gosh.
I'm the friend that tells you the truth.
Yeah, you are. You're a true sayer. You're a true sayer.
So the people who were in the audience, was your wife in the audience for that?
My wife was in the audience,
yeah.
and it was really just to have her in the audience was very touching, and at the end of my set, I actually talked about she's a breast cancer survivor, 10 years cancer-free, and so I actually, in many ways, it's a love letter to my wife, and I detail kind of the heroic fight and the successful fight that she had, and I lace it with very naughty jokes, but it's a lot of heart with the silly, stupid jokes.
Comedy and tragedy, they're so close. I mean, I
there
think
is a fine line sometimes. Yeah.
And it's sometimes comedy that gets you through the tragedy in your life.
Yes.
So even during her darkest moments, were you guys laughing about stuff?
It's funny you say that because, yes, in the short answer, even while she was going through chemotherapy, there is something to say about, and I didn't detail this in the act, but we would do just kind of dark gallows humor that in the context was really more therapy that would get us through that. So she is just, I just feel like she's such a, even if we weren't married, we would be really good friends, and she's such a strong person, and I think part of her strength is her sense of humor. I think she really got it through. She's definitely my hero.
Did she believe, like when you said, I'm going to do Crazy Rich Asians, or I'm going to do this comedy special? The Hangover. Was she somebody who cheered you on and said, you've got to do that? Or did she say, honey, why don't you try to do something a little... She was with you?
Even in The Hangover, it was my idea to be naked in The Hangover.
God.
I ran it by the Ho, and she said
you're guaranteed to get a laugh every time.
And she said she actually said it will be the feel-good movie this summer because every guy will go home feeling good about themselves. So.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
Meaning to the expression, rise and shine.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
I don't know if you guys know this about Ken. You may know this.
Yep.
Ken is not only an actor, he's not only a comedian, he's a doctor.
Yes.
The man is a doctor. Okay, so just remind us, because I think some people are looking at you and going, you could have been a doctor, you could have been like, living that life. No. Why did you choose not to not practice?
Yeah, for me, even when I was in college, I always wanted to be an actor, but I did not know if I could make it in show business with, my look, which is, I know, hunky, but I just didn't know if acting was a viable, occupation for, the short little Asian actor.
Well, didn't your parents say, we paid for all this, med school, what are you doing?
Yeah, no, when I quit my medical job, my parents were not happy. My strict traditional Korean father was like, you bring great shame to Jung family. And then after The Hangover, we are so proud. So proud. Can I have S-Class Mercedes? Okay, Papa. Okay, Papa.
Was there ever a point before you hit it in the Hangover movies that
Yeah.
you said, you know what? I think I made the wrong turn. I think I should go back to the medical world. Was there,
No, I've always followed my passion, and this now I have two 11-year-old twin girls,
Wow.
Alexa and Zoe. There they are, right there, Alexa and Zoe, my wife Tran, and I encourage them now, follow your own path. Just you know, I feel like my whole life has been following my passion and just seeing where that takes me, and just kind of keep following your passion. Very simple.
There are a lot of college kids who I think go down a path because they think they should.
Yes.
And then I know there has to be a conversation somewhere where you stand up. Do you remember the conversation that you had with your dad and when you told him, like, this is the way it's going to be? How did that go?
You know, when I made the decision, it was a constant dialogue going on for years, to be honest. And so when I decided to leave medicine, and my wife, who's also a doctor, who knew she married a comedian at heart, she said, you know, I fully support what you're doing.
Yeah.
And my father, to his everlasting credit, says, look, I've always said you need the support of your family if you're going to make a watershed decision like this.
Yeah.
Your wife is now your family. If she supports you, you have my unconditional support.
Wow.
So shout out to my papa.
It's a big day. I don't know if all the men know this. It happens to be National Men's Grooming Day.
You're welcome.
National Men's, and since we have a real hunk of man here.
Thank you.
Okay.
You read it just as I wrote it. Mm-hmm.
All right. Grooming tips for all the shout out to the fellas who are watching. We're gonna play a little game of can do or no can do. All right, it's a grooming edition. Are we ready? You ready?
Nobody? Okay.
Okay. Can do or no can do? Get a mani-pedi.
No can do. I don't do those.
You don't do mani-pedis?
I don't do mani-pedis.
How come?
You know, it's just, I just don't.
Like sitting there?
I don't like sitting there. No, I really don't.
Do you cut your nails with clippers?
Yeah. I'm a trim nail guy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But clean.
But clean. Oh,
Let me
very
see.
clean.
Let's see what you
Look
got
at that.
going on.
Look at that.
Oh, yeah, they are.
You know?
No, they
Look at
look
that.
buffed.
Huh? Thank you.
Do you buff?
Huh?
Do you buff your nails?
No, I don't buff. They're naturally shredded. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Can do or no can do? Ever rocked a mustache?
I did for this movie Role Models that I did. It was this peach fuzz that I grew out for 4 months, and it looked horrible. But my character was supposed to have a horrible looking mustache.
Oh, and so it worked.
So it worked.
Could you grow one or no? It's impossible.
It's pretty bad.
No, okay,
It's
not
pretty
happening.
bad.
Can do or no can do? Brought a photo of a celebrity to the hairstylist and said, cut my hair like this guy.
I actually have brought photos of myself to my stylist, and I said, I want to look like this. And the stylist just laughed and laughed and laughed.
Where do you get your hair cut?
I get it. There's a salon in my neighborhood, and I go to Farrah in Calabasas, rocking the dude.
Okay.
Thank you, Farrah.
Can or no can do? Gone more than 2 days without showering?
No, I like to shower. I like to keep myself.
Hello and welcome to Consumer Confidential on Today All Day. I'm NBC News investigative and consumer correspondent Vicky Nguyen. Tune in each week for insider tips on the products and services that make an impact on your daily life. This week, we look at how common beauty treatments can go horribly wrong. Plus, are skincare products like LED masks worth the hype? And what you should look out for when buying designer labels from your favorite bargain stores. All that and more just ahead.
Some popular cosmetic treatments.
They promise to renew your skin, fill in wrinkles, or laser away age spots.
But some women are finding serious complications and side effects. So we have NBC News investigative and consumer correspondent Vicky Nguyen. She's back with us this morning. This is a good one.
Yes, it affects a lot of us women, men too, because they're getting more into the game, taking care of their faces. It's your face. It's what you show to the world every day. If you want to give it a little boost, why not? But with so many treatments out there, we're going to share some important tips to make sure you get the results you want.
Beauty treatments gone bad. This Missouri woman says she went in for microblading, a procedure where a semi-permanent tattoo is used to create fuller brows, but she left with 4 eyebrows. Heather Muir, the beauty director for Real Simple and Health Magazine, posted these Instagram photos after a red carpet facial from a master esthetician left her skin scratched and raw.
Everyone wants to know why my top lip doesn't move. Right here.
Even celebs like Brandi Glanville, who shared on YouTube saying she had laser hair removal on her upper lip that paralyzed part of her face.
My face on the right side doesn't move the way my face on the left side moves.
I had age spots that drove me batty.
45-year-old Whitney Wingard first heard of a procedure called IPL photofacial from a neighbor in her Philadelphia suburb. The intense pulsed light treatment promises to lighten dark spots on the skin.
So her face looked great. She'd gone to a local spa. She recommended I try this place.
What did your friend tell you it would feel like, and what did it actually feel like?
So my friend said it would feel like an elastic rubber band, like if someone were to take a rubber band and snap it on your face. And it felt like that times 100.
What happened when you got home? What did your face look like?
It was very angry, like red and swollen. And I could already tell it was like stripes on my face, like red, angry stripes. It hurt too.
Whitney posted these photos on her blog to warn women about the risks associated with IPL treatments. She says the spa owner offered to try and fix her face, but she declined. We reached out to the business for comment, but did not get a response.
I've seen women with bad outcomes from so many different procedures, IPL being one of them.
Dr. Amy Wexler is a board-certified dermatologist. She performs about 50 facial procedures a week and says she doesn't use IPL photofacials because the results don't last as long as a laser treatment.
What do you tell women who are considering these procedures for their face?
Don't just read one little article or listen to one friend. Gather information, look up that person, do some research.
Dr. Wexler says before you let anyone touch your face, ask questions.
It's important to ask, have you done this procedure many times? How many people have you treated? Have you ever had any complications? If someone says no, that's weird. There's always a potential for complications.
A lot of times women are attracted to deals for these products. What do you say about that?
I say you shouldn't go for a deal for your face. And I think that if something sounds too good to be true in terms of it being really inexpensive, it probably is too good to be true.
Whitney, who used a discount coupon for her treatment, ended up spending $1,000 with her dermatologist to fix the striping. More than 2 years later, she's still on the mend.
Man, that's awful. So let's give us some takeaways here.
For sure. Well, Whitney does say that she takes some ownership, right? That she should have done a little bit more of her own homework. But it's very clear there are certain questions you absolutely have to ask before you get any of these procedures done.
Okay.
The key is when you go into the esthetician, what are the certifications? How long have they been doing it? This is an important one. What happens if I have complications? What will you do? How will you take care of me? Very, very important. On the flip side, they should also be asking you questions before you sit down in that seat.
They don't know anything about you.
They don't know anything about you. That's a major red flag. If you get there, Chanel, Dylan, Craig, and they just say, lay down, I got this. That's a moment for pause. They need to say, hey, how often are you in the sun? What other products are you using on your skin? They need to get to know you before they do anything to your facial skin.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Oda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you. Cheers. We've been watching Chanel bust a move all morning.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
Jenna, nearly 2 miles in the air.
Your Gampy would be so proud.
Oh, thank you, Al.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This morning in our Consumer Confidential, NBC News investigative and consumer correspondent Vicki Nguyen is shining
a light on a skincare trend that apparently is taking off, I've been told.
We never see you jump on board with trends.
LED masks. What do you mean? I'm always on trend.
Always on trend.
I'm always.
He's always in.
To like make
But
yourself
I think
look
this
like
looks
this.
interesting. I'm curious.
Yeah, and
Does
it's
it work?
lightweight, and you're going to find out. So these are not the typical masks we've been talking about, right? These are called light-emitting masks, and makers say they can really help make a difference, from helping you battle acne to erasing the fine lines on your face, which none of you have, so that's good. But how do they work? We tried a few of them out. So
Why am I the only one wearing one?
Well, because
social media has celebrities lighting up their feeds with LED face masks. Some of the brightest stars looking for a little extra glow. The pandemic boosting the popularity of this at-home skincare treatment.
What's happened with sales of these masks?
Patients are coming in every day asking about face masks. They want to know what more they can do for their skin. We're looking at ourselves, for better or for worse, all the time on Zoom.
Dermatologist Dr. Mona Gohara says these devices are safe and can work, especially those with blue and red light.
Blue light actually can target the bacteria in the skin that creates acne and minimize breakouts. Red light, we know, stimulates, it's a long and fancy name, it's called photobiomodulation, which basically means heat energy being delivered to make changes in the skin. In this case, it's increased collagen production.
LED face masks like these claim to do everything from treat acne to reduce the signs of aging, all with just a few minutes of use every day. And you know what? They're no longer just for famous faces. They now come in a wide variety of different shapes, sizes, and of course, price points. So you know what we did? We bought 3 different masks at 3 different price points to see how they work. We really want to know if they are a bright idea. Super comfortable, very lightweight.
First up, the least expensive option, MyFully's 3-color LED face mask, available on Amazon for $39.99.
There's a button, red light, blue, orange, back to red. Got a real raver vibe going on here. So this one...
You make masks look good.
You're very generous. Do you think a mask that's only around $40 could be effective?
I would say it minimally could be effective. But you know what? It may be better than you doing nothing. And I like the fact, again, it's lightweight.
This one's got 2 pieces and requires a little more assembly, but there's a whole neck thing.
Next, the intermediate option, the Photon Mask by Project E Beauty.
And this one has a controller that plugs in.
Costing around $200, this one features 7 different LED colors and promises results after 4 10-minute treatments each week.
This one is quite heavy. Got a Phantom of the Opera feel going on here. Let's get comfy here. It's got a little timer. I'm gonna change it to 10 minutes. As they say, I'm gonna set it and forget it. I don't want the kids to walk in. I think they'd freak out seeing me wear this thing. So this has got a lot going on. What do you think about something with an extra neck piece?
Yeah. The benefit here would be that you have a little neck piece. You have something else. You have something extra.
This one has a strap that you put around your face.
Finally, the most expensive of the bunch, the Spectralite Facewear Pro by Dr. Dennis Gross, sold at Sephora for $435.
Let's see if I can squeeze it onto my face. Okay, this is tight.
This one emits both red and blue light and says you can start to see a difference after just 2 weeks of 3-minute daily treatments.
This is one of my favorite masks. It's a quick treatment. It has multiple options for the treatments. I like that the area where the eyes are is cut out a little bit more for more kind of protection around the eyes.
While you shouldn't expect a dramatic transformation like this, Dr. Gohara says, face it, no matter what you spend, nothing beats an in-office treatment.
I analogize it to like going to the gym and working out with like a hardcore trainer. That's going to be better than a couple dumbbells at home, right? But both can make a difference.
I'm fascinated.
Yeah, I was fascinated to learn they actually have.
Craig is so fascinated.
He's loving it. He's tried every single mask.
Your father.
So these are toys, essentially.
Right?
Yes, that's exactly what it is. I'm just like, you need sunscreen
You're speechless?
for these? Like, what exactly? Like, Because they're not hot to the touch or anything.
No, not at all. And they're best on clean skin, as the instructions say. And Dr. Gohara says realistically, you want 4 to 6 weeks for this to work, for you to notice results. So I'm still working on
notice?
it.
Like what? First of all, kids probably shouldn't use this, right?
You know what? She said that talk to your doctor, talk to a dermatologist before trying out. Because for teens who have acne, exactly, the blue light can be effective.
And this thing is for the neck?
That little part is for your neck right there. Lean back. I find it's easiest to do it just when you're laying down versus wearing them because they're kind of heavy, right?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Tonight, we're on the scene as the urgent search for survivors is underway after the deadly collapse of a high-rise building.
Buildings don't fall down in America like this.
The Delta variant. What does this mean for people who are fully vaccinated?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Designer duds with designer tags. And the prices so low. Discount retail stores like TJ Maxx and Marshalls selling high-end luxury brands at a fraction of the price you'd expect to pay at a department store. But these goods don't always come directly from the designer. Erin Sykes is a retail expert specializing in brands and pricing.
It's not actually the same manufacturer. It's not being produced in the same factories. They're not using the same fabrics or finishes.
It's called a licensing agreement when a designer sells its brand for use by a specific store. The store makes a product and then slaps that brand on the label. You think you're getting a deep discount on an item that came from a department store, but it was never sold anywhere else.
If you feel misled, like you're getting something that could have been in that fancy department store, and then you find out, no, it's a little bit of a bait and switch, that's where it feels shady.
So how can you tell?
Check out these dresses. They're from brands you'll recognize. This is in Nicole Miller, New York. We have a Tahari right here. And this is Rachel Zoe, selling for $29.99. That's a good deal, a fraction of the price you'd expect to pay at a normal retail store. But here's the thing, you've got to check at the very bottom of the dress. On the inside, there's a care tag. And when you flip over that care label, here are the 3 letters you're looking for, TJX.
Here it is again. And on this one too. That means these products were made only for TJ Maxx or Marshalls stores. But it's not always that obvious.
If you're seeing a lot of colors for the same item, or look at this, a range of sizes, this goes extra small all the way to large, that could be a sign this designer has a licensing deal with the company.
And even then, it could still be hard to tell.
Another thing you can do is take a look at the actual quality of the item. Pick it up, touch it, feel it. For example, is it actually lined?
Check the stitching, the buttons. Try the zippers too. They might not be the quality you'd expect from that brand. Another tip?
Just look it up online. This is the Joie Marquina blazer. I'm gonna type it in right here on my phone, and voila, it comes up. It was sold in a department store.
And don't let the price tags confuse you either. Just because the original price is slashed, that doesn't mean it was ever sold at that price.
If it's a licensed item, there is really nothing to compare it to.
It might not be so transparent in both stores, but TJX, their parent company, told NBC News it's on their website. Some of our merchandise is manufactured for us and some we design, adding the majority of products we sell are brand name merchandise generally offered at 20 to 60% less than retailers' full price. Experts say don't let any of this stop you from getting a good deal as long as you know what you're getting.
Next, more people are getting their groceries delivered. So how do some popular options stack up? And shopping on Amazon, what to look for so the product you're buying is what you expect. Plus, is it safe to use Venmo? We have the answers to those questions and more coming up on Today All Day.
Walmart is raising the stakes to deliver all of your shopping needs right to your door with this new service, Walmart Plus. But in a face-off against Amazon Prime, what can consumers expect? From value to variety and speed, we wanted to see who does it better.
During the pandemic, online grocery delivery saw dramatic growth, up 500% compared to last summer. Consumers now have more choices than ever for how to get their household goods. Add Walmart Plus for $12.95 a month or $98 a year. Walmart Plus offers unlimited free delivery. Sound familiar? Amazon Prime offers the same service for a similar monthly cost or $119 a year. Already, the prices are different.
But it's not just about price. What about variety, quality, delivery times? To find out how these services compare, I'm going to shop using one grocery list at Walmart Plus and Amazon's two grocery services, Fresh and Whole Foods.
First-time shoppers can try the services for free. Walmart Plus offers a 15-day trial. If you answer a few questions, it goes up to 30 days free, like Amazon Prime.
For our grocery list, we're sticking to the basics: milk, eggs, bread, meats, ice cream, snacks, fruit, and laundry supplies.
Amazon Fresh and Walmart Plus offer a wide variety of brand name products. Whole Foods carries its own store brands, so we order comparable items.
Gotta get the milk. Walmart's got our tortilla chips.
Now we pick our delivery times. For an additional fee, Walmart Plus and Whole Foods could get us the orders sooner, but I select the first available free delivery windows for all three.
Okay, time to place the orders. Now we wait.
Thank you so much. All three arrive within their promised windows, so they're on time. But what about the condition of the items? For Whole Foods,
Okay, see what we got. Looks pretty good. Not melted. No cracks. Perfect condition.
our Walmart Plus order had a few changes.
We didn't order Chunky Monkey, we ordered half-baked, but they had to substitute.
Walmart substituted 4 out of the 12 items we ordered, including a chuck roast instead of the ribeye, and these hot dogs.
We only ordered a pack of 6, but this is a pack of 20. That's a lot of hot dogs.
We got exactly everything we ordered from Amazon Fresh, no substitutions. Our ice cream did come a little bit squishy.
Look, that's pretty soft. Okay, this is kind of weird packaging. The detergent came in the same bag as the bread, so the bread got a little bit smushed.
The moment of truth and the most important question, how much did we pay for each order? Even with the substitutions, Walmart came in the lowest at $58.33. Amazon Fresh, which gave us exactly what we ordered, came in slightly higher at $65.14. The most expensive, Whole Foods, $77.84. The totals each included a $5 tip. Walmart Plus versus Amazon Prime. From a delivery standpoint, for us, no major issues. But when it comes to variety and price, shoppers will see a difference.
Okay, remember to read the fine print. Depending on where you live, these services may require a minimum order amount to get free delivery. In addition to groceries, remember both services will deliver thousands of other household goods too. And if you're ever unhappy with what you get or the substitutions, just ask customer service for a refund or a replacement.
My favorite part of that story was your reaction to the ice cream. We didn't order Chunky Monkey.
Well, yeah, we allowed them to substitute, and they substituted about a third of what we ordered.
Yeah. For the record, I like it squishy. Oda, you're squishy.
Yeah,
you like squishy
like
ice cream?
I like it firm.
Me too. Firm, I'm with you.
What were some of the other differences in the services?
Well, so I think it's the brand names. I think that's what people are looking for, right? So if you want that, it's Amazon Fresh and Walmart Plus all the way. If you're okay with substitutions or store brands, then Whole Foods has got just as much variety. It's just not going to be the things that you normally recognize.
So you got the 20 hot dogs instead of the 6.
Yes.
Did they charge you for the 6 or for the 20?
They only charged us for the 6, which was great. We didn't get charged extra, even though we got a bunch more hot dogs.
And you got like hot dogs for the next 2 months.
We are taking a closer look at the products you do buy on Amazon. Now, Nike recently announced it is no longer selling merchandise on Amazon. In part, they want to have more control over Nike products, and they want to crack down on counterfeits.
That move, in fact, underscores what some consumers are asking when they go to Amazon. Very simple question. Are they getting what they're paying for? NBC's investigative and consumer correspondent Vicki Nguyen is here to show us what to look out for before you buy anything on Amazon.
Yeah, good morning to you. A lot of us turn to Amazon, right, to buy all our stuff. It's the world's #1 online retailer. But the sprawling marketplace means quality control can be a tall order. This morning, we're taking a closer look at third-party sellers. They now account for the majority of sales on Amazon. So what exactly is a third-party seller? And how can you make sure the product you're buying is what you expect?
From car seats to creamer, kids' toys to cosmetics, the Amazon Marketplace is becoming a consumer jungle where what you see isn't always the quality you'd expect. The concern? Millions of items sold on Amazon by third parties. Those are businesses that use the platform to sell their products. Third-party sellers now make up nearly 60% of physical merchandise sales, double what it was just 10 years ago.
Amazon is set up to be a very reactive system. They make it easy to be a seller. They make it easy to list new products.
Rachel Johnson-Greer worked at Amazon for 8 years as a safety compliance manager. She investigated hundreds of customer complaints and handled product recalls. While there are legitimate merchants, Johnson-Greer says third-party sellers can easily set up shop and sometimes skirt the rules on safety and quality.
Amazon doesn't check on that until there's a problem.
When it comes to third-party sellers, she says the highest risk categories are food and drinks, cosmetics, electronics, and anything for kids, like toys.
What are things that could make children's toys riskier?
Either a physical characteristic, like something that could cause a child to choke, or it would be chemical characteristics.
Like heavy metals, lead and cadmium, or plastic additives like phthalates.
We have some toys that we bought from Amazon that are shipped and sold by Amazon and also by a third party. Thank you, Michelle, for bringing those in. You don't know which one's which. Tell us if you can spot which one is a third-party seller versus the one that was shipped and sold by Amazon.
So this looks like it's heavier, more durable plastic. You can see just how thick these edges are versus these ones. And if you run your fingernail on this side, there's almost no seam. I would assume that this is the nicer product.
This magnetic toy is almost identical to a popular brand, but much less expensive. Watch when she applies just a little bit of pressure.
Oh, you just broke it.
It's broken. Well, that's cheap.
So tell me why that's risky for a child.
They could swallow the magnets or they could cut their fingers doing this. If you're looking at a product like this and they're cutting corners just on this, then what else are they cutting corners on?
But it's not just children's products. We found dozens of consumer complaints on Amazon for food and drinks that were damaged, expired, and spoiled. Just last month, this protein bar review saying it was full of mold. This one for baby formula, damaged product, broken safety seal. And several people complaining their coffee creamer arrived soured or expired. We also found discontinued products like this tea and sugar, all from third-party sellers.
It doesn't have an expiration date, it doesn't have a manufactured date, and it was discontinued in stores.
Correct. So who knows where they got it from, how they got it.
Amazon telling NBC News it removes products and takes action against sellers who don't follow guidelines, using tools that prevent suspicious, unsafe, or non-compliant products from being listed. The company adding it blocked more than 3 billion suspect listings before they were posted last year. Amazon says if there's an issue with any product, third party or not, contact customer service to get a refund.
If you're not sure who you're buying from on Amazon, you can set a filter. It's a 2-step process. First, select the category you're interested in, baby. Then type in the specific item, for example, a car seat. Scroll down on the left side of your screen until you see seller and look for Amazon.com. You're gonna click there, then click on the product, and you'll see it's shipped from and sold by Amazon.com.
But you don't have to rule out third-party sellers.
There are great third-party sellers on Amazon, and they are companies who care about their customer. They make sure to follow the legal regulations and the safety regulations in the United States.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Tonight, we're on the scene as the urgent search for survivors is underway after the deadly collapse of a high-rise building.
Buildings don't fall down in America like this.
The Delta variant. What does this mean for people who are fully vaccinated?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
President Biden's secret Venmo account might not be so secret after all. NBC's senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson has the details on this one. Hallie, good morning.
Hey, Craig, good morning. It's the app you might use, to split a pizza or pay the babysitter. It's easy and it's everywhere, even apparently the White House, with a new report uncovering what they say is President Biden's Venmo account. That could have national security implications, but experts say it goes beyond the president, with a warning to all of us.
Sending or spending money with just the swipe of a finger on Venmo takes almost no time at all. And that's apparently about how long it took for BuzzFeed to find President Biden's secret account on the app.
It took us less than, 10 minutes of looking to actually locate him.
Ryan Mack is one of the reporters who discovered the accounts of nearly a dozen Biden family members, not just the president and first lady, but a social web including children, grandchildren, senior White House officials, and all of their contacts on Venmo. The presidential presence on the payment app, a punchline in late night.
This is like finding out the Pope wears VR goggles.
I didn't even know they had Venmo on rotary phones.
But experts don't find it so funny, since it could present a security and privacy risk to the president and those around him, and highlights the exposure of Venmo's Friends feature.
I could go in and access your whole friends list because that's wide open, because Venmo leaves that wide open.
Is there a way to make that not wide open?
No, there's no way. It's permanently public.
Although you can hide your transactions on Venmo, you can't do the same with your friends list. So why does that matter? Knowing who other people associate with could raise a red flag for someone who really needs security. Teresa Payton was the chief information officer in the George W. Bush White House and warns this affects more than just people who work in the West Wing.
It could be people who are going through a divorce, people who have been in stalking situations, people who live alone and they're worried about sort of their ongoing physical safety and security.
In a statement to NBC News, Venmo says the safety and privacy of all Venmo users and their information is always a top priority, adding they're consistently evolving and strengthening the privacy measures to continue to provide a safe, secure place to send and spend money. While you can't make your friend list private, you can get rid of your list altogether if you want to by heading to your account, tapping on your list, selecting each person and unfriending one by one. A few minutes effort that might pay off.
In a news statement just this morning, a White House official tells NBC News the BuzzFeed Venmo saga reveals a too common situation, that the default on tech platforms is an oversharing of private information that is difficult to change, adding that the Biden administration intends to strengthen privacy protections so it's easier for people to keep their personal information to themselves. BuzzFeed, by the way, says this account tied to the president is no longer online.
These are places we may not be able to visit for a while. Come with us as we take you there, into our incredible world. Woo! places whose very name reverberates with larger-than-life legends and characters. This road winds through one of those places, Transylvania. The name means land beyond the forest, a mountainous region of Eastern Europe. But what it means to most of us is the blood-soaked story of Dracula. The Vampire Count. Little wonder that in Transylvania, even the graveyards seem more eerie. And my Transylvanian guide, Bogdan Popper, is well versed.
It's a piece of superstition that if you have a damaged grave like this one, someone or something may pop out of it.
You say that it's just superstition, and yet they found bodies with stakes through the heart.
Yes, actually it's a proof that superstitions are very strong.
Even Romans feared monsters in this region, yet it was in the 19th century, the era of science, that Bram Stoker dreamed up a tale of terror, telling of a traveller arriving in a mysterious castle in Transylvania. I know what you're thinking. Don't go up there. And high on this ragged mountain, the very castle where Bram Stoker imagined Dracula lived. With its sheer stone stairways, dark panelled rooms, there's even a secret passageway. It's the perfect setting to meet the Vampire Count.
I am Dracula. I bid you welcome.
They say truth can be stranger than fiction, scarier and bloodier too. Close to the castle, back in the 15th century, lived a warlord so infamous he had many names. Vlad III, also Vlad the Impaler, and Vlad Dracula.
The meaning of the name Dracul in Romania, it's the devil. Dracula, it's the devil's son.
Historian Matteo Simeon says Vlad was a bloodthirsty killer. He impaled his enemies.
The Impaler was a nickname that came later with the brutal habit that...
Matteo's description of impaling, so how can I put it, vivid, you really don't want to hear it.
Would you like to know more?
Not really, no. 500 years later, the King family from Michigan feels safe. In the day, anyway. Is it scary here? But at night, according to the story, Dracula goes in search of innocent victims. Sunrise. Thank goodness for that. And this morning, we arrive at the medieval town of Sigishwara. So this is where Dracula was born?
Yes, he was born in this house. This is where his father used to live. He's born here in 1431.
He looks fierce. And though he was a ruthless ruler, someone's left flowers here.
He's hugely popular in Romania for being, you know, this kind of cruel but fair ruler. Everyone loves him.
Many modern Romanians romanticize Vlad's cold-bloodedness. Vlad the Impaler, Dracula, is their preferred politician.
I think everyone would answer with a yes here in Romania.
Makes you think, doesn't it, about the true nature of politics and our fascination with brutality and barbarism. It's tomato juice. We're on the road again, on the trail of another fantastic creature that has haunted people's imagination for hundreds of years.
Frankenstein. The most dreaded creation of man, the monster of Frankenstein's.
Our first stop on the Frankenstein Trail, Switzerland, and the spectacular setting of Lake Geneva. It was here 200 years ago, at the Villa Diodati, one rainy night that teenager Mary Shelley dreamed up her tale of terror. It tells of how Victor Frankenstein, using dead bodies stolen from graveyards, created a man.
It's alive.
And brought it back to life.
It's alive! It's alive!
And Frankenstein, it seems, like Dracula, may have had a ring of truth. Because shortly before Mary Shelley wrote her book, she had been travelling through Germany, where a remote village has a dark history. Can anyone tell me the way to Castle Frankenstein? By the time I reach the castle, it is nightfall. Yeah, can I come in?
Welcome to Castle Frankenstein.
Walter Sheeler has spent 30 years researching this decaying castle.
This is the area Mary Shelley looked around. She was here.
It was once home to a noble family. So these are the Frankensteins.
These are the Frankenstein families, and these are their tombstones you see here.
And one of them was a real-life mad scientist. So this is him.
This is Johann Conrad Dippel von Frankenstein. He's the real father of the monster.
This is the guy that Mary Shelley was writing about.
This is the guy from whom Mary Shelley knew the story of the monster.
The real Frankenstein.
The real Frankenstein.
This Frankenstein experimented on bodies dug up from a nearby cemetery.
He made his experiments with the parts of the bodies and with electricity. And this tower was the place where the flashes of lightning threw in and gave electricity to the bodies.
To make them come alive?
Like in the movie.
Unlike in those classic Universal movies, no Frankenstein's monster was ever brought to life. And there was no Walking Dead terrorizing the village. But
a lot of people who live around here, and they say this is a very bad place to stay during the night. The devil is playing his fool. I don't know, I've never seen him.
You've never seen the devil?
No, never.
I'm glad I'm with you.
Yeah, maybe I'm the devil for them. Good night, my friend.
Frankenstein and Dracula, men who became monsters. Why do we find them so fascinating? Our next monster is not human at all, and for that, we have to go to a certain lake in Scotland.
Talent and perseverance, inspiring America.
I've been preparing for a moment like this for my whole life. I have lots of songs and lots of stuff to share.
I want to show my daughter what it's like to overcome adversity.
So many reasons to cheer for that young lady.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Tonight, we're on the scene as the urgent search for survivors is underway after the deadly collapse of a high-rise building.
Buildings don't fall down in America like this.
The Delta variant. What does this mean for people who are fully vaccinated?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Scotland, on the road north to the rugged Highlands, a country of breathtaking landscapes, ancient castles, and lakes the Scots call lochs. So this is Loch Ness. This vast loch easily lends itself to legend. A monster? Really? Here at Loch Ness, there have been hundreds of so-called sightings describing a huge and mysterious creature.
Up behind us here, a little bit up the loch, 20 odd years ago, sitting beside the loch in my car, and I saw this black hump come out of the water, and I have no idea to this day what it was.
He saw an object which he described as like an upturned boat. It turned, went against the headwind, and disappeared. There were 9 witnesses.
Ancient Celtic legend tells of a beast in the water, and there is a record of an apparent encounter here 1,000 years ago. But it was during the 1930s that the beast was given a name, the Loch Ness Monster, or more affectionately, Nessie. All over the loch, eyewitnesses described seeing a creature some claimed looked like a prehistoric reptile called a plesiosaur, both in and out of the water. And in one infamous sighting, a couple driving on this road saw a huge creature, maybe 30 feet long, slither in front of them and plunge into the loch. So to understand the lure of the loch, begin with a man who has lived on the shore in a van for almost 30 years.
There's a majesty about this place. There's an energy that pours off of here. There's a palpable feeling of, well, it's legend.
Steve Feltham scans the surface every day for hours at a time. He too says he has seen the monster.
It was like a torpedo going through the water, the size of a car going through there.
But does Steve think Nessie is a plesiosaur?
Nessie could still turn out to be a dinosaur, but at the moment I see it more likely to turn out to be something like a Wels catfish. It's the biggest freshwater fish in the world. It grows to about 4 or 5 meters long. They live for 100 years. It's got a smooth back, which is what people describe here. The hump, the upturned boat type hump going through the water.
How you doing? How are you?
Good, yeah.
Hi, nice to meet you. For decades, enthusiasts and even scientists have been searching for facts in this Loch Ness fiction. Skipper Dick Rayner has been investigating the mystery of Loch Ness for 50 years.
The thing we were looking for was between 20 and 40 feet long.
40 feet long?
Yeah.
I think we're going to need a bigger boat. If there is a creature hiding here, Dick says sonar should be the best way to track it down.
We're over the deepest part now. Wow. 745 feet.
What is that? About halfway down. What is that? It's not an enormous monster appearing on our sonar right there.
I don't think so. No.
Are you sure? Because that looks pretty... Look at that.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Tonight, we're on the scene as the urgent search for survivors is underway after the deadly collapse of a high-rise building.
Buildings don't fall down in America like this.
The Delta variant. What does this mean for people who are fully vaccinated?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Good evening tonight from Geneva, just hours away from his historic summit. Over 16,000 unaccompanied children tonight in custody. What's victory look like in this, or what does improvement look like? It's going to be a challenge to meet that 70% goal. Why is it so challenging?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Over the years, teams of Nessie hunters have used sonar and submarines to search the dark waters of Loch Ness. But the only monster they ever found was this 30-foot Nessie movie prop that sank 50 years ago.
Definite fake. Right. 3 hay bales covered in tarpaulins.
The evidence against there being a monster here has been stacking up. Most of the photos of Nessie are hoaxes.
He towed a nice bit of fiberglass behind his boat, but this is the famous one, the iconic picture of Loch Ness.
Yes, right.
But what people think now is that it's actually this little thing. It's a submarine with a plasticine monster's head on top of it.
The last, best hope of finding some truth here is perhaps the most bizarrely counterintuitive project of them all. They've been looking for the mythical monster in microscopic particles.
That deceptively clear-looking water actually contains an abundance of light.
An international scientific team, led by Professor Neil Gemmell from New Zealand, is cracking the Loch Ness code using environmental or eDNA.
So what we're getting is a snapshot of life in Loch Ness over the last few days. We've got bacteria in there, we've got microorganisms in there. We've also got traces of larger animals, fish, and perhaps there's something mysterious in there too that hasn't been described by science. Who knows?
You've got quite a bit out of the northern basin.
With the help of a local naturalist, Adrian Shine, who has studied Loch Ness for more than 40 years, the scientists took hundreds of water samples from all over the loch. Back at his university in New Zealand, the samples were analysed by Professor Gemmell and by several other labs around the world. Their results cross-referenced with a gigantic DNA database, producing a complete picture of everything that lives in Loch Ness.
All right, well, thank you.
A year after we first met him, Professor Gemmell was ready to announce his dramatic findings to the world.
Let's get down to it. Is there a plesiosaur in Loch Ness? No.
No trace then, he says, of an ancient dinosaur lurking in the loch. No giant catfish DNA either. But, says Professor Gemmell, there is one possibility that may explain all those eyewitness sightings here. Could Nessie be a giant eel?
There is large amounts of eel DNA in Loch Ness. Now, is it possible that what people are seeing is a giant eel? Well, maybe. It's plausible that there might be one or two that grow to extreme size.
So, case closed? Well, of course, you cannot know what you don't know. So the mystery of Loch Ness will surely endure, ensuring that the tourists keep coming back.
We came to find a monster, and we did. You know, we did.
We've got a sighting here. It might be a giant eel.
I don't think so.
No?
Eels don't have legs.
And it is perhaps the mystery, not the monster, that people cannot turn away from, even in this 21st century, which reflects more on all of us than what's in this loch.
Lakes are, in a sense, lost worlds, and especially Loch Ness. It's deep, it's dark, it's cold, it's hostile, and it's big. So it gives us the lost world element, but it is also accessible. And I think it's that combination of mystery and accessibility which has given Loch Ness the cachet which it has.
It would be a shame, wouldn't it, in a way, if computers and DNA science took away the mystery?
Well, you never would, you see, because as long as people want to believe in Loch Ness monsters, there'll be Loch Ness monsters.
When you are here at dusk, looking out over these dark waters, it's easy to understand why people once feared something lurking beneath. And maybe, even today, we need to believe in monsters and evil so we get to be the good guys. Or perhaps we just like to be scared.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
Cheers.
We've been watching Chanel bust a move all morning.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
Jenna, nearly 2 miles in the air.
This is amazing! Yes!
Your Gampy would be so proud.
Oh, thank you, Al.
Tonight, we're on the scene as the urgent search for survivors is underway after the deadly collapse of a high-rise building.
Buildings don't fall down in America like this.
The Delta variant. What does this mean for people who are fully vaccinated?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Along a coastal road is a lesson for us all. 25 years after Chernobyl, another nuclear disaster happened here, Fukushima. We're traveling to the heart of a place that visibly demonstrates we humans are entirely capable of making the same mistake twice. It began with nature, the strongest earthquake in Japan's history. The clock on the beach house still frozen in time. First, the earthquake struck. Then the tsunami submerged this third floor. Destruction doesn't describe it. The deadly wall of water engulfing entire communities. More than 15,000 dead and another 2,500 still missing. The tsunami smashing into Fukushima's power station and knocking out backup generators. Meltdowns and explosions followed. Then the radiation came.
I thought someday it was going to happen, and then it happened.
Buddhist priest Sadamaro Akano had become concerned about radiation safety, knowing he was living near a nuclear plant. He installed a Geiger counter at his temple. Then his worst fears came true. How did you feel when you saw this?
So scared, because this is the first time to raising up the radiation levels.
You'd never seen anything like this?
Never ever seen this.
This was Main Street, in the town of Futaba, 2 miles from the reactor. Once home to almost 7,000 people, it's now a ghost town. Homes abandoned, gardens overgrown. Today, only wildlife live here. The danger is large areas of fields and forests haven't been decontaminated, like this. Our radiation monitor raises the alarm. Levels too high for people to inhabit this place. Former Futaba residents Anthony Ballard and Philip Jellyman have been coming back to the exclusion zone with special permission. Taking pictures. Off Main Street, Anthony shows me where he used to live. So this is home?
This was home.
When they fled, he left family photos behind.
This is Daniel. This is one of my sister's kids. He's actually at university now.
He had made Futaba his home. Now Fukushima has taught him what home really means.
That stuff's not important because you can get... It's the life that was here before that was important.
I can see you're in tears.
Not quite, but almost, yeah.
Immediately after the earthquake, people took shelter at the school where Philip taught. They slept on floors, mattresses still strewn around.
You can see in this classroom people's bags have been left behind.
Yeah, never to be retrieved.
This is now Futaba School, but it's not in Futaba. Some of the students spend an hour to get here. Philip and Anthony teach them English and about home. The children, refugees from the radiation. We travel to the nuclear plant itself for a rare tour. First, we're given personal radiation monitors. After the meltdown in 2011, the area was so toxic, workers had to wear hazmat suits. Since then, the plant has been stabilized. It is stunning that I can stand here with so little protective gear on. The melted core of the reactors are just there. Deep inside, this video, filmed by robots, shows that melted core, still highly radioactive. Outside, our radiation meter measuring 85 microsieverts per hour and more, the highest of our trip, safe for short periods. For us to take an even closer look, a little more protection is needed.
Are you sure it's safe?
Yeah, safe. From here, you can still see the scars from 2011. We keep our radiation monitor close. The more immediate problem, the water that is used to cool the reactors, treated but still radioactive, there's enough to fill 400 Olympic swimming pools. They're running out of space. One option, to slowly pour it into the Pacific.
It is simply not contaminated water. It's a purified water. So no decision has yet been made, but scientifically, whatever the decision will be, there will be no problem.
Many locals are not convinced.
Do you think that they should release the water into the ocean?
No.
They should not.
The local fishermen are just recovering. Every catch is tested for radiation. It's tested, it's safe, and yet you can't help thinking, should I eat it? It's good. The thing that's had the greatest impact on me coming here is perhaps not the devastation that was wrought by the earthquake and then the tsunami, or the fact that now I can walk in this place that was hit by radiation without any protective gear on. It is that the houses and stores in this street that you still see standing are here because the people who owned them wanted to hold on to them. And they wanted to hold on to them because this is home to them. People like 75-year-old Katsuhide Okada.
We left with only what we were wearing. We initially thought we would be able to go home in 3 or 4 days, but sadly, that was not the case.
Philip and Anthony visit Okada to deliver photos of his garden, overgrown with weeds, but he is still grateful.
The good memories seem like yesterday. Futaba is still my home.
A home that the children may one day be able to return to.
Do you remember your hometown?
Yes.
And bring life back to these empty streets. The people who lived here will never forget, and we should all remember, not just that our lives can be irrevocably, catastrophically turned upside down, but that if we truly learn from the past, we can make a better future and a better world.
Hey everybody!
everybody. Thanks for joining us here at Today All Day. I've met some really great folks and had the chance to explore some amazing places. And I wanted to share some of these special moments with you again. I hope you enjoy these next interviews as much as I have.
We've reported quite a bit on the rise of anti-Asian violence around the country. It's left a lot of folks wondering how they can help.
Well, the answer could be as simple as ordering a meal. I spoke with two chefs who are fighting back against AAPI hate by doing what they do best.
Food is typically somebody's first introduction into somebody else's culture.
For the past several years, chefs Tim Ma and Kevin Tian have been bringing people to the table, literally.
It's not just going and getting dumplings or banh mi. It's, okay, now that you're at the table, how can we expand our conversation to learn about someone else?
But their start was decidedly less glamorous.
Wait. You bought a restaurant off Craigslist?
Yeah, like literally I was that inexperienced at opening restaurants.
I mean, I bought a couple of things on Craigslist, but never a restaurant. Now, Tim's a high-profile chef in Washington, D.C., giving his take on Chinese takeout at Lucky Danger, while Kevin focuses on contemporary Vietnamese cuisine at Moon Rabbit. But as violence against the Asian community increased nationally, Tim and Kevin knew they needed to use their culinary skills to combat it. What did you come up with?
We started with one dinner here in Washington, D.C., with 5 Asian American chefs raising money with this one to-go dinner because of the pandemic. And then overnight, Kevin and I decided, let's see how big we can get. And so we called our friends and texted our friends overnight, and we were at 45 chefs and 9 dinners the next day.
The duo laying out a schedule and launching a website overnight, and Chefs Stopping AAPI Hate was born. What was it like when you realized this thing sold out as quickly as it did?
That tells us that people are paying attention to the issues at hand. People want to help, they want to make change.
So far, they've raised at least $122,000 donating to organizations fighting racism and violence. You have this event, it's supposed to be a one-time thing, but you realize you need to keep it going. How come?
For us, it's all about continuing to spread awareness and amplify the voice for as long as we can or as loud as we can.
For Kevin and Tim, it's deeply personal.
I immediately thought about my parents. In the fuzzy videos of security footage, I can't tell the difference between that person and my parents. And so that's where it kind of hit home.
And for both chefs, it's a reminder that we haven't left the past behind.
It wasn't safe to play in our front yard growing up in California. People would come by and say things like what they perceived to be like an Asian language, or they would like throw things at us.
I was born in Arkansas in the 70s. One night, my sister and I were sleeping in our bedroom. Something came through the window, shattered the entire window. We didn't find out it was a brick until the morning.
Today, a few months after Kevin and Tim's first dinner, the program's already launched nationally, with events set from San Francisco to New York. And right here in Manhattan, the chefs gave me an exclusive taste of their first dinner. This is amazing. A delicious meal that comes with a side of hope.
I have 3 kids. We need to fight this now so that the next generation can fight for what's next.
What we can do is focus on the future, a beautiful future that we can pass on to everybody.
And guys, Chefs Stopping AAPI Hate is getting even bigger. Several intercontinental hotels will be raising money by featuring one of Kevin's dishes on their menu, and the CEO of Open Table has agreed to actually buy any unsold meals in San Francisco.
We all remember the incredible 2016 movie Hidden Figures. It told the story of 3 African-American women who played key roles in the space race.
Mathematician Katherine Johnson was one of them. She passed away last February at 101 years old, and today her posthumous memoir is being released.
Al got the chance to talk with the Trailblazers' 2 daughters about the book and their remarkable mother.
She loved her work. She always talked about the joy of learning.
She could show us, you want to see a satellite tonight? Because she would know at what angle and what time we could see it.
Wow.
They were all a part of that.
For Catherine Moore and Joylette Heilig, Katherine Johnson, the famed NASA mathematician, immortalized in the movie Hidden Figures.
Without this conversion, the capsule stays in orbit. We can't bring it back home.
Was simply mom. It would seem to me having a mathematician for a mom would be my idea of a nightmare. And it sounds like your mom had you adding up the numbers on license plates. Did you enjoy that? Was it something that was fun?
Sure, it was a challenge. You see, my father was also a science major, so we never heard math is hard.
It was always fun. It was just another subject that they expected us to do well, because she said, if you expect nothing, you get nothing.
Johnson telling her life story in a new memoir titled My Remarkable Journey. Born in 1918, she grew up on a farm in rural West Virginia, where she showed a knack for numbers early.
When she was about 4, she would sneak up to their little school to help her brother because she could explain things that were not clear to him.
She finished college at age 18 and in 1953 started at the organization that eventually became NASA, where the space race and race relations collided. She's a woman, but she's also a black woman in what was basically a white man's world. How did she deal with that?
She said when she first walked into the office of NASA, there was a desk. And when she sat there, the man got up and walked out. And she said, oh, well, this is my desk. I'm going to work. And when they started seeing that she had answers to the questions they needed, no problem.
Mom's fight was more intellectual in the sense that she wasn't ready to go fight. And instead, it was like, I'm gonna outthink you.
Ignition, liftoff.
One person recognizing Johnson's abilities, astronaut John Glenn, who asked for her to double-check the computer's math on the 1962 mission that made him the first American to orbit the Earth.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Her calculations also critical to the moon landing mission 7 years later.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
She said, if they do what my numbers tell them, they'll come back all right.
But after a 33-year career at NASA, it wasn't until her 90s that the world would finally know her name. In 2015, Johnson receiving the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Spielberg said to her, I've been reading a lot about you. She said, you have? Was it all right?
And just 2 years later, she found herself among the stars again, receiving a standing ovation at the Oscars.
And she said, what's all the fuss about? We were just doing our job.
Never bragging. There were people at her church for over 50 years that said, we never knew what your mother did. She never talked about herself.
When you think about it, I mean, it still is to me mind-boggling that this woman with her crew, without them, we're not on the moon. Do you guys think about that?
People were asking us, why are we just now finding out about this? Well, it wasn't up to us. You know, it was up to the historians and the folks that make a difference in what you know and what you read. So that's when you say, hidden no more.
So good.
Yes. By the way, Johnson wrote that she loved the movie, but they apparently took liberty with the one thing. She says she never ran out in the rain to find the colored restrooms. She said she just used the the closest bathroom because she had to work. Again, her memoir, My Remarkable Journey, is out today.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This morning, we're catching up with a Hollywood icon, Dick Van Dyke. At 95, the legendary entertainer isn't slowing down. I recently got to sit down with him to reminisce about his remarkable career and talk about a brand new honor.
That's the thing with being an entertainer. You do it because you love to do it, not for the money's sake or awards.
While Dick Van Dyke isn't in it for the recognition, that hasn't stopped the awards from rolling in. Throughout his nearly 80-year-long career, he's earned 5 Emmys, a Tony, a Grammy, a BAFTA, the SAG Lifetime Achievement Award, a spot in the Television Hall of Fame, and a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
You left out one I didn't get. I didn't get an Oscar.
Well, there's still time. And this year, he'll be one of 5 honorees at the 43rd Annual Kennedy Center Honors.
The other awards are, well, you know, like icing on the cake. There's such a small group of people. I'm so tickled to be in that group.
I said to a number of people, I'm going to go talk to Dick Van Dyke. And I mean, everybody from, teenagers to folks that are my age, they all light up. That's got to feel great.
Oh, does it ever? Does it ever? A woman stopped me and said, "You're the one that's got to bring this country together." I said, "Okay, I got something to do now."
Van Dyke never shying away from doing what he does best, making us smile.
We went and got our shots, and there was a lot of elderly people waiting in line, so we came out and sang, "Just a spoonful of sugar." And everybody joined in. Perfect song.
In the most delightful way.
At 95, he's eager to keep working. For 20 years, Van Dyke has been performing with his a cappella singing group, The Fantastics, their last show taking place just over a year ago. You had a series of performances, and then the pandemic shut everything down.
That's right. And we also sang at the Ford Theater for Obama. That day, I was a wreck. There was the president out there, and my God, and my tie was crooked. Obama came up on the stage afterwards and straightened my tie for me.
Van Dyke's illustrious career also including some of the most unforgettable performances in TV and movie history. What are some of the ones that stand out for you?
I think the 5 years on the Van Dyke Show with Carl and Mary was the most fun I ever had. Carl didn't write things in stone. Everybody got to throw in their ideas. So from the first reading till we did it on the show, it was a different show altogether.
Winds in the east, mist coming in.
And I think I'm most proud of Mary Poppins.
A lot of people didn't know that you had played the two roles, of course.
The old guy.
You were Bert, and the old guy, the old banker at the end. And last time I saw you, the rumors about Mary Poppins that it already showed, but that you were going to be in it. And in fact,
I was in it.
You were, but you said, well, the good news is I don't have to wear makeup to play the old guy.
That's right, I grew up now without makeup at all.
Step in time! Step in time!
When you are getting your Kennedy Center Award at the actual ceremony, what do you think that's going to feel like?
It's like getting knighted, as far as I'm concerned. It's the very top of everything. And usually they have friends and compatriots come up. I have no one, they're all dead. So I'm going to be surprised.
What more can I say?
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like, really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
To find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I can track this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
And this morning, we want to introduce you to some teens who are on a mission to educate and inspire change.
I just want people to know that transgender and non-binary people, we're people before anything else. And even though our identities are a big part of who we are, it's not all to who we are.
This is Rebecca, Hunter, Gia, and Ashton, 4 teens who are athletes, dancers, writers, and advocates who also identify as transgender and non-binary. Rebecca, what did it feel like knowing that there was this feeling that there was a different assignment as to how you identified?
I wasn't this like stereotypical boy. I loved all things pink, and yeah, that just really felt like me until I found the language, and I had that aha moment. I was like, yeah, that describes me.
And when you told your folks, what was the reaction?
They helped me change my name and my pronouns so that I could go out into the world as myself for the first time, and that brought a huge burst of joy, and it felt amazing.
They're also members of the Gender Cool Project, a movement founded in 2019 that's on a mission to replace misinformed opinions with positive experiences of transgender and non-binary young people. Jennifer Grosshandler and Gara Goldstein are the co-founders.
John and I, my husband, we are the parents of 4 kids. And our youngest, our daughter Chazzy, she is proud to be transgender, and she's thriving. And so the experience that John and I have had raising our daughter has been so positive that we wanted to help folks understand who our kids are in a really human and relatable way.
Your leaders are actually the young people that are in the organization themselves.
Yes, Gender Cool is led by 17 amazing, diverse young people. We call them our champions, and they are really our future CEOs, educators, scientists, their future elected officials. The list goes on.
As for Gia, Hunter, Rebecca, and Ashton, you can now add children's book authors to that list. They've teamed up with the popular book series, A Kid's Book About, writing about being transgender, being non-binary, and being inclusive. What's it like having your story out there?
It was very important for me to use my experience as not only a transgender young person, but also as an Afro-Latino young person, because I know that I represent a large group of individuals who don't have a voice or who don't have a seat at the table.
By sharing their own real experiences, the 4 teens hope the books educate kids and grown-ups alike.
It's just really important to be able to educate kids to be allies, or to even tell the kid who is feeling different to know that they'll be okay.
These books, I think, are a really good starting point to have parents read this and think, okay, my kid is still my kid. To have a kid know that they have a parent that accepts them will mean so much and just make them feel safe.
At a time when the country's seeing a wave of anti-trans legislation, the Gender Cool Project hopes their message of acceptance and understanding will shine through.
When people just get a chance to meet the champions, we see opinions change, opinions evolve for the better. And we think that that's a really simple but incredibly important thing that happens.
What do you want people to know about you?
I just want people to know that there's so much more to us than being transgender.
I'm trying to pursue acting and modeling, and all this stuff just makes me me.
I love playing lacrosse, spending time with my family and friends, and I hope everyone grows and learns to be inclusive in their everyday life.
We are human, and we are exactly like everyone else.
So you can make this legend right here, Al Roker, a part of your family.
Well, not exactly, all right?
As close as you're gonna get.
Well, let's hit pause and explain. It turns out there's a kitten named Al Roker that's looking for a forever home. This domestic short-hair cat lives in Durham, North Carolina, with his foster mom. Says Al is very energetic and friendly. But one of the veterinary assistants at the rescue named the whole litter after different news icons. And then they came to me and felt that it was a good fit for the cat. So if you're interested, Al Roker is available through 2 Paws Up.
Wait, you're reading this too quickly. I think this is amazing.
I think it's
I have a feeling
odd,
there will be at least more than one call for somebody who wants.
Well, we
to
hope so.
adopt Al.
Now, they don't ship animals, and they require an in-person meet and greet.
Okay.
But if you are in the area, know somebody who's in the area, we'll put the information on thirdhourtoday.com. You can check that out.
And then will you do me a favor when you adopt Al? Will you send us a picture? Wouldn't that be great?
See, I would understand them naming it if it was one of those hairless
It was a
Egyptian
little black
cats.
cat.
That's right.
Look at him. That's you.
So that's me. That's right.
They had the polka dot.
I wish you had little glasses on.
Yeah, well, we can make that happen.
Okay, well, so hopefully you'll be checking out Al Roker, the kitten, online.
Yes.
But we have a question for you about the checkout line at the grocery store. Now, I know it's rare for you to be in the grocery store, but...
Well, I'm actually at the grocery store all the time.
That's right. Well,
I should probably order online. Yeah.
In any event, so have you ever been in the grocery store? This person in front of you, you're at the checkout, and they say, "Oh, I just forgot something. Could you just hold my place in line?" And they run off and get that.
Is this true confessions?
Well, I've done it.
I'm that person. I'm the one who runs and I run and get something because I believe that I can get back in time before they're finished with my groceries. And as long as you're back, I think it's completely okay.
Well, I do too.
Yes.
And I have done that.
Yes.
But a listener of 98.3 TRY radio, that's right, the big TRY, wanted to find out if it was rude. Station's response is in the big picture, waiting 2 or 3 more minutes doesn't really make
It's not that big a deal. Our crew disagrees. You know, in our ear, you know what somebody just said? I'd hate both of you.
Matt Greenfield, our senior producer, says he hates us.
But I don't see why am I bothering you, Greenie? Like, I'll be right back. I mean, I know where the milk is. I know where the eggs are. If I forgot them,
yeah,
you know.
Because that's why I don't mind when somebody does it because I've done it.
Yeah,
so,
as long as you come back. He's
well, we try to get all our items.
Yelling at us right now.
He's yelling at us. Where'd all this anger come from? Anyway, so you may be going to the grocery store, but by yourself.
Yeah.
But how do you feel about other activities like eating at a restaurant or go to a movie theater by yourself?
Can you do that? You can.
Oh, yes. I do it all the time.
Out by yourself?
Yeah.
We just had a buddy up yesterday. You can't go anywhere without Al Roker, can we take a selfie? So if you're by yourself, there's nobody to say, oh, okay, I'll do it. Okay, see you later.
Well, it's not like I'm inviting people into.
So if you're at a restaurant, you'll just go to a restaurant.
Yeah, just go to a restaurant. Like, we've been on shoots, things like that.
Yeah.
Well, there's an article from Psychology Today noting that people can be reluctant because we worry about how people may actually view us.
I believe that.
Do you ever?
I am. The older I get, the more comfortable I am with myself.
Although it's harder probably for you to do it.
It is.
The kids are still fairly
The kids
young.
are small. I will admit I usually need a phone or something, like just something to look down, something to play with. The other day I didn't take my phones and I was out. I can't remember what I was doing, but it's a little uncomfortable still, just a little.
Yeah.
Because I don't have anything to do. You know what I mean?
Which is the beauty of it. That's
I know,
the
but you're
perfect
just
part.
sitting there.
In fact, research suggests people enjoy the experience equally, whether alone or with a friend. So, but it's a different experience.
Yeah.
And you get different.
I'm willing to continue to develop that, whatever that is.
You know, what you might do is get in front of Matt Greenfield at a checkout line and then run away, go to a restaurant, and then come
sit
back.
there. You're welcome, Greenie.
There you go. We'll be right back.
talent, and perseverance, inspiring America.
I've been preparing for a moment like this for my whole life. I have lots of songs and lots of stuff to share.
I want to show my daughter what it's like to overcome adversity.
So many reasons to cheer for that young lady.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
It's an unprecedented television trilogy that's taken over the city of Chicago, highlighting the everyday heroes from some of the noblest professions.
Fire department, call out!
Firefighters, police officers, and now medical professionals.
Multiple trauma patients minutes away. Let's go.
Today, I get to wear all three hats.
We have a new trauma
patient.
Things were in full swing on the set of the newest series, Chicago Med, where I met up with Esapatha Murkison and Oliver Platt, two of the program's stars.
I'm feeling pretty good.
You look real good.
All right.
After a quick checkup from Dr. Halstead, played by Nick Gilfus,
I'm not going to make it.
No, you're going to make
gonna
it.
be
That's
fine.
the problem.
they taught me some medical lingo.
Numino ultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis.
Wow.
Bang.
Heads up, CFD Plan 1 multi-victim car crash.
I like that. We need to use that on the Today Show. Heads up. Big stories coming in. Moving on.
Just a few stages over is the set of Chicago PD, where Sophia Bush, who plays Detective Erin Lindsay, showed me around.
Wow. It's amazing how much this looks like what you would expect it to look like.
Most of our extras are actual police officers.
Really?
They come and they work with us on our day off. Our interrogation room is down this way.
Before you knew it, I was in the hot seat.
So you can be good cop, bad cop at the same time.
Oh yeah. We like a lean in. A lean in is always good.
lean in.
To say, oh no, you're cooked. We know. And then we can spell out all your facts and we'll put all the papers out and make you realize that everything is over.
It's done.
And then we just let you confess. We had him.
We also talked about the current controversy surrounding the real Chicago PD.
It must be a little difficult, with everything that's been going on in the news.
Well, with the police nationwide, really.
Yeah.
I know that I'm glad that tapes are being released. I know that I'm glad that police officers who are acting unjustly are being arrested. And I also want to make sure that we're not demonizing everybody out there who signed up to dedicate their life to helping you and me sleep better at night.
Yeah. Then we hit the streets on location with the show that started the franchise, Chicago Fire.
You're the linchpin of this trilogy now. I mean, it's got to be pretty gratifying that your show has spawned these other two shows.
There's a poster we have of all three casts, and I don't know how many, it's like maybe over 40 people. And that's when you say, wow, what kind of monster has Dick Wolf created?
I got to watch Lieutenant Kelly Severide, played by Taylor Kinney, in action. And I did a little prying while I was at it. Of course, the man famously engaged to Gaga.
The city's awesome.
Good place to have a wedding.
Sure, there you go. Maybe. Then we'll rent out Soldier Field.
Before I left, the guys let me in on their favorite Chicago pastime, the game known as water bottle ball.
We get an empty water bottle, we put it in the center, and everyone gets around, and you close your feet, and then you kick it, and if it goes through your legs, you lose. Here we go, there's perfect.
Oh, no. Oh, water bottle ball. Oh,
okay? Was that
I'm
too
fine.
much?
That's fantastic.
That wasn't too much?
Oh, my God. Got to get a water bottle ball selfie.
Hi, Today All Day. We've got a great show for you on this Tuesday morning, including an all-day exclusive chat you can only see here. But first, let's kick it off with pop star. Carson has some J-Lo news. She's looking back on her 2002 album, This Is Me Then, a record that came out around the time of her previous relationship with Ben Affleck. Take a look.
First up, guys, Jennifer Lopez, following the release of her latest single, Cambia El Paso, J-Lo sat down for a conversation with Apple Music's Ebro Darden to break down the new track. And during that conversation, J-Lo was asked about the recent resurgence of her 2002 album, This Is Me Then, which is a 19-year-old album. It came out about the same time she was in a previous relationship with Ben Affleck. And J-Lo had this to say about why she thinks fans have been going back to that record lately.
The name of that album was This Is Me Then, right? That was a moment. And when you go back and you hear that, you hear the purity and the love there. And I think that's why people went back, as, you know, they saw different things happening in my life now and they go, wow, really? And I think it gave people hope, you know, and it gives them, you know, that some things do last forever. You know, and
A little cryptic.
Wait.
What does that mean?
What does that mean?
Want to dissect that?
Wait, some things do last forever.
Looking forward to some new music. Lopez.
Hoda, translate. What does that mean?
I don't know. I don't know. It sounds like it's on. I don't know.
Lopez goes on to say that
Seems to
she's
be
been
on.
feeling pretty inspired recently, revealing that she's been spending 3 or 4 days a week in the studio since wrapping up her upcoming film, Marry Me. Interesting. To be continued.
Oh, jeez.
Next up, Keegan-Michael Key, the actor and comedian, is out promoting his upcoming Apple TV Plus series, Schmigadoon. In the new show, Key and Saturday Night Live's Cecily Strong find themselves trapped in a musical town with singing and dancing townspeople. And last night, the actor stopped by The Late Show with Stephen Colbert to show off his own musical talents, revealing that he sang Chris Stapleton's Tennessee Whiskey at his own wedding. And then he had to give the audience there at The Late Show a little bit of a taste of it.
Tennessee whiskey. Oh, it's sweet as strawberry wine. Oh, it's warm as a glass of brandy. And honey, I stay stoned on your love all the time.
What can't Keegan do well?
Get him on the voice.
That's ridiculous. Maybe we should do a celebrity version of the voice.
I think that's a good idea.
That's a great idea.
You know, because like all the hidden talents from people that you know are famous when they can sing, and you discover that. So
Every time I see him, I still think Aaron.
Yeah. I got my eye on you.
Next up, Kit Harington, the actor best known for portraying Jon Snow on all 8 seasons of HBO's smash hit Game of Thrones, is finding that he just can't seem to get away from the world of Westeros. In a viral video posted to TikTok by It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia's Rob McElhenney, Kit comes face to face with the Night King in a rather unexpected place.
When you realize that your deal didn't include merchandising rights.
That's funny.
He's like, really?
That's funny.
Really? I'm gonna get a little cut of that? 8 seasons?
Brilliant.
You know nothing, Jon Snow. Only in Vegas. Finally, Dierks Bentley, the country music star, was joined on stage by a very special guest for a duet in Chicago over the weekend. That was his daughter, Evie. The 12-year-old got up on stage to sing her dad's 2016 hit, It's Different for Girls, a song usually performed with Grammy nominee Elle King, and showing that the country music gene must run in that family. Here's a little bit of their performance together. Well, that's adorable.
Sweet.
Sounds great, too. You can maybe Evie will be out on the road when Dierks and the crew hit the tour for their Beers on Me tour. That'd be good.
Ooh, yeah.
Never know. That gets kicked off next month, by the way.
J-Lo made that record 19 years ago. Time really does fly. Up next on Today Talks, beauty products that actually help you keep cool for the summer.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
Meaning to the expression, rise and shine.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
Cheers.
We've been watching Chanel bust a move all morning.
New meaning to the expression, rise and shine.
Jenna, nearly 2 miles in the air.
This is amazing!
Senator Gampy would be so proud.
Oh, thank you, Al.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back. Today on the third hour, Al, Chanel, and Dylan show off some of the best beauty products that help you beat the heat this summer.
This week, we are kicking off a series, Cool for the Summer, with tips and tricks to help you look good while beating the heat.
And to start us off, we are joined by Cosmopolitan's beauty director, Julie Wilson. She has beauty products that can actually keep you cool. And don't forget to scan that QR code on your screen to see her picks. It's a nice, easy way to do it. Julie, welcome.
Good morning.
Thank you. How are you guys?
We're good. And, you know, it's been hot. And when you're hot, you get dehydrated. So this first tip actually is something to help beat hydration, or help you with hydration.
Absolutely. You should always be drinking your water. And these are really great packets to dip in your water. They have, you mix them up to 6 to 8 ounces of water, cool water. They help hydrate your body, but they have hyaluronic acid in it, which is really great for your skin too. So you'll get a really amazing glow. They're vegan, no sugar added, and they taste delicious, like watermelon.
Now, Julie, this next product actually is cool. Literally, you've got these popsicles, but they're not for eating.
Oh my God, these are so cool. They have gone viral on TikTok and Instagram, and they are literally ice pops that are cryofacials and masks, a mask in one. So you rub it on your face, you get that cool sensation. They help tone and tighten and brighten your skin. You leave the mask on for about 5 to 10 minutes, and then you wash it off.
Kudos to our producer, Alicia, there for being our model.
Yeah, it's got to feel so good
I was
putting
just
it on.
about to say. Okay, and so my new favorite thing, somebody gave me a sample of one the other day, and now I'm curious as to what you have. These face mists. I mean, they've been around for a while, but there are new ones that are really good in the warm weather.
Absolutely. This one from Neutrogena is great because it's a face mist, but it's also an SPF, SPF 50. And it's oil-free, it's completely invisible and clear, so it goes on any skin tone, rubs in really nicely. And the best part is you can put it on over your makeup. So we should all be reapplying our sunscreen every 2 hours. And so this makes it really easy. And the mist is just like really refreshing.
I love that because you never put sunscreen on after your makeup's on, so that's perfect.
Yeah.
I have one of those huge bright green bottles of aloe in my medicine cabinet, but it's so sticky to put on a sunburn. Do you have anything better?
Yes, this spray from Oso is amazing. It is an aloe vera spray. It's super lightweight. It's awesome. It's got like a lavender and spearmint scent to it. And you definitely want to have this on hand after a long day in the sun. It cools you off. It helps with sunburns, any inflammation. It's really awesome. I like to keep it in my refrigerator too to keep it extra cold.
Oh, wow. Good idea.
Yum.
Pro tip. So, Julie, here's something I'm always worrying about. You know, keeping your hair out of the way and keeping it protected from the sun.
You too can look like that.
Yes, absolutely.
You can rock
I am
that.
actually modeling one of them. This is from the Rap Life. And, you know, I have big hair. I have an afro. So whenever it's hot out, I want to keep it away from my face. You know, it's great for protective styles like box braids, if you have locks, anything. And it's just so fashionable too. So, you know, you can just tie it up and look good and keep everything off your face and feel really cool and look cool.
We'll work on that.
We all want to look
for today, for you, Al. Good stuff.
Yeah.
All right, so there's nothing better, you know, after being outside all day long, you come in, you take a cold shower. But tell us about this body wash that you have. You say it ups it a notch.
Okay. Yes. So this is from the skincare line Elemis. I love this brand to death. And this is their cool down body wash. It's awesome. It's a lightweight gel. And when you're in the shower, it has magnesium and arnica. and menthol. So not only does it wipe away the dirt and the grime and the sweat of the day, but it also just makes you feel refreshed. Even when you like step out of the shower and that air hits you, that menthol just like cools you down. It's lovely.
Ooh,
nice.
Love that.
These are good.
So refreshing.
Yeah.
Julie, thank you so much.
We'll take it.
Thank you.
And for more on these products, head to today.com/shop.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, we'll show you our Tuesday outfits, and you get to decide.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world.
Love it!
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Good evening tonight from Geneva, just hours away from his historic summit. Over 16,000 unaccompanied children tonight in custody. What's victory look like in this, or what does improvement look like? It's going to be a challenge to meet that 70% goal. Why is it so challenging?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It is Tuesday, and this is not any Tuesday.
Sure ain't.
This is a different one. Okay, so we were trying to figure out how can we mix it up? How can we get an outfit that you guys will choose for us, but we need a different kind of palette.
What we needed was some spice and some...
We needed our fashionista, Donna Rama.
Okay, we could call her Donna Rama. Donna actually went through her own closet.
This was her closet.
Yeah, these are all pics. The fact that you're sharing with us, even knowing some of our issues
and
with
our
the
bad
sweat
habits and the deodorant stains.
The way she tips in commercial break, we just appreciate it.
Well, you guys are hot, and I wanted to accentuate. You know, I always like a little spice. I always like things to be a little bit bold. Yes. So I kept in mind what you guys actually like, but then I pushed it to the edge a little.
It's like a spicy margarita.
So these are the three that you picked for each of us.
Okay, here are Hoda's.
These are mine. Okay, let's see. So now, all from Donna's, all
These
a cool look.
Mine.
The first one's a jumpsuit. Is that right?
The first one is a jumpsuit. It's Norma Kamali, who you guys interviewed on the show.
Norma Kamali is awesome.
And I know, Hoda, that you wanted to try some sort of print.
Yes.
The second one, I think everyone loves seeing you in color.
Can I just go ahead and say the second one may win? But that's...
Why? Because it's the only one in color? Yeah. Donna, what do you like of those three?
Well, I have to say that I like all three of them. I saw them all on both of you, and you look amazing in all of them, so I can't give away my favorite.
You can say your favorite.
I will say that for C, that's something that you've never really worn, and I think it's hot.
She looks great in leather.
This is actually something, Hoda, you don't know. The pants, your mom saw those pants on me when she came to the studio a couple years ago and said, I love those pants. I want to find them for Hoda. So.
And now I'm squeezing into them. Yay! Okay, let's go to Jenna's.
All right. Jenna's, okay.
Oh, wait, shorts?
Yeah, you know.
They're actually pleather shorts, y'all.
Yes, they are. So for A, I know that Jenna wanted to borrow it from me when I wore it into studio the other day.
By the way, if y'all don't choose A, I'm going to be wearing it on Tuesday, Wednesday. No, Tuesday, Thursday.
Yep.
Okay, and I like B, too.
B is fun. It's sort of like a 90s vibe. I like a little color, a little, like, difference. You know, it's a little unique.
I'm just going to let you know they're going to pick B.
I will.
Well, because it's the color. People like color. That's what I'm learning about our viewers.
But I'm truly telling all our viewers, they all look so good on these ladies.
Okay.
So just
maybe we'll wear the one that they chose on Tuesday, and I think we should wear the other ones the next days of the week.
I think so too.
Okay.
And then see, shorts. We want to
And we promise we'll dry clean your things.
Yes, I'm going to get them dry cleaned, and also we'll make sure we spray out the armpits.
Yes,
Thank
and
you
also,
so much.
yes.
Don't worry about
If we
it.
split the seams, we'll sew them back up.
But I'm excited. By the way, I tried it on and I was like,
I know, I felt.
and she goes, I go, why is this not fit? She goes, you've had 3 kids. I'm like, well, that doesn't make me feel any better.
No, but it's true. I mean, you guys have a rocking bod. It's going to be great. I'm excited.
Didn't fit, but thank you so much.
I'm
Donna.
excited.
And you can head to our Hoda and Jenna Instagram page and comment on which of Donna's outfits you want to see us wear tomorrow.
By the way, this was so interesting. So yesterday, I interviewed, and we'll show them later, these gymnastics moms.
Yes.
Okay, so they were 6 moms of our Olympic gymnasts. And I was wondering, like, what was it about what they did as parents or as mothers that, like, helped form these Olympians? And, I just realized when I was looking at the stat sheet, basically, 2 of the moms had 6 kids. A couple had 4 kids. It was like 4, 5, 6 kids. And I was thinking, like, isn't that so fascinating? One of the moms actually did an interview with her kid in the car, with her kid in the back seat of the car, because she didn't know what to do with that other kid. And as I was thinking, I thought, maybe that's part of it. You know how we drill down on our kids?
Yes.
You gotta do this, you gotta do this, you gotta, like, all of a sudden it just dawned on me when I was listening to them. It's like, maybe if we didn't do any of that, like if we backed way up, because these guys don't have time.
Yes.
And weirdly enough, I'm just thinking about this. I interviewed Mary Lou Henner, and she told me she's one of 6. This was a separate interview. And I said, like, how did you turn out? How did you get all this ambition? She said, I was one of 6. She said, if you pouted, there were 5 other kids having fun. So you just decided, like, no, I'm not going to sit in my room and pout. I'm going to come out with it. And it just got me thinking about, and I said...
Does that mean that we have to have more children?
Well, I wondered, and I asked Mary Lou, she has 2, and I said, well, how did you raise your 2 sons
to be the same way?
To duplicate? She said, I told them, and I raised them as if they were one of many. She said, I just didn't sweat the small stuff. I just didn't drill down on everything. I just didn't, over-examine kind of thing.
But there's that great book that I told you about called Ignore This.
Yes.
That basically talks about that exact thing. And part of it is to, like, have the satisfying aspects of life. It's for parenthood, but you can apply it for anything. Because the truth is, if you're going to harp on the little things in life, you're not going to enjoy it as much.
Right, and your
So if
kid's
you're-
not going to enjoy
and
it.
Your kid's not. And they says basically do not... Little behaviors that are not great, you ignore.
You ignore.
You ignore them.
But by the way, I think life lessons are something we're going to want to teach our kids. And I am so excited because I've just learned today that you have a big announcement.
Well, it's not.
It's
Everybody's
big.
like,
No, it's
she's
okay.
pregnant. No, I'm
No.
not. I'm not. And I am so excited because I have a new children's book with my sister. And it's called The Superpower Sisterhood. I wrote it with my sissy, Barbara, and it's all about the magic of sisterhood, of friendship. And it's about this little girl who's an only child, and she dreams of having sisters. She dreams of a life with sisters, and she's inspired by our mama, who was an only child. And then these sisters move in on our block, and each of them, one's great at math, one's great at design, one's great at science, one's a dancer. Each of them have their talents, but together, their talents are super.
I cannot wait. I want that for Haley and Hope. And by the way, the illustrations look
This woman is amazing,
gorgeous.
Cindy. So we're super happy, and
we look forward to it.
It's not out till April.
Wait, April? But you can always pre-order.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Gianna. We're back with James Farmer. He's a garden expert. He's given us some tips that'll help any of us, and that means any of us grow a gorgeous garden. All right, so we've been waiting for these 3 viewers. They gave us beautiful gardens, so let's just take a look first, okay, Jeff? We've got 89-year-old Mabel in Iowa. Let's take a look at her garden.
I've been playing in my flower beds for probably 60 years, and I live in northeast Iowa. The garden is surrounded by Iowa corn all the way around my 3 acres. My favorite flower is anything that is in bloom. I love lilies. I probably have 200 or 300 daylilies and at least 200 regular lilies. My lilies are planted in the fall because they have to start rooting before it freezes. And then come spring, they all pop up and bloom. The key to weeding is doing it regularly. I weed every day, and I hope that the Lord sends water. When I water with the hose, I always have to wait till the water is cool, because the water from the sunshine gets really hot. If I use hot water, it's going to burn the flowers. I love gardening because of being part of God's green earth.
Oh,
and how much do we love her?
James, she's amazing.
Mabel is incredible.
Y'all.
What's some advice for keeping up with all of those beautiful flower beds?
Well, I think Mabel is just genius because she pays attention to the seasons. She plants in the fall, looking forward to the spring. And so I always say that if you want a splendid spring, you plant in the fall. And if you want a fabulous fall, you plant in the spring.
Nature is rarely, if ever, perfect. So I don't strive for it in my garden. I allow what Mother Nature brings through birds and animals to grow. Many times they can be a beautiful weed or a beautiful wildflower. Sometimes those can be the most cherished parts.
I mean, look at those
Gorgeous
beautiful
druze,
native
yeah.
plants. Can you talk to us about native planting and why it's a good idea?
Yes, I think native planting is brilliant because the natives they're there. Those plants are thriving before you moved into the garden. So what they can do is kind of give you keys to what else could grow there. Let the native plants thrive. They will make you look like a better gardener than you really are. They're doing the work for you.
Well, I'm trying to convince Hoda to plant
hydrangeas.
Some hydrangeas, but she just said that she has a tomato and that's all she
I have a
needs.
tomato plant, but are hydrangeas hard to grow? Like, is there something special you have to do with those?
You know what? Hydrangeas tell you what they need in their name, hydra. They want water.
Oh,
and so you give them the water and you give them the light they need, and they are phenomenal. And there's so many varieties of hydrangeas.
Okay.
And I think we're going to see some gorgeous ones here.
Finally, we have a suburban garden created by Kumoa over in Maryland. Let's take a look at her garden.
I love gardening because it brings me peace and joy. My favorite plant of all time would have to be hydrangeas. They are my biggest obsession at the moment. They come in different colors. They can take full sun, shade. They are just so versatile. The key to keeping hydrangeas happy and thriving, first, I would have to say, is lighting. Second, moisture. And you have to have good soil, whether they are in containers or in ground. And that's why I compost. Composting is important to have nutrient-rich soil. We compost with pine shavings, grass clippings, and vegetable scraps. It is like liquid gold for the garden. It's so rich in nutrients. It keeps your soil rich and happy. And if you are not composting, you should start.
Okay,
we're
dying over her. That's amazing. So you can grow that with composting.
Oda is not a gardener, and really neither am I, but she thinks I'm showing off just by knowing what a hydrangea is. So tell us, composting is a great way to make sure that our gardens stay fresh.
Yes. Well, Kamoya had the exact term, liquid gold. That compost is nature's fertilizer, and it will make sure that your plants have all the nutrients and the health that they require. It's kind of like if you put me at an all-you-can-eat buffet of my favorite foods, I'm a happy camper. Same thing with plants. You give them that buffet of all that they want, and they're going to thrive. Also, that garden is so beautiful because hydrangeas, there's so many varieties of them, and you can cut them and use them for gorgeous flowers. You can even dry them, too, and enjoy them year-round.
James, I planted some, so I'm trying to get Hoda to, but I really think she needs an expert like you.
I need a big pot to put it in.
I'll bring a big
pot and an expert.
I'll bring them over.
Hey, James, by the way, you
the
have personality
We love
plus.
when you're on this show.
Thanks,
so
honey.
Come back and hang. We have an exclusive chat with Hoda and me that you can only see here on Today All Day.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine
Plan your vaccine.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Welcome back to Today Talks and our exclusive content you can only see here on Today All Day.
You know what's so funny? Yesterday I had a huge revelation.
What was it?
We've been doing Zooms forever,
Yes.
and we've had an occasional guest in studio. Yesterday, I had live guests in person, almost like, that was like my day. After our show here, I went and did the Olympic Moms, but that was Zoom.
Yeah.
From there, I went to radio. Kristen Chenoweth walked in the door. And I have to tell you, Jenna, it was like this wave just like crashed over me. It was something about seeing her in person.
Yeah.
Remembering all the times we visited with her. She sat in the chair and she started talking about her life, and she's adopted, and she was telling her stories. And right in her eye line, another human was her boyfriend, Josh. And I was looking at him, listening to her. Every time she teared up, he teared up.
Stop.
Every single time. And she said to me, I said, "Is that your boyfriend?" And she goes, "Hoda, I found my person." And she's been waiting and waiting, and she found her person.
Oh, doesn't that make...
But all that moment could not have happened on Zoom. That's what I was thinking. And we sat there like in real life, and there were people there, and there were just, it was.
And the energy of it, but you're so right. It's like
right?
even seeing a friend
Yes.
who you didn't expect to see, you know, or walking down the street and seeing people. The energy is totally different.
It's totally different. And then Mary Lou Henner walked in. She said her cleavage, she was commenting on her own cleavage. She was saying that she and Tina Fey both have like cleavage that's really high. I didn't even know what there was.
Do I have
cleavage.
that?
No, you have great cleavage.
Okay,
Yours is
okay.
good.
I'm
Hers was
scared.
real high, but she goes, "Is it too much?" I go, "No, we're live. Everything is
Who
great."
cares?
And she was jumping around, like physically jumping, and when she saw Kristen Chenoweth, she couldn't believe that she was there. So they saw one another. They're both Broadway people. They just, you know, Mary Lou Henner is from Taxi.
Yes.
Kristen Chenoweth, of course, is from all those.
Oklahoma.
Yeah. And they were hugging and loving on each other. And I just thought all the moments, random moments that you would have missed. Just the hugs and the this and the that, and listening to people talk in person and watching their eyes and realizing that's a moment instead of looking through a screen and going.
Isn't it so interesting too that, like, I mean, I can't help but think all these things that we might have used to take for granted.
Yes.
We don't take for granted anymore. I told you how I went down to Texas and I saw my childhood best friend, my oldest friend, and she drove me to the airport, and I just said, "Thank you so much. You made this magical." And I looked over and she was crying, and she goes, "I just haven't seen you." And I'm so used to seeing her that when we got together, and I also had Mila, and it was crazy. If there wasn't
Didn't
a big
dawn on
thing,
you that
it was
moment.
when we were
Leaving.
that it was like, I haven't seen you in almost 2 years.
Is that?
And
that's so jarring.
Isn't that
Yes.
jarring? And it
Yes.
was like this huge hug at the airport, and it kind of reminded me, she goes, "Why is it always so sad to drop somebody at the airport?"
That's what she said.
But it's
She's right.
because we were
It's a moment.
together.
And sometimes they catch you off guard. Yesterday I did Andy Cohen's Watch What Happens Live. I was literally sitting in this room where you wait till it's your turn, and he opened the door, and there was something about the door opened, he was looking at me. And it just like, again, it was like this wave. And I started crying. And he goes, "Are you crying?" I go, "Yes." And he goes, "Are we going to be okay for the show?" I said, "Yes, we're going to be okay for the show." But there was something about seeing him and remembering he's done that show for 12 years. He's been part of this show. He's been everywhere. It was just something about in person, real life, feeling someone's arms around you, holding their hands, like being tactile.
And doesn't it make you feel so happy
Yes.
that that's going to become
Yes.
our norm, right?
Yes.
Knock on wood.
Knock on wood.
All right. Well, that's it for this episode of Today Talks. Keep watching for more Today All Day.
Guys, let's
Let's raise a glass.
Yes.
We're
To what,
back to each
SG?
other.
To summer.
To all of us.
To us?
Yes.
Oh,
we're
to
to
us.
being back.
Oh, wait, Carson, I didn't get a tap.
To 1 foot
Tap
away.
that.
To being together.
Yes.
Yes.
Cheers.
No mask.
No mask, no mask.
I can hear you.
Oh, that's yummy.
Remember
Al,
last summer?
good choice.
You
What
like the
if-
Aperol Spritz?
This is a brilliant choice. I'm
It's
glad
summer,
I copied you.
Summer in a glass.
Summer in a
I
glass.
remember having too many.
Okay.
How about when they put our chairs so close together at work?
Yeah.
I remember.
That was it.
I mean, that was a glaring moment.
Yeah.
'Cause we're all
knew
there every
things-
morning.
I knew things were better when I could sit on your lap.
Yeah.
When they let us sit next to each other.
I've always said that.
We've been inching our chairs closer
We have.
together. I don't think we realized when we were spread that far apart how weird it was, right? And all of a sudden, once we started moving closer, we were like, look at us, we're on top of each other.
Right.
But then it's like nothing's
normal.
changed.
Yeah.
But I remember looking at the monitor and going, oh, wow.
So
This
close.
is the way it used to be.
Right.
We're close again.
But Carson, you were kind of nervous.
You were.
It was just fast. It was
Yeah.
like for so long you go giving that ATM space everywhere you go to people out of respect, and then all of a sudden we're just so close, and it took a minute for me to get used to it.
You were still wearing your mask on set.
Well, 'cause
longer
on
than-
The Voice, there's different rules still in society at various workplaces, and so The Voice has a different set of rules than Today's Show. That's true. So I was wearing a mask. I didn't.
Remember when we were all in the studio together? When we
Yep.
all
Yep.
finally got in the studio
Yep.
together? I thought that was one of those
Yes.
moments. I don't care how spread out we were.
It was the
Yeah.
week
It
before
was
Labor
cool.
Day.
Was that the week we
because
finally?
Well, hold on. Let's back up. When we all first got together in the backyard,
yes.
Yeah.
just seeing each other
Right.
was a win in
Yes.
that moment, right?
Physically.
Forget that we were 6 feet apart.
Right.
So to get to this point
Right.
is
Look
like
at us,
a
cozied
home
up.
run.
I know.
Right?
It was emotional when we all got together again. Sorry, Mom said don't talk.
No, that's okay.
It's okay.
It's all right.
We won't
No,
talk
it was
Came to the wrong place.
I'll tell you, outside the workspace, your daughter's wedding. And folks were sweating and dancing and singing and hugging. like
everybody
all-
was vaccinated.
Yes.
And having you guys there was meant the world. And it was. We heard from more and more people. Hey, wow, what a great! It was like a coming out party.
It was.
You know, and it was really terrific. And I was happy to pay for it.
Was it expensive coming up?
Just
Wow,
before
what
that
the-
wedding, the New York Islanders were in the playoffs, and they had just opened up their place. So I went to that game, and that was 21,000 people in the barn screaming at a big time sporting event. That felt like, oh my gosh, we are back.
I think it's starting to feel that way. I felt that way at the gymnastics trials. It was weird, man. You sat there, and I actually think a lot of the girls were a little nervous because of that.
Yeah.
They were so used to practicing in a vacuum, and suddenly they're in a stadium full of people. But it did feel like old times, and also just reminded you like what you're missing.
And over this last week, just spontaneously, people have been showing up at the windows.
Yes.
Yes.
And
More
lining-
people.
More people.
Yeah,
I mean, a lot
every
of
day.
people.
With signs,
And
like
going,
the real
going
thing.
out and fist bumping people, and just it's like.
Well, the wedding we
taking
did that
pictures.
Hoda officiated the other day, that time we spent working in the plaza felt like the old days.
Yeah, that was the first time that we were actually interacting, standing outside.
You know, and that was the other thing.
What?
We came here last week with our family, and it was like it felt like no time had passed. We were here.
Here at
Anthony was
Scotto's?
helping us. The place was packed. Everybody was having a good time. It felt so good.
Let me
Just
ask you.
walking into a store and not having to wear a mask, I almost feel guilty. Like I
Yeah.
say, should I wear a mask? And they
Right.
say, well, if you're vaccinated, you don't have
You
to.
don't
And
have
I'm
to.
like, I'm vaccinated. I'll just wear my mask anyway.
Right.
I just don't. I can't. It's hard to make
hard.
that transition. It's not like turning off the
Right.
light.
I agree.
That's
Takes
what-
a minute.
yeah. I mean, you had yours on today.
Yeah, I'm just still trained, and I we've all worn our masks for so long out of respect for other people.
Yeah,
So
sure.
I don't want to walk in a place all of a sudden without a mask with this bravado of like, I'm double vaxxed and I'm the man and I'm out of respect for somebody else. It's hard to break that.
Talent and perseverance, inspiring America.
I've been preparing for a moment like this for my whole life. I have lots of songs and lots of stuff to share.
I want to show my daughter what it's like to overcome adversity.
So many reasons to cheer for that young lady.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. for traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Talent and perseverance, inspiring America.
I've been preparing for a moment like this for my whole life. I have lots of songs and lots of stuff to share.
I want to show my daughter what it's like to overcome adversity.
So many reasons to cheer for that young lady.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
So one of the other big changes, and we were thinking about this. I remember we were talking about a year ago from right now, when literally there was occasionally a nurse walking by. That's all you saw outside.
Oh yeah.
That was it.
That was
not
it.
even,
Or
not
construction
even
worker.
That was it. There was nobody else.
There was a time when it was just you and our camera operator Mason, and no one else. In the studio.
Nobody was there. And then you fast forward to like that kind of eerie, weird feeling of, and my first words I think I ever uttered every morning were the two of us. That was the first conversation you ever had, was that one. But fast forward to now, you guys, we look outside.
Yeah.
Coldplay was on the plaza. We had her on the plaza. We're going to have more people on the plaza.
Tourists are walking by.
Tourists are walking
That's
by.
what I all of a sudden looking out while you guys are doing the news and stuff, and looking out and seeing people just strolling on 50th Street.
Without masks off.
It's funny. It's like, I don't think we'll take these things for granted anymore, seeing people who come to the plaza or having music out there, or even the people that we work with. When they started adding back our camera operators, the sound guys, the floor directors,
hair.
the props folks. Yeah, hair and makeup. Let's just light a candle.
Some of us
Raise
don't
the
want
glass.
to-
Hold up. Hair and makeup.
Hair and makeup.
And everybody said amen.
Amen.
When are they going to bring the teleprompter back to the studio? Most important thing.
Jenny is back.
Yeah, she's back.
Okay,
She's in
okay.
the studio.
That's why Pop Star was
The
so
other thing that
smooth.
was so amazing to me was how quickly you forgot how quickly it went away. I mean, like you and I were the first ones out. You know, and all of a sudden- and all- it was like, wait, what?
Right, lights out.
Okay, 2 weeks. Oh no, wait, not so fast. But it was amazing how quickly it all shut down.
Yeah.
It's taking a little while to come back, but it's worth it.
It was also amazing how quickly everyone adjusted. Like in terms of our workplace, folks like the crews, like setting up those home studios.
technical
and,
staff.
like without
Oh,
really, didn't miss a beat at all.
I remember after 9/11 when I was at MTV in Midtown, we were contemplating, are we going to do another show the next day? And quickly it was decided we couldn't because the bridges and tunnels were closed, and we couldn't get a crew to Times Square. We couldn't get a camera guy. Wow. And during this pandemic, NBC News was incredible how quickly we were up, running, because people need information. And in our business, no matter what's happening in the world at any cost, there are those outside of the people that you see on TV that truly make it happen.
I mean, it was pretty shocking. And I think, you could argue that we got a lot more interviews, a lot of people who wouldn't have normally been on this show because we could get them through Zoom. And all of a sudden you realize that you can have good conversations with people all across the country quickly without flying them in, without all those things. But
That was actually one of my most favorite parts of the pandemic. Like Hugh Jackman's like, oh wow, he lives like us.
yeah.
Behind him.
Oh yeah.
The backgrounds were a big, that
Oh
was
yeah,
a
everybody.
fun part of
Zoom
the day.
rooms.
Yes.
You know,
Yeah.
people looking. Oh, look, what's there? Room Raider was that.
Room Raider, or how about the ring light that makes your wrinkles disappear? Like you put
I
that ring
discovered that
light
way
over.
too late in the pandemic.
I just got one last week. I'm so mad.
But if you wear
Where's this
glasses-
God light
I
been
know,
my whole
where
life?
has it been? Oh.
I love, but that is the one part because I'm an AV nerd, and I loved playing, and every day we had stuff coming in from B&H, from different audio visual places. Look at
You
this!
loved that.
I loved it. Okay, I got a 60-inch monitor. I
You
got
were one
this.
of the
I
first
got that.
ones, Al, who had it going on. I mean, you literally had
He was
all
in-
your
he was in his
gadgets.
garage. Remember
In your garage, you had an iPad. You had
Then he got
all
kicked out of the garage.
gadgets.
Yeah.
Then he was in the kitchen. He got
Right.
kicked out of the kitchen.
I was pleased when you stopped wearing the Oswego shirts every day though, because for a while.
I think Deborah.
Yeah, well, Deborah, between Deborah and Craig, it was like,
Yeah.
you got to step this up.
Yeah,
It's-
and then you went to the zippy hoodie,
Yeah.
the zippy thing, and then you
I went to the
graduated.
half zip.
Half zip.
Went to the half zip.
And then you
Went to
graduated.
the half zip.
Yeah.
You know.
But now we get to see you in seersucker full pocket square.
Glasses.
With the,
You know what I do
pocket
miss?
watch.
Every
You know what I
day
do
is-
miss?
What?
I do miss seeing Vale and Charlie.
Oh,
That I have to say, watching them pop up, literally, it was like so calming, and it felt so at home. I still remember just like watching
Calming
them.
for you.
Yeah.
I'm like, excuse me, Mr. Defense Secretary, get out of here.
Right.
I don't know how you pulled that off, but even just at that 6:30 tease, they all were clamoring to get on, and I remember thinking how that's like the coolest, calmest
Little
thing
kids
in the world.
with bedhead.
Don't forget about her live-in tech as well.
Yeah.
Oh,
Feldy.
yeah, Feldy.
Feldy was amazing.
Oh,
Yeah.
Feldy.
He was on headset.
Our operations manager.
You and Mike, my husband could be like in a relationship
Yeah.
because of the AV. Like
Yes.
he loved that tech stuff so much. It made all his dreams come true. He would dial in every morning, set his alarm, and
I
get us
remember
ready.
listening. You were doing. There was some problem with the mic, and he's troubleshooting.
Oh my God,
He was
I'd never
into
seen.
it.
Oh, he's so into it.
Yeah.
And by the way, the graphics department.
No,
Jack.
Jack Daly.
Jack
needs-
Daly.
Jack get a little more.
Jack needs an agent. I mean, we get stopped now, and people
What?
are like, "Yo, you're the kid that holds the sign." Like he.
Are you
the
serious?
People just
They
and
recognize the arms.
That started out of a necessity. Yeah, he's like, "Look, it's me. That's me." It started out of necessity because once Field Ops came and put the studio in the house, I actually needed help.
Yeah.
Because, we have a newborn in the house with 4 children.
Yeah.
So I was, commissioning help for my children, and Jackson did it every single
How
day.
did it feel, Carson, when you came back to the studio?
It felt great.
Yeah.
And I don't know about you guys, but I started to harbor a little bit of guilt. I mean, I love my kids so much. I thought and I felt bad because it came at the cost of a pandemic where people are losing their lives.
Sure.
But I was so selfishly happy to be home with my kids
Yeah.
because I travel so much and I
Yeah.
never get a chance to see them. I thought, God, I
Yeah.
can work from home.
Yeah.
As soon as I'm done at 9:01,
Yeah.
I'm in my
Yeah.
bathing suit already and my
Yeah.
nice supper, and I'm going to
Yeah.
play with the kids. And
Yeah.
I loved that part. But after a while, the professional in me wanted to be in a studio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't move to New York to stay at home and work from home.
Right,
I moved to
right.
be with my colleagues, to be in the environment
Yeah.
that excites me and that we're lucky enough to get to do every day. So going back to see you guys and going back to doing the job was really important.
Yeah.
It was fulfilling again. Being home's great.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
Only for a finite amount of
yeah.
time.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I can track this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Good evening tonight from Geneva, just hours away from his historic summit. Over 16,000 unaccompanied children tonight in custody. What's victory look like in this, or what does improvement look like? It's going to be a challenge to meet that 70% goal. Why is it so challenging?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
How are your kids? How did Dell and Sibby do?
Dell and Sibby, again, from the very beginning, I was so impressed with how quickly they adapted, and they've done the same on the back end. Like they've, they're-
Plus, your wife was a superstar.
Oh,
Yeah.
my
She
wife
gets
was.
she gets props. big
Lindsay
time.
was
Those jokes
amazing.
every day online.
Still
were-
going.
Still
Oh,
going.
they are?
The prayer section.
The prayer section every morning to start school. No, she was. We would not have probably gotten through the pandemic had it not been for my wife.
Well,
That's not, that's not
Yeah.
hyperbole.
And she got COVID, right?
She did. She
Yeah.
had
Had to
COVID.
go through that too.
And let me tell you, like we took it, we obviously took it very seriously. So we had to sequester her in the room, and it was me and the kids for 2 weeks.
Siri got a false positive during this whole thing, and for 24 hours until it came back and they had reversed it, it went to a lab, it was a whole thing. There was a period where I was like, oh my gosh.
Oh God.
She's sequestered in a room, and I have all 4 kids. Like, how do I do this?
right.
And then you're immediately a close contact.
Yes.
Just by vis-a-vis your wife.
Sure. Yes.
So technically, you're not supposed to be. Like, I was on the phone with the doctor. Who's going to raise my children?
Let's
bring some wolves
how you
over.
did that.
Yeah.
Grace of God.
Mr. Mom, Michael Keaton.
Well, Lindsay was parenting by phone too.
Yeah.
Like she was able to FaceTime and tell the kids to not do stuff. So. No, the kids have adapted well. How about yours?
Same. Like, it's just so funny now how they look back at pictures and wonder why we didn't have a mask on before. And we still worry about our kids. They're not vaccinated. They're little and they're running around. But to see them in school with the plexiglass and doing the tasks, and they did it every day. They were in the park with masks on. I was shocked. Hope was too little to wear a mask, which kind of made me feel good because I didn't want to have her all strapped up. But Haley got so used to it. And now we leave and she's like, Mom, do you have your phone? Do you have a mask?
Right.
That's what they say.
Oh, yeah.
So
It's incredible how they roll
adapt.
with it. They get used to the mask. The day the CDC said, if you're vaccinated, you don't have to wear the mask outdoors, I picked up Vale at the bus stop with no mask. She comes down the bus stops with her mask and she's like, Mom, where's your mask?
Yeah.
Put it on. She's like, she's got a job at the CDC waiting for her.
There you go.
You know, but it's just like they roll with it. They adapt to it.
I felt guilty almost in a way for all of you guys in that I just had Nick at home. You know, and the time was 18, and he was loving it because he'd take his laptop and I said, "Where are you going?" He goes, "I'm changing class." And he was going from room to room.
Oh, that's what he did?
What he did. But it was great. I was like, after I finished the show, I would call Craig. I'm out on the lake. I'm sitting by a pool.
Living his best life.
It was.
Did Nick adapt to the mask and the rest of
it?
it?
What was interesting is, especially for kids who have some special needs, in a way, this was somewhat helpful because a lot of these kids are not overly social. And so they could be social over Zoom, over their computer. And I was, I had to take him with me on a trip, and he was in school in the car, and I'm listening to him, how engaged he was with his teacher, with his classmates, and he really adapted. He loved it. He ended up with an A average for the year.
Did he really?
Wow, good for him.
We're moving, and day before yesterday, we were going through some papers, and at the beginning of the pandemic, it was suggested that you have kids write letters to, sort of cope with how they're feeling, and Dell wrote a letter. And he said, I forget who it was to, but it said, "Dear blah, 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 please make the pandemic go away. Please have people stop dying. Please have people stop getting sick." And we were moving, and Lindsay and I read the letter, because we hadn't seen it since, and just, puddles. Because we've started to forget just a year ago, like how scary it was for kids especially.
Well, I think that, NBC did that nightly news for kids.
Yes.
That Lester did. And it was really sort of born out of the idea that the information is so hard for kids to process that they would give a show for them coming from NBC. And Jackson, was a correspondent for the year. By the way. And that was really, I think, was really cool. And he had a project where he had to write a letter, and he wrote a letter to President Biden, and Biden wrote him back.
That's right.
Wow.
What was the letter?
The letter was about, and he wrote it, and then we sent it. He put it in mailbox, and then President Biden wrote him back just after being elected. And Jackson had written about, requesting some help with racial injustice and with mask wearing for the pandemic, and it was really incredible. So in our house, we had this letter that Jackson wrote, and the response from the president.
That's amazing.
Jackson spoke at commencement,
Wait, what?
Yeah, he graduated and
he spoke.
He spoke.
He was a
What did
speaker.
he say? What did he say?
He just talked about thanking the administrators. I mean, one of the things during school Zoom that stuck out for me was a lot of our teachers, they have kids our kids' age.
Yep.
And as hard as we found it, I kept saying to Siri, I'm like, look, we have to just put this in check. Think about this teacher.
Yes.
She's got this situation in her home, and she's teaching all. So let's, shout out to not only first responders, but to the teachers.
Who are first responders?
He basically was thanking the administrators for making a year even possible.
Jackson does. He needs an agent.
Yeah, Jackson's so mature.
Yeah, no, it's
Sign him.
Sign him up.
Yeah.
I think we got lucky that the pandemic, by and large, the kids in this country did pretty well, or globally actually did pretty well. If you think about had this COVID-19 strain been really rough on children, this really would have been a lot worse.
Story,
But emotionally, I think.
Edit that out, Jen. That's too.
A lot of them are struggling, but they're hopefully coming back.
Yeah, they're doing good though.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
I've got one that just came to mind.
Tell us.
When we went down a few months ago to North Charleston to profile this principal who during the pandemic decided that he was going to pick up a second job at
That was
Walmart.
amazing, that story, by the way.
Oh, I love that guy.
That guy was incredible.
Well, he's, Mr. Darby, and was one of these guys, could not have been more unassuming, and was just, he was like, oh, shucks, why are you guys here? I took this job because my kids at the school, they just needed school supplies, and the parents, a lot of them had got laid off, and the guy just stepped up, and even when we went to talk to him, like, he was just so surprised that we were there. Like, it was just so, it's like, this is what I do, this is what we do. Yeah. We take care of each other. That was probably a highlight. And I think it was probably more of a highlight because we had spent so many months covering death and despair.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Your gym, I mean, the time that I felt like the other day when you were hanging out with the gymnast, I was like, we're back, baby.
I did love that. I mean, that did make me feel like we were back 100% because, I felt it. But probably overall, like if I were thinking back, there was one guy who was a patient, and he decided that he was going to write a letter to every single person who helped him in this.
Oh, that was good too.
And he read it, and we surprised him by having all the people pop on. But I think because once you get out, you think, I dodged a bullet, and you go home. Think about any time you've been in the hospital for something.
Yeah.
I mean, how many times do you revisit and you say thank you? But to be able to do it face to face and to watch, a lot of these doctors and nurses were crying because they needed that attaboy, that attagirl. And I remember thinking a thank you, a little thing like a thank you meant a lot, as you know, because that's what you do. Well,
look, I got to go to one of the food banks in Connecticut, and it reminded you that how close people are living to the edge, because there were a lot of nice cars driving up, but people, when it comes down to it, needed help. But if it wasn't for those volunteers who run these food banks, a lot of folks would have gone hungry. And seeing people it was the dead of winter. It was freezing and cold, and people were out with kids in the car. And these folks who were they had an assembly line going, getting food into people's cars. And that was kind of like, it restores your faith in humanity.
SG, what do you?
I mean, it's sad, but I can't get out of my mind the doctor who was a frontline worker and an emergency room physician and had the whole world. She had everything in front of her, and she took her own life, because the stress of the pandemic. And it's a sad story, but it's also a story that really inspires, because her sister and her brother-in-law have picked up her story, and they are doing incredible work to focus attention on the mental health of frontline workers. And that needs to be said, that work needs to be done. And so they have taken this painful episode, and it has galvanized them, and they are really making a difference. And I think, we look at it, okay, the pandemic, let's hope, is in our past in this country, mostly. We've got to remember our frontline workers, and some of those pains and some of those memories are going to be with them a long time, so we need to remember them. And that, for me, that story and that cause has stuck with me.
Carson, you spent a lot of time over the past year highlighting I mean, you know.
Mental health.
Yeah, I mean, I think mental health took became a prominent part of the discussion of society in the last year during the pandemic, which was a good thing because nobody's talking about it, and I was able to do that through my own situation. But I think going back to what Savannah was saying, also for me back March, we were having a baby. And part of my anxiety, in general, my anxiety disorder, is that I can't control my nervous system. I run hot, like my adrenal system kind of like a Ferrari. And so I spend every day of my life trying to check and balance how I'm going to drive that Ferrari, you know, and sometimes it's easier to control than others. At the height of the pandemic and then expecting to have a baby, my nerves were just exacerbated, as were so many millions of people going through similar situations. So, you know, seeing the nurses in the hospital, you know, dropping my wife off alone, pregnant, with masks on, and we were so scared. We didn't know what was what you could touch. This was new in the pandemic. Yeah. And then meeting the nurses when Goldie was born and realizing that these people, I want to go and retreat and hide in my home because I'm so nervous because I have this mental health situation. I want to hide like a little boy, yet there are people in society who, like firefighters, don't run away from the fire, they run into it. And we were, you know, sort of, we got a chance to re-meet these incredible heroic folks, you know, in the health sector, who went in and saved people's lives and had to act like their fathers or their brothers or their sisters and hold their hands. They had to do so much work behind closed doors. I think even today, we don't realize what the nurses and doctors really did. Because no one was allowed in the hospital. I think by having a baby through that process, I had that window into the healthcare system, and it was just remarkable.
Celebration.
Oh, yes.
Celebration.
The roaring 20s, baby.
Yes. Your mom is back.
Yes.
Your tita.
Yes.
You know, your in-laws and
my parents.
all your folks. You know, and by the way, God bless you for shining a light on alcoholism and addiction with your dad with the book. It's just, I mean, I think everybody's coming out and just feeling good, like we've come through something, and we're still going through it. But by God, you know, thanks to a whole lot of people, we're able to live like America.
Yeah, I mean, talk about appreciating things you never even thought twice about in your life.
Right.
Like walking to the store with your kid without a mask on, or going to the beach, or getting in the car, getting on a plane, like stepping
Going to the grocery store
like this,
with your having a meal out.
Yeah.
Being able to close talk.
Yeah.
And hug.
Needing breath mints again.
Yes. There you go.
I'm on my stock in Altoids. It's got to go up.
I did you know, we do these things before the show where we talk to our different stations, and I knew Hodo and I were going to be doing something. I actually used mouthwash.
Oh, thank God.
Hodo went, wow, you smell minty fresh.
Minty fresh.
Kind of makes you wonder what he'd been doing for the previous
Well, you know.
We all let ourselves go.
Yes.
Just a bit.
But we're back, baby.
Woo! We're back.
Cheers to being back.
Cheers.
Cheers.
I've got nothing left.
And to the
Once
discovery
again,
of the Aperol Spritz.
I drank the most. Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day.
All day.
This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played? The unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie. Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts.
Cold cut. Cold cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today, with simple exercises to strengthen your heart. Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife.
Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay.
Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today, all day.
Hey, Today All Day. Next on Saucy, Anthony Contrino is whipping up 3 dishes any true lover of Italian food should never live without. First up, he's making a classic creamy risotto. Then it's a super easy red sauce. And finally, an irresistibly crispy arancini. Oh, this rice is nice.
I love risotto. It can be a bit time-consuming to make, but it's actually quite easy and it always impresses. You can make risotto even tastier by deep frying it. I like to transform it into one of Sicily's most popular street foods, arancini. These OG rice bowls can be found pretty much everywhere in the region where my gram comes from, Palermo. Today, I'm making a classic creamy risotto. I'll use the leftovers to make my irresistible arancini that I love to serve over my no-fail everyday tomato sauce. For cocktail hour, it's another taste of Sicily. My blood orange and white wine coolers that are sure to be the hit at your next summer party. Risotto is something that I think that everyone should learn how to make. And it's a technique that's quite simple to master. Now, you can add any flavor that you'd like to it. Mushrooms are super traditional. I like to fold in some roasted butternut squash in the fall. A fresh zesting of lemon for a delicious risotto al limone. Or if you're feeling super bougie, you can shave some fresh black or white truffle on top. I like to keep it simple with this base to really let the flavors of white wine and Parmigiano Reggiano really shine through. The first thing you need to do is warm some stock. We're gonna need this a little later on in the process, but we want it to be ready. We're not looking for it to be simmering, just stay nice and warm. In the meantime, we can get the rest of our ingredients all set. I have 2 small shallots, but you can use 1 large instead. I go this way, and then the opposite direction. I'll just give my knife a quick run over just to make sure I didn't miss a piece or 2, but kind of nailed it. Set that aside. And a couple of cloves of garlic. Oh, God, where did we get this garlic from? Peeled garlic from now on. We want to mince this up as well. I have the rest of my ingredients ready to go. So all that's left for me to do is just open up this bottle of white wine. A good dry white wine will do here. Like I've said in the past, something that you would drink. I'm using a nice Pinot Grigio. Make sure you go deep enough. There's nothing worse than breaking a cork. Ta-da! We'll just set that aside. Time to start cooking. I'm gonna put this pan over a medium heat, and to that, we will add some butter. Just 1 tablespoon for a little extra flavor. And then 2 tablespoons of extra virgin olive oil. Give it a swirl, get that butter melted. Then we can add our shallots. Looks like a lot, right? We're not looking to get any color on these shallots, just to soften them. So we're literally just going to saute these for a couple of minutes, 2 to 3. Time to add our garlic. Just want to cook this garlic for a minute, just until it's fragrant. It's fragrant. Then our rice. 1 cup right into our pan. We want to toast this rice a little before we start adding the liquid to cook it. I'm using Carnaroli rice. It is considered the king of Italian rices. It has a lot of starch in it, which is going to add to the creaminess, and it also cooks to a beautiful al dente. I think this guy's getting thirsty. Time to add a half a cup of wine. Looks about right. Now this is where the technique really kicks in. Over this medium-low heat, you want to keep stirring constantly until there's almost no liquid left. Like right now, before you start adding your warm broth, just a little bit at a time, about a ladleful at a time. And keep stirring and repeating the process. The reason we're adding warm stock is because we don't want to halt the cooking of our rice. What makes risotto so creamy is, unlike pasta, where you strain the water, you're keeping everything, all those starches remain in the pan, and it just keeps getting thicker and creamier and delicious. I'm way too passionate about risotto. You see how all of my liquid is almost gone? I'm actually gonna lower this heat a little bit and add another ladleful of our stock. Just keep stirring, adding liquid as needed, and this is probably gonna take about 40-45 minutes. And do note, you might not need all of the broth. It's better to have too much than too little. Look how creamy. It's like the parting of the seas. It takes a really long time for it to sort of come back together. I'm gonna get my last couple of ingredients on standby, so it's ready to go. Okay, I think we can add our cheese. Half a cup of Parmigiano Reggiano, the good stuff, the real stuff. And a quarter cup of my secret ingredient. Looks about right. Mascarpone cheese. As if this wasn't creamy enough, this is gonna put it over the top. You can see how creamy it is. It's almost like rice pudding. It's so creamy and decadent that you don't need that much of it. Then to finish it off, simply a drizzle of really good olive oil, just a couple of cracks of fresh black pepper, and of course, just a little bit more Parmigiano Reggiano. Or a lot of it more. Buon appetito. Perfection. So good, so creamy, so delicious. Don't worry, these leftovers are not gonna go to waste. Never in my house. While it's still warm, I'm gonna transfer it to a sheet pan, spread it out nice and thin, let it come to room temperature, then we'll cover it and get it in the fridge to chill so that we can make the crispiest, the creamiest arancini you've ever had.
Well, hello. Are you ready to whip up Anthony's delectable dish? Just text food to 34318 and we will send that recipe right to your phone.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Oda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you. Cheers. We've been watching Chanel bust a move all morning.
New meaning. See the expression? Rise and shine.
Jenna, nearly 2 miles in the air.
Your Gampy would be so proud.
Oh, thank you, Al.
I always serve my arancini with a tomato sauce, and my family's been making this forever. Once a month, my parents would make a vat of it so that we always had it on hand, even packing it and freezing it up just to bring on vacation with us. God forbid we couldn't have sauce on a Sunday when we were in Florida. This sauce uses just a few staple ingredients, at least staple ingredients in my house, and comes together fairly quickly. First up, a sweet onion. It adds a little bit of sweetness and balances out the acidity of the tomatoes. Any sweet onion will do. I feel like my gram had this sauce going within minutes and it would just be simmering away, and we would be in the kitchen trying to like sneak a dip of bread into it before we got yelled at. I'm gonna get this into my pot, get it out of my way. A nice healthy amount of garlic, 5 cloves. Thankfully, I have some left over from my risotto. And just thinly slice it. Obviously, I love garlic. And that's gonna go in at this point as well. Next up, extra virgin olive oil, about 1/3 cup. Okay, let's put this over medium heat and start to saute that garlic and onion. This is definitely one of my favorite smells in the world. It means that somebody's cooking up something delicious. We want these onions to get nice, soft, translucent, but not take on any color. Just stir it pretty frequently, just so that you can make sure they don't burn. Okay, these are looking perfect. Time to add our tomatoes. I have 3 28-ounce cans of what were Pilati whole peel tomatoes that I pureed in a blender, and we're gonna throw that right into our pot. Gonna give this a stir and add our last few ingredients. We'll add 1.5 teaspoons of salt. We'll go back later and make sure that doesn't need any more. Some fresh black pepper, about 1/4 teaspoon. Half a teaspoon of dried oregano. And a pinch of red pepper flakes. If you like a spicier sauce, of course, add more. And then basil, decent bit of basil, about 1/4 cup, which basically means this whole plant. And stems are fine. Kind of a sad looking plant. Right on in. The basil is just so aromatic, and in my opinion, that's what makes a really good tomato sauce, is the basil flavor that's infused and permeated throughout this whole sauce. At this point, you want to bring your sauce to a boil, then immediately reduce it to a simmer, stirring every 10 to 15 minutes until it's thick, all the flavors have come together, and it's ready to be served.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Good evening tonight from Geneva, just hours away from his historic summit. Over 16,000 unaccompanied children tonight in custody. What's victory look like in this, or what does improvement look like? It's going to be a challenge to meet that 70% goal. Why is it so challenging?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Talent and perseverance, inspiring America.
I've been preparing for a moment like this for my whole life. I have lots of songs and lots of stuff to share.
I want to show my daughter what it's like to overcome adversity.
So many reasons to cheer for that young lady.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
I've never met a rice bowl that I don't like, but these are truly the best. It has everything going on. It's creamy, it's cheesy, and has a crispy exterior. They're not your typical traditional Sicilian rice balls or arancini. I like them to be on the smaller side. They're a little bit more elegant and perfect for a cocktail party. The first thing that I need to do is set up a dredging station. I don't always use flour, but this is one of those times when I do, and I'll show you why in just a minute. So about 3/4 of a cup. Up next, couple of eggs. Whisk those up real well. And finally, some panko. I've tried it both ways with standard breadcrumbs and panko. This is the way to get the perfect crispy exterior. So about 1.5 cups of that. Now that our dredging station is complete, on to the cheesy part. I have some fresh mozzarella. These are called ciliegine because they are the size of a ciliegine, cherry. Gonna need 12 for this recipe. And I'm just taking them out of their liquid and placing them on a paper towel. I wanna get these nice and dry so that we can wrap them in the risotto and it's not too slippery. I have my chilled risotto from earlier. It's nice, firm, and set. Feels a little weird, but it's exactly what we want it to be. We want it to be pliable so that we can shape it around our ciliegine. I'm taking a 2 tablespoon cookie scoop or measure, it's 1 ounce, and scraping up some of our risotto. Don't worry if you rip the parchment that's underneath, just make sure it doesn't wind up in your risotto mixture here. That is not the crunch we're looking for. Press it in, make sure you're getting the full 2 tablespoons. My stomach is growling. Oops. Last one. Okay, now for the fun part. We're going to wrap our ciliegine inside our risotto. Take one of your mozzarella balls and slowly shape the chilled risotto around to enclose it. Takes a little patience. Give it a little roll. Don't worry about making a perfect circle at this point. We will refine the shape later on after we dredge them. Cute. Now keep going. Take your time. It's really important that the cheese is in the center of your risotto so that when you fry them, it doesn't leak out. It's a little sticky, but that's what's helping to keep everything all together. I like my arancini on the small side because of the cheese to risotto ratio, but traditionally in Sicily, they're much larger, pear-shaped or orange-shaped, hence arancini, and are often filled with meat sauce with peas or prosciutto. Last one. Okay, that just about does it. At this point, wash your hands. You definitely want to start with clean, dry hands for the dredging process. That's all there is to it. This size is the perfect size for a cocktail party. And then you don't have to feel so guilty when you eat 3 or 4 of them. That's all there is to it. I'm gonna give my hands a quick rinse, make a little room so that we can fry these bad boys up. I have a high-sided skillet filled with a generous amount of vegetable oil. You want there to be enough oil for the balls to be completely submerged. We're looking for a deep fry, not a shallow fry. Be careful. Cook them in batches of about 4, just so that you can control the temperature of your oil. It's been about 5 minutes, and these are looking great. They're beautiful golden brown. And I know that that cheese inside is nice and gooey. Right onto our paper towel lined sheet pan, and immediately crush up some sea salt right on top so that it melts from that hot oil and just gives a little bit of extra seasoning to our arancini. Don't they look great? Beautiful. Our arancini are beautiful golden brown. They're nice and hot, just the way they need to be served. Let's get it plated up. I'm gonna go with a fairly simple presentation. Just a generous puddle of my everyday tomato sauce right in the center of a plate. Just like that. And then I think 3 is a very nice and generous portion for our arancini. A little extra cheese never hurt anyone. And last but not least, if you can find it, some micro basil. You can use regular basil. If you haven't figured out by now, I'm just over the top and bougie. Look how beautiful this looks. It's like the Italian flag on a plate. These arancini make the perfect appetizer for cocktail hour, and I have the perfect drink to mix up.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes,
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
That's just
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food. Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen. Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
When blood oranges are in season, I can't wait to get my hands on them and use them for as many things as possible, like this blood orange and white wine cooler. This is not the stuff you were sneaking behind your parents back in high school. It's a little bougier than that. This blood orange is doing double duty. Half of it's gonna go into our cocktail to help flavor it, and the other half is gonna be a beautiful garnish at the end. So cut 1/2 into wedges, and you can throw this into a cocktail mixer or a cocktail shaker, whatever you have. The other half, I'll halve again, and then just slice into half moons. Look how beautiful, deep, vibrant red that is. Super delicious, and it's also very nutritious. You're also going to need 1/2 of a lime. Save the other half for something later. Cut that into a few wedges as well. Then a little rosemary, about 2 sprigs. Add that and muddle it up. Put some elbow strength into it. We want to get all of those citrus juices out and the oils and fragrance of that rosemary, which I can smell already. Look at that beautiful fuchsia color. Okay, to that, 1 cup of our Pinot Grigio. Stir it up. And then strain it into 2 glasses. 1 cocktail for now, and then 1 for right after. Isn't that a gorgeous color? Then to amplify our blood orange flavor, some blood orange soda. 1/2 cup to each of your glasses. All that's missing are some garnishes. Throw a few of those half moons into your glasses. Any way they fall. Some more rosemary. I have one last surprise. It is summer after all, so some edible flowers. You can find these in the produce section of your supermarket. That'll do. I don't know about you, but I think this is one gorgeous cocktail. It also happens to be extremely delicious. This is not your average wine cooler. Cheers.
It wouldn't be game show week without an appearance by the one and the only, she's a national treasure, Jane Lynch, the Emmy-winning host of a Hollywood Game Night.
Oh, thank you, Ronnie. Season 6 of the Star-Studded show premieres this week with a whole new group of celebrities facing off in hilarious party games.
All right, so today we invited some celebrity friends of our own. First up is Jocko Sims, star of the new NBC medical drama, New Amsterdam, back this fall. It's a big hit for season 2.
And Michael Uwaye is starring in the brand new legal drama Bluff City Law, premiering this fall on NBC.
Yes, thank you for being here. Okay,
fantastic. So this is what's going to happen. You girls are going to drive. So you're
going to start first, Karen. Sit down.
Oh, wait, yeah, we
Grab
have
the
to
wheel.
also introduce our
Yeah, oh, I'm
Plaza
sorry.
fans.
This is Karen, everybody.
Right? It's time to meet our Plaza fans competing in some Hollywood game night fun. On my team, along with Jocko, is Ginger Hennings from North Carolina.
Ginger.
And on our team, my and Michael's team, is Karen Johnson from New Jersey, and she'll be, we're going to win. Right?
Okay, we're gonna, all right. So here's, you want to tell us how it's going to work?
Yeah,
Jay?
absolutely. Now I take control.
Yes,
Is that how this
yes,
works?
yes.
Okay, here's how it works. Our Plaza player will drive the car while their two teammates will take turns hopping in here in the passenger seat, giving clues about famous landmarks. If you guess the place right, well, if you guess say that again. Okay, if you guess the place right, you get a point. If you don't guess the place right, you can pass. 60 seconds needs to be on the clock for this team one, so we're going to start. Well, who are we starting with?
We're starting with Jenna.
Oh, see, I want to take control, but I don't know what we're doing.
Come on, Jocko, let's do this.
You're first.
Pretend you're driving.
We're going to watch how
Okay, so we take turns being in the passenger.
Exactly.
We got to win, all right?
Yeah, you got to go to the end of the line, and then you let Jocko in. Okay, I swear to God, I've hosted this before. All right, here we go. Here we go.
And then we switch after each question, right?
Yes, yes. So if you get it, you can remember you can pass. There's 60 seconds on the clock. All right, now I am going to show you, Jenna.
Okay, but you can't. Where Ginger can't.
Well, watch how I do this. I'm a professional. I know how to do this. Kind of relax. 60 seconds on the clock, please, and go.
Where are we going? Okay, it's in Paris. It's a place that's the most landmark tower. Yes,
That's right. Come on in here.
Where are we going?
All right, cool. Jenna lived in this place for a little while.
Texas, the White House.
There you go. The White House is correct.
Where are we going? Okay, we are going to. This is a place in Italy. It's slanted.
The Leaning Tower.
Oh, very nice. Yes, it is. Where are we going, Jocko?
Let's see, to a bar. This represents our freedom here in New York.
The Freedom Tower.
Another one that's more like a lady.
Statue of Liberty.
There you go.
Good.
Nice. Good.
Where are we going? Okay, this is in San Fran. It is a red. Golden Gate Bridge.
Yes, go ahead, girl.
Go ahead.
All right, Jocko, where are we going?
The next one. Jocko.
All right, cool. This is the place where you have the president's faces.
Mount Rushmore.
There you go.
Atta girl.
Where
Wonderful.
are we going? Okay, this is a big. I can't say the words.
No, yeah, you
this
can't
is
say
a
the word.
big place. It's in a large
Grand
country.
Canyon?
No, it's in a country in Asia.
Oh, that's all right.
That was
You guys did
hard.
really well. It was the Great Wall of China.
That was so hard.
That was hard.
China
But you did
or
very well. How many did they get?
How many did we get?
How many? Six. Fantastic.
Yes. All right, come on, Ginger. We killed it. We killed it. Ginger, come on over here. All right, y'all come.
All right, so now we've got Trisha.
No pressure, Karen. You got this.
And Michael, right?
I start
So
for
Trisha's going to be blindfolded, right?
Yeah. So, hey, listen, so you remember where you're going each time, okay? Are we ready? 60 seconds on the clock, please, and go ahead, Trisha.
It's in New York. It is one of the tallest.
Empire State.
Yes,
Got a girl.
Good job.
Where we going?
We are going, it's like a triangle.
Pyramids. Where we going? Egypt.
Yeah, we're going to let you have that.
Giza pyramids. Yeah. Where we going?
We're here in the building right now. This is where they light the Christmas tree.
That is correct.
Tall, that's hard. Tall figures, faces, mysterious.
That's a tough one.
Pass. Yeah, I would pass.
That's a good call.
Let's go.
That's a tough one. Okay, this is a really big. It's in the middle of the country. You can take a mule ride down into it. You can camp into it.
Yes! There you go.
Where we going?
Oh no.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
And we're going to pass again?
Yes, we are.
We're going to pass.
Where we going? Where we going?
Pass.
Where we're going to go. Here.
Where we going? Where we going?
Stars, LA.
Walk of Fame.
Yes.
Very good. Very good.
Where we going?
This is Greek.
Oh, it's all right. It's all right. How many?
It's Greek.
Put that
5.
We got 6.
Coliseum.
So what did they get? 5. And you got 6. You are the winner.
Tonight, we're on the scene as the urgent search for survivors is underway after the deadly collapse of a high-rise building.
Buildings don't fall down in America like this.
The Delta variant. What does this mean for people who are fully vaccinated?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Tonight, we're on the scene as the urgent search for survivors is underway after the deadly collapse of a high-rise building.
Buildings don't fall down in America like this.
The Delta variant. What does this mean for people who are fully vaccinated?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Jane, hey, how are ya?
Really good. How are you? Thank you for having me this morning.
Oh, it feels so good to see your face, even virtually. What's been going on? Tell me how this quarantine has been for you.
Well, I'm a bit of a loner to begin with, so I love having the excuse to stay in without feeling, badly about it, like I'm antisocial. But, it's I think people are getting bored, and the virus isn't over yet, and I'm in that camp as well. I would love to go back to work, but it's just this continues. But I think for a lot of people, it's reached the limit, and I feel so badly for all of us. This is a tough time, and it's also been really a great time because we have kind of bonded together, and even there's a lot of division too. But when we do bond together, it just fills my heart with joy.
No, it sure does. And Jane, we've been thinking about you because you are known, of course, from that great show Glee, and your co-star Naya Rivera lost her life tragically, and she was such a talent. What do you remember about her?
Well, I think that one of the things that kind of got lost when we were doing the show is what a force she was, because there were so many talented people, but she was one of those people. She wasn't in every scene, but when she was, look at that. Isn't that beautiful?
Yes.
She just blew everybody away. I had 3-page monologues. So did she. It took me a week to get mine. She would do them right off the bat, and they would be changing them, and she had no problem with it. And she was a real... My niece Megan was very close with Naya, and Megan always said that with Naya, you felt like somebody had your back. She was somebody who wasn't going to let anybody mess with you. She was a great advocate, and loved the fact that she and Heather Morris had the lesbian relationship on the show, and how much that meant to so many young people. So yeah, she was a force of nature, and it's just a gut-wrenching and heartbreaking that she's gone.
Well, we are with you, and we know she will be so missed. Since the last couple months, we haven't gotten to see you, and it feels like it's been 10 years, like a long time. We thought we might catch up with you, okay? So we're going to play some questions, see what you've been doing during the quarantine. First up, what's the one thing you thought, okay, if I had more time, I'm going to totally do this, but then you didn't do it?
Read a book. I really thought that I would read a book. I've gotten so, and this is because of Twitter, and I don't mean to blame something other than myself, but it's because of Twitter. My attention span is shot.
Oh.
I only like those adrenaline punches that you get from Twitter. So I actually did, in the beginning, I did read an actual book, a paperback book, an autobiography of Aldous Huxley. And then I thought I stacked them up. You looked around this room, you would see stacks of books, and I haven't cracked the spine of any of them.
Jane, you just have to put Twitter away and open a book. I promise you it's worth it.
I hear you. I got to do it. But you know what? I'm addicted. It's a tough thing.
Okay. What's the one thing you're looking forward to when this is all over?
Oh, and I bet you are too. But like going to the theater.
Yes.
Going to a movie. Going to a lecture.
Yes.
When I see, because I do a lot of, I listen to a lot of talks on YouTube, and I just miss that so much, being in a group of people. Like I would love to go to school again. I would love to be in a class, and I love that, getting together en masse and learning something together. I really miss it. And of course, I do stage shows with the Tony Guerrero Quintet and Kate Flannery. And we had to cancel our entire season, like most performers and musicians have had to do. And so that's a drag. I would love to get back to that.
You know, it's so funny. You were sitting right in front of me at the last Broadway show that I went to, which was Moulin Rouge, which was just so fantastic.
Wasn't that stunning?
It was.
That show just, for me, it brought Broadway home to me in such a big way. It was such an impactful show. And I can't wait for those people to get back on stage and start trotting the boards again.
I agree. Okay, so have you picked up any new habits during this time?
Yes, I have gone down the rabbit hole of UFOs.
What?
UFOs. And now, I don't know if you're aware of this. This got lost in all of the news. You know, there's so much in the news these days. But the Air Force released 3 videos of unidentified flying objects that they can't explain. And that got me going down the rabbit hole. It started with the Joe Rogan podcast, which I watch all the time now. He has such fascinating people, and he's a really smart guy. But he had 3 or 4 different shows about UFOs, and that led me to watching some documentaries, and that led to me having freaky dreams and one night I swear I was abducted. It was really
we
crazy.
are so glad they left you back on Mother Earth, though. We're glad they put you back where you belong. You know what I'm saying?
Me too. Put me right back in my body in my bed. But yeah, that's been just fascinating to me and freaking me out in a really, really interesting.
Okay, so Jane, you are an amazing game show host. We love the show Hollywood Game Night. So when we heard that you're hosting the Weakest Link reboot, which if anybody doesn't remember the show, they definitely remember the tagline, "You are the weakest link. Goodbye." Remember? I mean, we all know it. So you get to host this when it premieres this September. So exciting.
Right. So that's the wonderful Anne Robinson, who did it for a couple of decades. Started in England, and it's based on the BBC quiz show format. And then we did it here in LA on NBC, and in the USA on NBC in the early aughts, if you will. And so they're bringing it back now, and I am just honored as heck to step into those. I think she wears thigh-high leather boots.
Wow.
I think I'm really excited to be stepping into those. And we've been doing Zoom rehearsals. We're going to premiere it sometime in September. And that's been really fun. And what's great about this show...
Is that a dog?
Relax.
Who is growling?
That's Rumi, and that's because Sweetie next door is in the backyard, and that's her backyard.
I mean, this is. Oh, by the way, if anybody could have. Rumi. Rumi, no, she's on TV.
I know. He doesn't care.
Rumi.
He doesn't care.
Your mother is doing something.
Go outside.
So good. I kind of miss those moments of my children invading you, but you've got your children that do not understand what your job is.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they think life just goes on, but it doesn't. I'm on TV.
Can you please tell Rumi that he is the weakest link? Goodbye, please.
You are the weakest link, Rumi. Goodbye.
Sounds like you're ready for it. Okay, now that we've talked about future projects, we want to take a trip down memory Jane. See what we did there? You've been in so many things. So can we walk through some of your first roles that people may not remember? Okay,
please.
When you see this picture, tell me what pops into your head. Married with Children.
Married with Children. I said, will you walk my Winky? Was the name of the dogs. Perfect theme here. And he says, you walk your own Winky, lady. So I remember that.
Okay. Frasier.
And that's my own dress, by the way.
That's
my suit. Yeah.
Okay, this is this is Friends with Monica and Chandler. Tell us.
Right. I played a real estate agent, and they were looking for. You remember the character who talked like this? Yes. I forget what her name is, but she used to be in love with Chandler. She was in it as well. But it was one of the last episodes of Friends.
Okay, next one.
Very happy to be on it.
Yeah, I know, Friends. I mean, who doesn't love that show? I think this is Frasier, right?
Oh, is that Frasier? Oh my gosh, yeah. Oh yeah, it was a Thanksgiving dinner, and I think I was his sister, maybe.
You were Frasier's sister?
I barely remember that.
I know. I love that. Okay, finally, Party of Five. We've got to see this because this was one of my favorite shows.
I was delivering terrible news to them about their baby brother. And I remember that Matthew Fox said to me, if this were your child, would you do the surgery? And I said, if it were my child, I would.
Oh, and so did they do this? Did they do the surgery?
Yes, I did the surgery. It was successful. The child survived.
Okay, well, that's really good to know. Okay, I guess we have time for one more, too. Let's see it.
Oh, great. I'm a doctor a lot, aren't I?
Yes.
Oh, that is King of Queens.
King of Queens, yes.
Yeah. Do you
Look,
remember?
I should have had my own lab coat for these things. Yes, they were trying to conceive, and I was their in vitro doctor.
I mean, really, you could maybe be a doctor at this point, right?
I probably could. I mean, I don't have any medical training, but I look pretty good in that coat, don't I?
I think it looks really good. Okay, so yesterday was one of our favorites, Oscar winner Viola Davis's 55th birthday. She celebrated by sharing an inspiring message on Instagram about owning your own story. So she posted this photo of her childhood home in St. Matthews, South Carolina, with the caption, "The house above is where the house where I was born, August 11th, 1965. It is the birthplace of my story. Today, on my 55th year of life, I own it. All of it." So some people were a little confused whether she bought the house or not. She doesn't own the house. She was talking about owning her own story. But first of all, I love Viola. Jane, don't you?
I do. She's a wonderful actress and a wonderful advocate as well. Yeah, she's a true force of nature.
I think owning your story is such an important thing too. When you feel like all of you, even the things that maybe as a little girl you might have been embarrassed about are part of who makes you who you are. Was there a moment when you?
I don't know that I had that I probably in small ways, but I think what's so profound about what she posted yesterday, that August 11th is also the day that Kamala Harris was announced as Joe Biden's VP choice, and the first woman, well, not the first woman to be announced, but first black woman, first Asian woman, and for that to be her birthday and for her to have that owning of her story and that realization of embracing all of who she is in this world, I think is pretty fortuitous that it happened on that day. And I'm sure that you share this with me and many people out there this morning that I was almost shocked at I knew I'd be excited, but I was really deeply moved when he announced Kamala as his choice, and I think it don't know, it just really filled me with joy. And everybody I talked to, I would see people at out on the street where I take my walk, and I see almost the same people every day, and they go, "It's Kamala, it's Kamala," and everybody was, it's just nice to be excited about something.
And you know what? To hear I have two little girls, and so politics aside, when they heard that a woman could be, Mila ran up and said, "Daddy, a woman could be the vice president," and that filled me with joy as her mother.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Tonight, we're on the scene as the urgent search for survivors is underway after the deadly collapse of a high-rise building.
Buildings don't fall down in America like this.
The Delta variant. What does this mean for people who are fully vaccinated?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Talent and perseverance, inspiring America.
I've been preparing for a moment like this for my whole life. I have lots of songs and lots of stuff to share.
I want to show my daughter what it's like to overcome adversity.
So many reasons to cheer for that young lady.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We are back with Emmy-winning actress and host Jane Lynch, who's hanging out with me while Hoda enjoys some time off. And so, Jane, we cannot let the queen of game night go without playing a game. So are you up for a game we're calling the Jane game?
I love the name of it. I'm up for it, yes.
Okay, okay, so this is how it's going to work. We're going to give you a quote, and you have to choose which famous Jane said it. Are you ready?
Yeah, God, I hope I'm up on my Janes.
Okay, I think you can do it. Put a minute on the clock. I'm just kidding. I felt like I should say that as a host. Okay, here's the first quote. It's never too late to start over. Never too late to be happy. Did Jane Fonda say that or Jane Pauley?
Jane Fonda.
Correct. Okay. Next one. We are all fools in love. Did Jane Austen say that or Jane the Virgin? I know you haven't read recently.
I have read some Jane Austen, not recently, and that is Jane Austen.
Correct. You're killing it. Okay, here's another one. Sometimes I sing too beautifully. Did Jane Seymour say that or Jane Krakowski as Jenna Mulroney in 30 Rock?
Jane Krakowski.
Correct. Oh my gosh. Did you know that for sure?
I knew that for sure. I've never heard it, but it sounds so much like her character.
Okay, here's another one. There is no happiness like that of being loved by your fellow creatures. Oh, I know who said this, I bet. Did Jane Eyre or Jane Goodall say that?
Jane Goodall.
I thought so too.
It's not?
No, Jane Eyre said that.
Oh my God, I was so pompously sure.
Me too. Me
that
too.
Was a trick one. Very
that
good.
That was. Our producers are smart. Okay, here's another one. You think this is hard? I'm passing a gallstone as we speak. That's hard. Did Jane Jetson say that or Jane Lynch in Glee?
Jane Lynch.
Jane Lynch. I was going to say. Okay, you know what you get for winning this game? We're not going to leave you empty-handed. We're going to get a Hoda and Jenna coffee mug sent straight to your house, and if you want, you can mark out the Hoda and write Jane and Jenna.
Well, you know I will.
Yes, exactly. Okay, we have to ask you about something that's left a bad taste in our mouths, and that is a new study of 3,000 Americans that have found that we are much more aware of our own bad breath thanks to wearing masks. Mm-hmm. So I wonder, now, by the way, this was done by a toothpaste company, this particular study. So take it for what it is. But now, have you found this?
Yeah, I have absolutely found this. And the worst is, say you go into a store, you put on the mask and, whew, that's bad. Then you take it off and you go to the next place and you put it on again and you re-experience that breath, and it's even a little more stale now that it's penetrated the fibers. See? My breath. My very own breath.
I know. You know what, Jane? We need to come up with a word for this because I feel like we'd be in the Urban Dictionary. You know how if you create those new words, it's like
absolutely.
We need to come mask breath or something. But
mask breath. We've got to be a little more clever than that.
I agree.
But unfortunately,
we're
I've
out of
only
time.
had one cup of coffee. Yeah. I come up with something.
Unfortunately, we're out of time. But thank you, Jane, for everything. I had so much fun hanging with you today. Please come back soon, and good luck on all of your projects.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine. The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
She is a marvelous actress, a marvelous singer, a marvelous game show host, and she is making her marvelous return in the mega hit show, The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel.
Of course, we are talking about the one, the only, the incredible Jane Lynch, who is reprising her Emmy-winning role as comic Sophie Lennon, one of the most famous comedians back in the 50s. And here's a sneak peek of the highly anticipated new season.
Welcome to the library. Books feed me.
Well, it looks like you ate all of them.
Beg your pardon?
I just said impressive.
Hi, Jane.
Hi.
Okay, we're chomping at the bit for this third season of The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel.
Yes, I am too.
Are you excited about it?
Yeah, you know, we go to all the table reads, so it's almost like, because every script is complete when you do the table read. Usually, you know, they have to do rewrites and whatnot. So the table read is like getting a sneak preview of everything that's happening, and it's
Do you love
just
playing
the best.
her?
I
She is
adore
so much
it.
fun. What do you
Just
love
adore
about her?
Well, I love that aspect of the character. I love how smug and erudite she is, and deep down inside, not even deep down, right on the surface, she is riddled with self-doubt, and she's insecure. And now there you see I am as Sophie. I think she's more comfortable as Sophie from Queens. Yeah, I think she's more comfortable in that skin, for sure.
So when you got this role, and people love this show, do people like come up to you? I mean, I was just thinking, like, I cannot wait for this season to come out.
This show is really one of those things that people, they can't wait for it, and everybody appreciates from top to bottom, soup to nuts. It's the most gorgeous show you've ever seen. With the costumes, and oh my God, Donna Krakowska is our wardrobe designer, and she does as much work on the characters as we do, maybe more. They're just amazing. Even the background artists are fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, look at the set.
It's
gorgeous.
Isn't this amazing? Look at that.
We had Rachel Brosnahan on a couple of days ago, and she was talking about something interesting. She said, her character is kind of going out on the road.
Yeah.
And she said she was so shocked. She said she's not a mom herself, but she said, I was so shocked at the mom shaming that she was actually getting on the street from regular people walking up to her going, or even interviewers saying, do you think that your character is a terrible mother? She was like, what do you make of that?
Well, I think, this is I think we're so quick to shame mothers.
Yes.
For sure. We all have some idealized notion of what it means to be a mother. But here, what we have are two people who got married really, really young.
Yeah.
We have two devoted parents, and both of them are finding their own way in the world. And they're supporting each other as much as they can. And she's got this dream, and she's a great husband raising the kids right now, and of course the grandparents. And this is back in the day when the grandparents and were very much a part of your life. And
living right by.
No, well, it happens today still, but I mean the family unit was definitely a lot stronger back then than maybe it is now.
We teased it, so we have to ask. What are you doing for the holidays?
Well, I go on tour with my album, and we have a Christmas album called A Swinging Little Christmas, and it's a big band album. I do it with Kate Flannery, and we go all over with our quintet, go all over the country. So we're doing that, and then my family had traditions of McDonald's on Christmas Eve.
For real?
For real, McDonald's, because the only McDonald's was like 3 miles away. And McDonald's on Christmas Eve.
Wait, where are you from?
I'm from Chicago, the South Side.
Okay.
And then my dad would read The Night Before Christmas to us, and then he'd pretend to throw sleep dust in our eyes like that, and we'd go pretend to fall asleep. And we'd, of course, get up at the crack of the dawn and open presents and have ham and eggs.
Did you leave cookies for Santa?
We sure did. Oh, always. And a beer, a Ham's beer. Yeah, because my dad liked hams.
Did your dad teach you? I mean, when you look at somebody as talented as you are, did you have parents that helped you learn this ability?
Yeah, my father was hilarious in a very Catskills way. In fact, I do him a little bit. He'll do a terrible corny line and then go. Waiting for your laugh.
So it was like a dad joke before dad joke was even a word.
He's the original dad joke guy.
Hi, everybody. I'm Dylan Dreyer, and we are so excited you're joining us for a quick sweat today. We've got Walter from Obey Fitness, who is guiding us through a full body and booty focused workout. So stretch it out, grab some water. We'll get started in just a minute.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Oda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
Cheers.
We've been watching Chanel bust a move all morning.
New meaning. See the expression? Rise and shine.
Jenna, nearly 2 miles in the air.
Your Gampy would be so proud.
Oh, thank you, Al.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Good evening tonight from Geneva, just hours away from his historic summit.
Over 16,000 unaccompanied children tonight in custody. What's victory look like in this, or what does improvement look like?
It's going to be a challenge to meet that 70% goal. Why is it so challenging?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
My name is Walter Kemp from Obey Fitness, and this is your 10-minute full-body strength class. For the next 10 minutes, you need no equipment other than the will to want to do better than you did yesterday, all right? Starting with 3-point lunges. Point A is a lateral lunge, bringing it right back. Point B, you take it to a back lunge, locking out as you stand up. Point 3, curtsy, take your bow, and we repeat. Let's go. Hook it out, nice. Bring it up, take it back, nice. Stand it up, here we go. Curtsy, take your bow, nice. Again. All right, y'all, we're gonna hit this for about 30 more seconds. Nice, all right. Try to get that knee as close to the floor without you actually touching the floor, right? Give me that curtsy. You want to keep those hips super square. Bring it right back. We're almost there, y'all. Make sure you poke that booty out. Yeah, I said it. Take it back. Lock it out. Take your bow. Stand it up. Again, let's go. Push. Nice. Stand it up. Here we go. Point B. Nice. Bring it up. Again, 10 seconds. Stay with it. And we're going to do this exact same thing on the right side, because you know what goes left goes right. What goes up goes down. It's the circle of life, baby. Right here. Stay with me. Curtsy. Easy breezy. Beautiful. Walter Kemp, baby. One more. Here. Nice. Lock it out. Take it back. Point B. This right here is 3-point lunges, y'all. Nice, y'all. All right, same exact thing. Let's go right. Beautiful. Stand it up. And when I say stand up, I want you to stand up physically, and I want you to stand up emotionally, mentally. I want you to really rise up, all right? No more giving up on yourself. We got 10 minutes to stay focused, 10 minutes to give ourselves our all. How many times in life you give 10 minutes to someone else? Today it's all about you. I said it. I want you to be selfish today. It's all about you. Where you at? You right there. I see you. Nice. We're almost there, squad. When I say almost there, where is there, Walter? There is a higher version of yourself, all right? That's what we're working towards, all right? Nice. Take it right back. Point B. Right there. You see that bend that's happening with the knee? Nice. And if your knee doesn't get as close to the floor as mine, so be it. Just move. Just move your body, all right? The good thing about this is you can always come back. All right. Nice. Squeeze the core as you come up. Try not to hinge, but simply stand up. That's right, I said it. Stand up. Let's go. All right, y'all, I'm gonna give you a minute just to enjoy it. Enjoy it, right? Take it back. I want you to push off that left leg. That's the leg that we're working, right there, right there. You wanna keep those hips super square, Walter. I hear you, don't yell, baby. Here you go. No equipment means what? No excuses. Let's go. All I need is you, baby. All I need is you. Let's go. But you gotta have the will to try to do better than you did yesterday. Stay with your boy, lock out. Uh-huh. Push it back. Uh-huh. Take it right up. Nice. Take it back. Yes, I approve. I approve. Baby, you showed up. I approve, okay? Now, the real success is in completion, all right? The real success is in getting it done. If you need to take a break, take a break. but don't give up, all right? Nice, let's go. A delay is not a denial. Remember that. A delay is not a denial. Right here, your time is now, baby. Stay with Walter. Take it back. Nice. Ooh, I felt that one. Let's go. Curtsy for daddy. Stand it up. All in, full out, family. Here we go. Push. Stand it up. I'm starting to sweat already. I love it. I love it. I love it. I like to call this success, all right? Y'all might be dripping in sweat, but I'm dripping in success. Who's ready to join me? Push it out. Stand it up. Squeeze that core. Keep that rib cage down. I'm talking to you. Here. Nice. Bring it right back up. I see you. Nice. Right here. All right, beautiful. All right. Now we got one more leg exercise that's going to get the legs and the core involved, all right? So go ahead and turn sideways if you want. If not, keep your focus on daddy, all right? Left leg is going to go back. We're going to post for 2 and step it up. Now, here, we like to level up sometimes. And if you want to level up, all you have to do is step, drive the knee up. That's going to get that core involved. Let's go. Post. Step, knee, drop. Let's get it. Post. Step, knee drive, drop. Stay with me, y'all, because we're crossing over to arm land pretty soon. Step, drive it, stop. Switch! Ah! All right, y'all, listen, when the beat drop, I can't help myself. Keep those hips square. Take that right leg back. We post. Nice. Stop, knee drive, and drop. Don't stop. Post. Nice. Stop, knee drive. Listen, who said we couldn't have fun? I don't know who's been telling you these lies. Who said fitness isn't fun? You haven't been working out with me. Let's go. Step it in, knee drive. Yeah, y'all. I'm loving this. I'm loving this. How can you not love getting stronger? How can you not get excited that you're gonna not only look better, but you're about to feel better in 10 minutes? Go. Drive. Who can give it to me twice more? 1. Step, drive that knee, but use the core to drive that knee up. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Last time. Here. Nice. Step, knee drive. Woo. All right, y'all, here's the thing. We're crossing over into arms. Now, we have a tri-bi iso crush. Whoa, what was that? I know. So here's what we do. Let me see that palm. Yes, like you're gonna give me some money or I'm about to give it to you, however you decide, all right? You're gonna take the opposite hand. You're gonna grab on that palm, and the left arm is gonna be working the tricep, while the right arm is working the bicep. We're gonna push and push. Go, push. Now, it seems like I'm doing nothing right now, but we're working on time under tension, all right? The muscle right now is creating so much tension. I'm using that left arm to push with that tricep, while that right arm is pulling with that bicep. I'm shaking because I'm working, all right? No judgment. I'm not judging you. Don't judge me. I'm shaking. It's hard. Let's go. Nice. Now, go ahead and take a deep breath. Yes. Keep squeeze. You see that bicep popping, baby. You see it. We working. Nice. All right, y'all, stay there for 15 more seconds, and we're going to do the opposite side, right? So I say this all the time. If you're looking for maximum muscle growth, any type of static hold, this is a hold combined with what? Time under tension. Nice. Woo, shake it out, nice and easy, same exact thing. Let me see that left palm, give me my money, honey, right there. Nice, all right. Now the right tricep is working while the bicep on the left arm is pulling. Stay with me, you can do this. I can do anything I put my mind to as long as I put my grind to it. What does that mean? I work for it. I work for it. Isn't it so much better when you work for it? It is. You cherish it a little bit more. All right, this is something I know. I'm not telling you, I'm telling you. Right there, let's go. I was in the same position, y'all. I was in the same position. I wanted it fast, but you know what? Easy come, easy go, so work for it. Stay with Walter, I'm still working. It seems as if I'm not, I'm still working. I'm shaking because I'm working. I see you, hold it. Squeeze that core, tuck it, Walter, there we go. Nice, give it to me for 10 seconds. 9 seconds, don't move, 8. Hello, biceps. We got 5 seconds. Squeeze that core, drop that rib cage. 3, 2, who's number 1? You're number 1, and don't you forget it. Take it down to the floor. We got a little bit of a combo move, all right? We're gonna bridge, and then we're gonna hit the toes with a toe crunch. Take the palms down right here. You're gonna bridge it straight up. Drop it down to the floor. Raise the feet up, touch the toe. Yes, let's go. Bridge it straight up. Drop it down. Feet is up. Touch the toe. This right here is your final push. Up. Nice. Come on, y'all. Who said you couldn't get a great workout in 10 minutes? I didn't. Up. Nice. Let's go. Flex those toes. Touch the toe. I really want you to go for the toe, not the ankle. Get it up. Keep that chin towards the sky. Toe. Give it to me 2 more times. Up. Drop. Feet. Toe. Last time. Up. Drop. Rise up. Touch the toe. Feet are down. Use the core to sit up, y'all. You feel that? There's so much control happening right here. My name is Walter Kemp, the number 2 from Obey Fitness. Don't give up on me, and I will not give up on you. See you guys next time. Peace.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it.
Tonight, we're on the scene as the urgent search for survivors is underway after the deadly collapse of a high-rise building.
Buildings don't fall down in America like this.
The Delta variant. What does this mean for people who are fully vaccinated?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Oda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you. Cheers. We've been watching Chanel bust a move all morning.
New meaning. See the expression? Rise and shine.
Jenna, nearly 2 miles in the air.
Your Gampy would be so proud.
Oh, thank you, Al.
Tonight, we're on the scene as the urgent search for survivors is underway after the deadly collapse of a high-rise building.
Buildings don't fall down in America like this.
The Delta variant. What does this mean for people who are fully vaccinated?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
We're gonna take 10 minutes to work those glutes right now. Yes, I said 10 minutes to work those glutes, all right? If you need to take some time to warm up, go ahead and do so. But as for me and the crew, we're gonna get going, starting with our feet about hip width apart, core tight, and most importantly, my mind is right, all right? Go ahead and plant yourself in the now. Here we go. It's drop and squeeze. Don't hurt your knees. Let's go! All right, y'all, we're gonna take about 45 seconds right here. Just standard squats. Now let's talk about squats while we're here. You wanna make sure that the weight is back on the heels. Nice. You wanna make sure the chest is up. You wanna make sure the core is tight, and most importantly, your mind is right. Drop and squeeze. Don't hurt your knees. Yep, drop and squeeze. Don't hurt your knees. Don't stop. All right, y'all, go ahead and do me a little favor. Let's count down 5. Let me hear you 4. Let me hear you 3. Let me hear you 2. Who's what? Number 1, that's you. All right, second move, post and squeeze. Post and squeeze. Right there. Now, when I say squeeze, I really want you to squeeze those glutes, but try not to hinge, all right? You also want to make sure those knees stay directly over the toes. And you want to make sure that you're really loving what you're doing, all right? I'm telling you, love transcends. Put a little love behind it. That booty gonna be stronger. 3, stay with it. Nice, y'all. Let's go. Don't stop. Drop it. Pull it. Drop it. pull it. Make sure you're pulsing right at the bottom, right there, nice. Try not to let the knees buckle out. Now do me a favor, this is gonna help you with the breathing. Smile. All right, I made that up. That doesn't really help with the breathing, but I want you to do it, okay? Yeah, nice, y'all. All right, can we do something really, really, really cute? Stay with it. 3, 2, we're gonna slow things down. 1, 2, 3, 4. Notice the weight is back in the heels, right? Notice the knees never buckle. And notice my attitude. I'm feeling good. I'm telling you why I'm feeling good, because I'm doing something good, all right? Everything I'm doing right now is gonna make me stronger. Why am I mad about it? Let's go. Stay with it. Nice. Now go ahead and make it sexy. There you are, there you are. You gotta have the eye of the tiger. Yeah, with its eye on its prey, right? And its prey being the highest version of yourself. That's what I want for you. I want you to see the highest version of yourself, and don't you take your eye off of it. You deserve this. You deserve this workout. Now, here's what I want you to do. We got one more move, and we're gonna do this exact same motion, but we're gonna do it in a bridge position, right? But before we get there, go ahead and do me a favor. Drop it low. Nice. Push the weight back in the heels and hold it. We got a static hold. Now listen, sometimes in life, the hardest thing to do is to be still. One of my favorite quotes is be still and know, all right? You gotta be still and know that something is working on your side, even when you're not moving, like right now. If you're looking for maximum muscle growth, stay still. Try any type of static hold. Listen, my thighs are burning too, but that's what I'm here for. Come on. Give me 10 seconds. You got this, we got this, she got this, he got this. However, let's go. 5, 4, 3, 2. Who's number 1, baby? Like I said, we only got 10 minutes. So, I shouldn't say we only have 10 minutes. We have 10 minutes! All right, take those palms down, bridge it straight up. Let's get it. Here we go. Up, down, up, down. Oh, wow, yeah, up. Nice. Down. Here's the thing. A stronger glute equals stronger back, stronger knees, all right? So really, really think about that. Even though the primary muscle we're working are the glutes, I want you to focus on keeping that rib cage down and squeezing the core, right? Nice. Take it up, down. Let's pick it up just a little bit. Nice. You got it. Bridge it up, drop it low. Come on, y'all. I know you got more in you. If you're not moving to the beat, it's okay, as long as you're moving. Remember that Walter told you this. Movement is medicine, all right? Go ahead and get your healing right now. All right, y'all ready to mix things up? Watch your boy. It's pulse and drop. So same exact thing we did in that squat we're doing now. Pulse and drop. Nice. Pulse. All right, I'm gonna give you a second to enjoy it. Drop. Drop. Guys, first of all, thank you so much for showing up. Not for me, but for yourself. I'm proud of you. Nice. Drop it low. You got it, baby. Nice. Drop. Let's go. Let's go. Nice. Drop. Don't give up on me, and I will not give up on you. Keep it up. We're almost there. Who said you couldn't get a great workout in 10 minutes? Not Walter Kemp. I never said that, okay? As long as you're moving, you're doing it, baby. Let's go. Nice, y'all. Stay with me. Few more seconds here. Nice. All right. Now let's slow things down. You remember this? You remember when we slowed it down? Nice. So same exact thing. You want to milk it. And you want to think about curling under with the hips, right? And coming all the way up. When you come up, lock out and then release. Yeah, there you go. You feel that? That's called living, baby. We're almost there. Oh, Walter Kemp, AKA the Booty Builder. I'm serving it to you right now, y'all. Release it, release it, release it, release it. Now curl, curl, push, 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 push. Now release. Nice. Now listen, if you really want to level up, you can always add weights. You can always add weights, all right? There's always a way to level up around here. That's our motto at Obey. You can either level up or you can keep it cute with me. Where y'all at? Release it. Nice, y'all. Take it slow. I know sometimes it's a lot to slow down, but tell me, it's worth it. It's worth it. Let's go. Take your time, y'all. Easy come, easy go. You want to take your time with it, all right? And can I just say this? If nobody's told you today, I'm telling you now, I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. Let's go. Nice, y'all. Stay with Walter. Drop it low. Come on. Nobody move. Nobody gets hurt. You got this. Nice. Bring it all the way up, all the way up, all the way up. Nice. About 20 seconds left here. I know you feel like you've been here forever, but you have not. All right? Keep your focus on me and let the body do what it do. Hey. Nice, y'all. Here we go. Listen, this is the perfect add-on to what you're already doing, or if you're just pressed for time, I'm telling you, 10 minutes will really, really get you right. It's got me together. Nice, y'all. Hey, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, y'all, remember what's next? Tell me. That's right, static hold. Go ahead and grab that booty. Push it up. Lock out, squeeze the cord, drop the rib cage. I'm gonna go ahead and bring my arms right in front of me. Nice. Try not to arch the back, family, all right? This is a great moment for you to maybe close your eyes and maybe manifest something. Like maybe see yourself getting through this workout with a smile on your face. Maybe you see your higher self. Maybe you see your stronger self. I want you to see it in your mind, because if you can hold it in your mind, you can hold it in your hand. Do not give up. Lock out. Lock out. And when I say lock out, I'm not only talking about physically, I'm talking about emotionally, I'm talking about spiritually, I'm talking about mentally. Lock out. Do not budge. Do not let them knock you down. Do not budge. You got this. Say that. I got this. 10 minutes. I can do this, Walter. I know you can, baby. All right? 3, 2, 1. Take it low. All right, y'all. We have our final push, all right? Our final push is a narrow bridge, all right? We're almost done. I want you to bridge it up 15 times as fast as you can go. Go, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold it in 10, 9, 8. I love y'all. 7, that's my favorite number. 6, let's go. 5, 8, 4, I'm doing this for you. 3, yeah. 2, and remember that you're number 1 at all times. Nice. Go ahead and take the legs out, bring the arms up, and use the core to rise up. All right, y'all. Until next time, trust and believe. We at Obey, we're rooting for you. Peace.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
See the expression, rise and shine.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Tonight, we're on the scene as the urgent search for survivors is underway after the deadly collapse of a high-rise building.
Buildings don't fall down in America like this.
The Delta variant. What does this mean for people who are fully vaccinated?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Welcome to your 5-minute cool down lower body stretch. Here we go. Let's start with the hips. Let's go ahead and rotate that hip right there. Let's open the hips up nice and easy. Repeating it on the right side. Open. Nice. We're going to do it to the left 2 more times, all right? Left, right, left, and right. All right, now we're gonna take it down, all right, using the elbows to push the knees out, all right? Now go ahead and do Daddy a favor and just rock side to side. Nice, y'all. Just open those hips up. That's gonna help you so much. How y'all feeling? Now's a great time for you to take a deep breath in and let it go. Right, so go ahead and take that right palm, touch the floor. The opposite hand is on the knee, right? The opposite leg is completely straight. You want to make sure that knee is directly over the toe. Now let's squeeze that core. Nice. Now do me a favor and straighten both legs and send the nose to the knee. Release the head. You're going to get a nice stretch throughout that hamstring. Doesn't that feel so good? 3, 2, bring it right back down. Here we go. Now I want you to turn and open it up, right? Using that same elbow to push that knee out. Now we're going to switch sides, using that opposite elbow to push that knee out. And we're going to go into that high lunge once more, right? So go ahead and turn it around. One hand on the floor, one hand on the knee. Opposite leg is straight. Nice. Here's another moment for you to take a deep breath in. Nice. Exhale. All right, go ahead and straighten both legs. Release the head. Nice. 3, 2, let's go ahead and bring it to the front nice and slow. I want you to release the head while you're in this position. Nice. Go ahead and take the hands, wrap them around the ankles and pull. Nice. Go ahead and bend the knee, slowly roll up. When you come up, remember who you are. And most importantly, remember whose you are. Nice and easy. All right, bring those feet in. Nice. We're going to repeat that again, starting with that hip opener. Rotate that left hip out. Nice. And we're going to rotate that right hip out. Now I want to go ahead and switch it up on you, and I want to bring the hip in, okay? So set up, plant yourself in the now, and rotate that hip in. Nice. Now go ahead and rotate that right hip in, that left hip in, excuse me. Now right. Nice. Now left. Nice. Now you should feel a little bit more warm than you did before. And we're going to repeat that same hip opener using the elbows to push the knees out. Go ahead and bring your hands to a prayer position and rock side to side. Hey, has anybody ever told you they're proud of you today? I want to say I'm proud of you for showing up, all right? Go ahead and cool it down, not only physically, but mentally. Take your moment. Nice. 3, 2, 1. Same exact thing, but instead of the high plank, we're going to drop the knee to the floor, all right? Taking the palms and placing them on top of the knee. And I want you to slightly hinge forward. You feel that? That's you. Say yummy. This is that yummy method, y'all. Now just breathe here for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7. It's so good. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Remember, you're number one at all time. Push it back. Beautiful. Come right back up. Switch. Drive it. Push it. There you go. Can you say yummy? That's the yummy method. There you go. You feel that. Try to keep those hips completely squared. Don't let the rib cage expand. Now do me a favor. Flip the toe underneath and push it back. Nice. Release the head as you come down. Beautiful. Nice. Nice. Now go ahead and take that right knee right on down. You're going to go into a child's pose, pushing the hands out, sending the hips back, and releasing the head. I like to call this surrendering to the body. Nice. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Let's come to all fours. Flip the toes underneath. Down dog. Walk the hands back. Bend the knee. Slowly roll up. And bam! There you have it. Walter Kemp from Obey is rooting for you.
You want some sauce?
Yeah, he likes sauce.
All right. We thank you, sir. God bless you. Come on down. Sometimes mistakes can turn into the best thing, especially when cooking. Beautiful. All right, give me a good brush on that, my dear. That's what I'm talking about. My name is Stefan DeArmond. My nickname is the Reverend. I like to say Revy Rev. I was living in Mobile, Alabama when I decided to move back to Charleston. My father had been back and forth in the hospital. And when I came to visit, I really saw how my mom's condition was as far as her sight. She's legally blind, but she cooks and she bakes. It gets a little tough, but you know, it's your parents. You gotta do what you gotta do. I joined the Coast Guard right here in Charleston, and I retired in San Juan, Puerto Rico. 180 Place is a homeless shelter here in Charleston, South Carolina. Little did I know that it would mean so much to me and become such an integral part of my life. When I got here, I didn't have the funds to come in and get a place, pay first month, second month, deposits, and all of that. So I talked to a VA social worker in Alabama, and they told me, well, if you could put your pride aside, I can get you in the shelter. I said, whatever it takes for me to get home to my parents. I was blessed to be able to go to the veterans dorm. This place have saved my life and many others. Being homeless is a different animal. It's not pleasant. You can't sleep with one eye open. So being homeless, you don't get the rest that your body needs for you to be able to be successful or even productive in life. 180 Place has many great programs, including the culinary program, which I went through, which led to why we're here now.
So my job is to take the trainees that come through the program and give them a crash course in how to behave in a kitchen, how to work in a kitchen, how to survive in a kitchen, and turn that into viable income.
Chef Angie Dupree, we have a friendship and a bond that'll last a lifetime.
Southern hospitality to its truest meaning would be something I would use to describe Stefan. Just making everyone feel special that walks into a room.
That's my girl. I've always loved to cook. I used to hang around my mother, my grandmother, and I loved it.
He is the reason this program works. He's somebody I talk about at every orientation now. For every new cycle, when I sit down with them, I tell them about Stefan and how he came in and took this opportunity. To him, it was all he needed to really change his life.
I was introduced to Charleston wine and food just right before I graduated from the program. So it was new and exciting to me. I was looking so forward to it. Chef Angie gave us specific instructions. Local, volunteer and work for someone who is local. Here's your opportunity to get yourself a job. And that's what we did. I remember the event was called Toasted, and it was nothing but barbecue. And I walked up, I didn't notice the sign said smoke. I looked at the menu and I said, I've eaten here before.
We were sitting right next to the band, and the band kicked on, and Stefan lit up. He started swaying and clapping, and he had his black chef coat and his white undershirt. And I said, sir, you've got the spirit. I'm calling you the Reverend, and you're coming to work at Smoke Barbecue. So we hired Stefan on as a steward, and we don't call people dishwashers here at Smoke. We call them stewards because we expect a lot more out of a person than just washing dishes. After a few months, he worked his way up to sous chef and one of our pit masters, and we've been with him ever since.
So one day I was in the kitchen, and I started prepping to do some cornbread. Well, I reached into the walk-in cooler to grab some buttermilk. Little did I know, I grabbed heavy cream. So as soon as I poured it in the mix and started mixing it up, I was like, oh no! Rolling came running. What happened? I said, man, I messed up. And he said, let's go with it, see what it does. Lo and behold, it came out a little bit higher. It came out more moist. It was golden brown. And he was like, wow. We passed the food out so everybody can check it out and say, well or not, we're gonna serve it. And everyone loved it.
It really is delicious, moist, cornbread, and it's pretty fantastic.
That gave Roland the idea of he and I going into business, and now we have the Reverend Cornbread Company. I can honestly say that mistake in the kitchen turned out to be something that's life-changing. When I found out that I'd be teaching a class at this year's Charleston Wine and Food, it was mind-boggling. Look where you came from and look where you're at now. There we go. Go ahead.
I want to do the honey.
Here you go, honey.
Thank you.
For the people that attend the Charleston Wine and Food and their events, they're paying good money. And for them to pay money to see me or have me teach them something, it's amazing. I still can't believe it. What we're going to do today is we're going to go down to the Superstop and we're going to feed the homeless.
It just goes to show you there's nothing wrong with a mistake. It's amazing what happens.
I mean, his story, it gives you hope that, hey, look, just because you're down right now don't mean you stay down.
He took an interesting situation, made it an even better situation, and now it is exactly where he wants to be, helping people and giving back.
Without hope, you don't have anything. 180 Place gave me hope and an avenue, because dealing with what I had to with my parents, to do something that I really love, which is cooking, it was a relief. You know, it was my safe haven. To see people get satisfaction of something that I've created is one of the best feelings ever. When I reflect on what I'm doing, I think about my parents. Just like any child, they would want their parents to see them succeed. But my mom would say, you keep doing what you're doing. It gives me a sense of pride. I swell with pride just to see the smile on my mother's face. And it was a great feeling. It was a great feeling.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Tonight, we're on the scene as the urgent search for survivors is underway after the deadly collapse of a high-rise building.
Buildings don't fall down in America like this.
The Delta variant. What does this mean for people who are fully vaccinated?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
What people don't understand about the system is that mass incarceration is real, and that there's an aging, dying population and people being warehoused in a way that is not human at all. I have so much empathy and sadness for the younger version of me, and that I never stood a chance. I had no way of knowing that life could be better. My name is Rashid Stanley Lockhart. I am a reentry coordinator and grassroots fundraiser for Claims of Justice. I first was incarcerated at the age of 15, where I was sentenced to California Youth Authority. I thought that, being incarcerated at that age was just a part of how life was. The only thing that I cared about was whether or not I would actually get to go to California Youth Authority, because in some messed up way I thought I was fulfilling an obligation.
Beginning at age 15, Rashid was in and out of prison, ultimately receiving an 18-year sentence for armed robbery. Part of that time was spent at the California Men's Colony in San Luis Obispo, where he applied to be a caregiver for other incarcerated men with dementia and Alzheimer's.
So my work with the Alzheimer's and dementia patients began with a cell. If I wanted to go do this type of work, I would be able to have what's called a single cell. We were each assigned anywhere from 4 to 5 guys. And on our caseload, from the time that they got up to the time that they went to sleep, we would assist them with their everyday needs. The whole thing of sitting there helping another grown man bathe himself and helping that person wash their privates and stuff like that. It's not for everybody. It gave me the opportunity to not worry about myself and to actually care for somebody else.
In 2012, Rashid was transferred to San Quentin State Prison, where he'd serve out his full term.
I became a firefighter at San Quentin for the same reasons that I became a caregiver for people with dementia and Alzheimer's. I wanted the perks, right? But I didn't know that this was going to be one of the most impactful things that I've ever done. During my time as a firefighter, I did CPR on over 50 different individuals who were all my peers, right? To be doing CPR on somebody that I potentially knew or saw or that was in the same condition as me gave me a sense of purpose. People probably did think I deserved a second chance, but I did. And I'm trying to make the most of it. And those guys who I was doing CPR on, I'm sure more than less deserved a second chance, and I'll never get it.
For those that don't know me, I'm Yaya. Like Rashid, we share a similar story.
I first met Rashid, I want to say in the late 90s, and we were in New Folsom State Prison together. I acted as a mentor for younger incarcerated men because early on, elders within the prison community did me the same way. So Rashid was this real inquisitive and curious individual. They say steel sharpen steel, people sharpen people. Watching him grow and mature as a man inside has been tremendously positive.
Mentors like Yaya are important because nobody knows better what being system impacted is than a system impacted person. And sometimes we aren't brave enough to intervene in each other's life. And the fact that he has me here today. So I get a little emotional. Up to that point in my life, I hadn't had many people invested, let alone somebody in the same conditions. And it just impressed on me so much more value about who we could be and what we were actually worth. So I first got involved with Planting Justice back in 2013.
Rashid met the founders of Planting Justice while enrolled in the Inside Garden program at San Quentin.
And I said, hey, how you guys doing? I haven't seen you in years, but I'm getting ready to get out. And they said, Rashid, whatever you need from us, we got it. And then they sent a letter of employment for me back into the prison, verifying and saying that I would be employed with them once I got out. To walk out of San Quentin prison was the most freeing moment up to that point in my life. There's this period of time when people get out, and it's called a high-risk period of time. And if we give people employment once they get out, the chances of them returning back to prison goes down tremendously.
Planting Justice is working to tackle recidivism rates in California by providing jobs to formerly incarcerated people. 75% of its staff has served time. Rashid works with those who are just re-entering society.
I am tasked with providing resources and networks to people who are in re-entry. And then once a month, I hold and facilitate a circle with our people in re-entry to kind of just, do check-ins and to see where everybody's at. This is what I hear every time we sit in the circle. Without this group, I don't know what I would do. I made a commitment when I was a firefighter, and that commitment carried over into being an advocate for change. It doesn't matter, where I've been. It only matters what impact I could maybe have and that small chance that I help somebody change their life.
Tonight, we're on the scene as the urgent search for survivors is underway after the deadly collapse of a high-rise building.
Buildings don't fall down in America like this.
The Delta variant. What does this mean for people who are fully vaccinated?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you. Cheers. We've been watching Chanel bust a move all morning.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
Jenna, nearly 2 miles in the air.
This is amazing! Yes!
Your Gampy would be so proud.
Oh, thank you, Al.
Talent and perseverance, inspiring America.
I've been preparing for a moment like this for my whole life. I have lots of songs and lots of stuff to share.
I want to show my daughter what it's like to overcome adversity.
So many reasons to cheer for that young lady.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Adults like to characterize Gen Z as an apathetic generation, and we don't care about social issues, and we're just on our phones all day. But in actuality, Gen Zers, especially Black organizers and activists right now, are using social media to organize millions of people all around the world for this cause that we're fighting for, which is Black liberation. And previous generations have failed us and have failed this country, and Gen Z is not going to wait anymore. We don't have the luxury to wait anymore because our lives are depending on our actions. My name is Nupal Kiazolu. I'm 20 years old, and I'm the president of Black Lives Matter Greater New York and founder and CEO of my national campaign, Vote 2000. I've been an activist and organizer since the age of 12 years old. So I've been in the game for 8 years. I like to call myself a young veteran. Sometimes I feel much older than I actually am. But I've been a part of many different activist organizations. And as a child, I was always very intuitive, always super articulate and outspoken. And a lot of times it used to get me in trouble when I was younger because I just did not shut up. And my mom will even tell you, like, I used to read the newspapers and I'd be telling my mom about the current events that's in a newspaper at 5 years old. So I've always been like very political even before I knew what it meant to be political.
New details in the investigation into the shooting death of Florida teen Trayvon Martin. The 17-year-old died from a single gunshot wound to the chest, fired from intermediate range, according to an autopsy report reviewed by NBC News.
The FBI is gathering information and evidence as part of a civil rights probe to find out whether or not Martin was shot by George Zimmerman because he was Black.
So Trayvon Martin's case definitely wasn't the first incidence of police brutality that I've heard of or I saw on camera. But at 12 years old, I was starting to be able to understand what that actually meant. And when I saw Trayvon Martin's case and what George Zimmerman did to him, it was absolutely inhumane, and I was angry. And I couldn't fully articulate how I felt at the time, but I knew that I was angry and I had to do something. And that's when I came up with the idea of holding a silent protest at my middle school. And I came to school with my hoodie on and a message taped to my back, "Do I look suspicious?" And eventually I ended up being written up, ironically, by my history teacher. And the only ally I had throughout that time was my math teacher. And this woman literally risked her job by marching down to the principal's office with me in solidarity with her hoodie on. And we debated back and forth with the principal for a few hours. And instead of suspending me, my principal had me go home and have my case ready for him tomorrow. I looked up my First Amendment rights, and then I came across the case Tinker versus Des Moines, which in short is a Supreme Court case that established the right for students to peacefully organize within school grounds. And that was the focal point of my argument the following day when we went right back to the principal's office in the morning. And I ended up winning the case. And when my teacher and I went to the cafeteria to get lunch, literally every single student in there had their hoodies on with the same exact message. And my teacher and I just stood there and cried. And that's when I knew that being an activist and organizer was my calling.
We need to live. We need to live. My brothers need to live. My sisters need to live.
The common things that I faced is misogyny and ageism, and obviously racism from other white counterparts that happen to have been a part of those social justice organizations. And it was definitely frustrating up until I came in contact with Black Lives Matter Greater New York in 2016.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
We are going to be cheering you on all the way.
Hoda is going to renew their vows right here. Cheers to you.
New meaning to the expression rise and shine.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic.
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
What should we watch for to find out whether this Geneva summit was worth it? What would it take for you to support this bipartisan infrastructure deal? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
I definitely didn't walk into the organization looking for any titles. I just wanted to do the work and be respected. And when I met the former president, his name is Hawk Newsom, he immediately saw the potential in me and really helped me amplify my voice in the work that I do. The entirety of the 7 hours that we were driving down there to Charlottesville, Virginia, every thought was running through my mind. I'm like, what if I'm killed? What if I'm arrested in a state that I'm not from? It was just so much anxiety. And a lot of people ask, what did you tell your mother at the time? And what I told my mom is, I was going down to Charlottesville to protest against white supremacy, but I didn't tell her that the KKK or neo-Nazis would be there because I didn't want to scare her, and I'd already made up my mind. I had a feeling in my heart that things weren't going to go as well as we'd hoped for them to go, considering the circumstances. Like, I didn't expect for anybody to be killed that day, and for dozens of people to be injured, including me. I did not expect for it to get as bad as it did.
Watch out!
At 17 years old, I never thought that I'd had to come face to face with a neo-Nazi or a KKK member fully robed. But that's the reality of our country. And our country likes to portray itself as this post-racial utopia, but Charlottesville is the perfect modern day example amongst a plethora of other modern examples that we are not where we are supposed to be. We're not even close. And that's because we have not even come to the point where we've acknowledged that. Like, America has literally put a Band-Aid on a gunshot wound. Racism is a gunshot wound that's consistently bleeding out, and the only thing that America is doing is putting a Band-Aid over it. And they're like, oh, this is not who we are as a country, but I would argue this is who we are. This is who this country is. And until we begin to acknowledge that and what racism actually is, then we're not going to get anywhere, and we're going to continue to go in this cycle. Because we're in the digital age, and we have phones that are able to record incidents of police brutality, and a lot of times they do go viral. And when people keep seeing instances of Black death and police brutality over and over and over again, it kind of becomes the new norm. And a lot of people have been desensitized to seeing police brutality videos. But I believe that we have to be more intentional in terms of how we circulate these videos throughout the media. And it can also, and it is very traumatic to watch Black death on camera and it be retweeted and reposted millions and millions of times. And Black people should not have to be murdered on camera and brutally beaten on camera in order for people to recognize that it's a problem. What I would say to young people all around the world that want to be an activist and want to be a part of this movement towards change is that it's never a wrong time to stand up for what's right, first and foremost, and your voice matters. Don't let anybody try to tell you otherwise. There are so many people that try to stop me and what I have to say because they're like, you're a young Black girl from the hood. What do you have to say? Listen, like, I can do this. And overall, it doesn't matter where you come from, whatever walk of life that you may be in right now, you can effectuate change, and your voice